Standing behind the school building, a girl in a blazer asks the tan-haired boy about his upcoming transfer. The boy admits that he spent a long time contemplating the decision before finally mentioning it.
As they prepare to part ways, she apologizes and wishes him well at his next important event.
After his move to Seoul, the boy notices a distinct change in the atmosphere surrounding him. At a crowded venue, an announcer thanks the gathered fans as the idol signing event begins. The official start of the signing is announced, though the boy internally questions why he is there. Amidst the high-pitched tears and nervous energy of the crowd, the boy sits in stunned silence.
Soo-yeon is introduced as an 18-year-old student who has been a dedicated idol fan for years. Carrying his shopping bag, Soo-yeon walks away dejected, feeling none of his usual excitement for the event.
At the signing table, a cheerful idol wearing cat ears warmly greets a fan.
A red-haired idol encourages a flustered girl to speak up, emphasizing the importance of respecting the artists.
Soo-hyun decides to follow through with his plan to enjoy the moment as he approaches the table.
A blue-haired idol notices Soo-yeon's school uniform and asks for his name as he stammers a response.
Soo-hyun identifies the woman as Mary, the leader of the group and his former girlfriend's favorite member.
He recalls how his ex-girlfriend was an intense fan who frequently praised Mary's leadership.
They once sat together on a bench, excitedly planning to attend a national tour to see their idols. His former girlfriend smiled as she promised they would secure tickets to see Mary together. Back in the present, Soo-yeon begins to cry as he realizes he is now attending the event alone.
Soo-yeon's eyes go wide with shock when a woman's voice suddenly calls out to him.
Flustered and embarrassed, Soo-yeon apologizes for his outburst while the idol laughs and assures him it is fine.
The idol with black and white hair hands him a signed book, noting that many fans often cry.
Soo-yeon quickly claims he is a huge fan of Mary to hide his true feelings while other fans look on. He feels a sense of relief after passing by the idols, convinced his ruse worked. Soo-yeon looks down with a lingering tear, knowing that his claims of being a fan were actually lies.
The idol with the white streak in her hair stops him, questioning if he is really crying out of happiness.
Soo-yeon freezes in surprise as a hand reaches out to return the red signed book to him. She confidently points to her eye, claiming that her vision can never be fooled by a fake reaction. While Soo-yeon panics, the idol calls for her manager to bring some tissues for the weeping student. Haley, the group's main dancer, flashes a peace sign and encourages Soo-hyun to cheer up using their music.
His heart begins to race as Soo-hyun realizes he is experiencing the strange sensation of falling for Haley.
A vibrant vision of Haley performing on stage fills his mind as his devotion shifts.
He internally declares that his days of merely supporting Haley are over.
Soo-yeon decides that from this day forward, his relationship with the idol must transcend simple fandom. In a dramatic mental image, Soo-yeon envisions himself and Haley becoming one in spirit. Standing on a rooftop, Soo-yeon aggressively vows to treat any attack on Haley as a personal assault.
Soo-yeon successfully adapts to his new school in Seoul by channeling his obsession into his new fandom. A classmate mockingly asks the idol-obsessed transfer student if he ever gets tired of his hobby.
Exhausted students sprawl across the rooftop after finishing the heavy labor of moving a large stock of desks.
The class representative enters the roof through a gray door and praises the group for their hard work. One student grumbles about the lack of storage space, questioning why they had to lug furniture to the roof. The representative reminds him that he was the one who complained about brainstorming and asked for physical work. It is noted that Soo-hyun did the majority of the heavy lifting, which he attributes to his background. Soo-yeon reflects on his time in a high school gymnastics team, though he keeps his real reasons for quitting secret. Soo-yeon works with blurring speed, fueled by the desire to finish so he can watch a newly dropped video. The students agree that Soo-hyun's athletic past makes him a powerhouse before they head down for lunch.
Soo-yeon tells the class representative that he will skip the cafeteria to stay and get some fresh air.
Left alone, Soo-yeon lies down on the roof and lets out a long phew, enjoying the post-workout feeling. He contemplates the massive scale of the upcoming two-day school festival as he rests. Hearing the door open, Soo-yeon assumes it is a classmate returning and says he will be down soon. He is surprised to see an orange-haired girl with blue tips from a different class standing on the roof.
Soo-yeon hides behind a stack of desks and wonders why a girl is sitting alone on the roof.
Soo-yeon observes the orange-haired girl writing intensely at her desk and asks himself what is happening.
The girl pauses to think while Soo-hyun wonders what she could be writing so diligently.
Soo-hyun sneaks a peek as the girl suddenly shouts out in a moment of realization. Her hands move quickly as a sharp rip sounds from her tearing a page out of the notebook. The orange-haired girl proudly holds up the finished page as she declares her work complete. Blushing, she looks at the paper and reminds herself that she needs to focus more on this.
Feeling awkward, Soo-yeon decides to hide and promises himself he won't peek anymore.
Soo-yeon lies back on the floor and reflects on how his priorities have shifted from romance to fandom. A sudden melody catches Soo-hyun's attention as he lies on the ground in quiet contemplation.
He looks at a phone and recognizes the song as a track by the idol group Manhwa.
Soo-yeon watches in confusion as the girl suddenly stands up and strikes a dramatic pose.
Tucked away in a corner of the roof, Soo-yeon remains hidden among the furniture as he observes him.
The orange-haired girl begins to perform an intricate and energetic dance routine. The scene shifts to the official logo and silhouette of the famous idol group Manhwa. The group's members are shown in various performance shots, highlighting their specialized roles like rap and dance. Haley is specifically highlighted as the group's main dancer who expresses a unique and personal style.
Soo-yeon watches from below the desks, mesmerized by the girl's fluid and practiced movements. She replicates Haley's specific choreography with stunning accuracy and grace as she moves across the roof.
Her performance is a whirlwind of skill and energy, perfectly mimicking the idol's stage presence.
Soo-yeon gapes in shock, realizing her dance skill might actually surpass the original idol's performance. A vision of the actual Haley performing on stage flashes through Soo-yeon's mind for comparison.
The girl finishes her routine with a flourish, bearing a striking and unmistakable resemblance to Haley. Soo-yeon recalls the rumors he heard from his friends when he first transferred to the school.
His classmates once questioned if he was a fan of the idol group after he moved to Seoul.
They mentioned a girl in the school whose resemblance to Haley would cause him to freak out.
The rumored girl was famous for always wearing a mask to hide her face from others.
His friends explained she was tired of the constant comparisons, and Soo-yeon simply brushed the story off then.
Seeing her face clearly now, Soo-yeon confirms her likeness to the idol is truly uncanny.
She takes a seat and lets out a pew as she fans herself to recover her breath. Soo-yeon finds the resemblance between the student and the idol so perfect it is almost unbelievable. As a phone begins to ring with a tring-tring sound, Soo-yeon doubts any actual family connection exists.
The girl answers her phone and addresses the caller as her older sister while Soo-yeon listens him.
An affectionate voice on the video call expresses how much they miss their little sister.
Soo-yeon remains curious and confused as he tries to identify the person on the phone screen.
A beep sounds as Soo-yeon's eyes bulge in terror upon recognizing Haley herself on the video call. Haley reveals to the girl that she is returning to Korea for a world tour performance.
She insists the girl use her secured tickets to attend, though the girl responds with hesitation.
A sudden gust of wind catches the girl's paper on the desk, blowing it away.
Panicked, the girl abruptly tells her sister she will call back later and ends the call.
She chases after the flying page and laments all the effort she put into writing it.
The girl cries out in frustration as the wind grows stronger and carries her work further away.
Soo-yeon watches the paper soar toward the edge of the roof as the girl struggles to catch it.
Soo-han suddenly sprints into action with incredible speed, catching the girl by surprise as he runs past.
He races across the rooftop, determined to retrieve the runaway paper before it falls over the edge.
Despite his efforts, the paper tumbles over the railing and begins to float toward the cafeteria below.
Near the cafeteria, students feel the sudden chill of the passing wind and wonder what happened.
Soo-yeon's classmates discuss his past and wonder why a talented athlete would choose to quit.
Soo-hyun's history as a member of the Minkook High School gymnastics team is briefly recalled.
The students continue to speculate on the secret reasons behind Soo-hyun's departure from the team. Soo-yeon's classmates try to recall his athletic past, noting his specialty involved bars and horse jumping.
Vaulting over the rooftop railing, Soo-han demonstrates the effortless grace of his former gymnastics training. A sudden, urgent shout from behind catches Soo-hyun completely off guard during his descent.
The orange-haired girl with blue tips sprints toward him with shocking speed, catching him by surprise. A dull thud sounds as she makes sudden, heavy contact with the leaping student. She tackles Soo-yeon away from the edge, leaving him pinned and blushing from the unexpected physical contact. From a high vantage point, the girl is seen tightly gripping Soo-yeon's waist to prevent him from falling.
She quickly lets go and frantically explains that the situation is not what it appears to be.
Soo-yeon laughs heartily, realizing she only acted because she genuinely believed he was in mortal danger. The orange-haired girl continues to yell, terrified by the thought of what would happen if he fell. Soo-yeon points out that his intended destination was a much lower platform, making the jump relatively safe. She remains furious, calling him a lunatic for attempting such a bold and unnecessary stunt.
She boasts about her middle school long jump record while Soo-yeon argues that physical fitness isn't the issue. Soo-yeon holds up the retrieved page, noting that love letters are only embarrassing if someone actually sees them.
He realizes the page isn't a letter at all, while the girl looks on with visible annoyance.
She takes the paper back with a blush, thanking him while assuming he has no idea what it is.
Soo-hyun stands tall and confidently identifies the sketches on the yellow page as a professional choreography plan. Shocked by his insight, the girl asks how he knew, and he reveals he saw her dancing earlier. Her face flushes with extreme embarrassment as she realizes her private rooftop performance had a witness. Soo-yeon geeks out, identifying the specific idol track the notes belong to and claiming to know it perfectly. He critiques the notations, suggesting that one specific part seems mixed up with a different song.
The diagram on the notebook page shows complex formations marked with a bold red X and arrows. She snatches the paper back, insisting it is her own unique choreography that a regular person wouldn't understand.
After offering another quick thanks, she listens as Soo-hyun warns her to avoid dangerous stunts from now on. As she starts to walk away, Soo-yeon asks if she creates choreography while she mentions being in the dance club. Soo-yeon praises her as a total professional, admiring the high level of skill she showed during her dance.
He adds that her movements carry the exact same vibe and style as the original idol performers.
The girl stops and looks back with wide eyes, stunned that he managed to identify her secret style. Soo-yeon's eyes go wide with excitement as he realizes the rumors about her talent were absolutely true. She cries internally, lamenting her failure to play dumb and keep her true identity a secret from him.
She asks if he overheard her private phone call with her sister, and Soo-yeon apologetically admits he did. The girl demands to know if he found out on his own or if someone else tipped him off.
After realizing no one told him, Soo-yeon enthusiastically admits to being a massive fan of the idol Haley.
Soo-yeon descends into a full fanboy monologue while the girl realizes she is dealing with a hardcore devotee. She looks at him with a mix of pity and understanding, acknowledging the depth of his fandom. A vision of the idol Haley appears as the girl reveals the stunning truth of their family connection.
She warns him that casually discussing celebrities can be dangerous, leaving Soo-yeon looking completely shell-shocked.
Soo-yeon panics and raises his hands, promising her that he will never spread any rumors about her. A wide view of the rooftop shows the two students standing alone as she begins to share more.
She slumps onto the stairs in a mask, lamenting the messy situation her desire to show off created.
The girl reflects on how she only danced because she was certain she was alone on the roof.
Looking back at Soo-yeon, she wonders if she can truly rely on the promise of the boy who found her.
Soo-yeon gives her a warm, genuine smile that makes her think he might not be a bad person.
Soo-yeon stands frozen as his heart pounds with a loud thump, stunned to have met his idol sister. He feels an overwhelming urge to brag to his friends, but knows he must keep the secret.
Soo-yeon physically restrains himself, covering his mouth to ensure no confidential information slips out. The scene pulls back to show the quiet rooftop where the girl continues to open up about herself.
Soo-yeon listens with a solemn expression, finally realizing the complexity of the girl standing before him. He leans against the railing, sensing that despite her explanation, something about the situation is still off.
The orange-haired girl is seen in a striking, energetic pose that highlights her incredible dancing talent. Soo-yeon stands alone on the rooftop while Text asks if anyone suspects they are sisters.
Hyun looks downward as Text suggests her school fame would make people guess their connection.
As Hyun walks down the hallway, two students gossip about how pretty girls never get lonely. Pausing with her earphones, Hyun suspects the passing girls were whispering about her.
From behind, two students laugh while looking at a photo on a phone. A phone screen displays the photo of Hyun tackling Soo-yeon on the rooftop. Hyun enters the dance club and tells her teammate she had a bit of an issue on the roof. Hyun stares silently at her teammate's bandaged finger when he asked what happened.
The green-haired boy sits on the couch and tells Hyun his finger injury is not that bad. Looking away with a heavy sigh, Hyun tells her teammate that she is sorry.
The text notes that the teammate's injury forced him to change the choreography he worked hard on.
The dancer insists the injury isn't serious and that he can still perform perfectly.
Lowering her mask with a smile, Hyun tells him it is fine and to just get better.
Hyun holds up the yellow paper, explaining she just finished the choreography changes on the rooftop.
A group of girls at the door asks if she was actually up there getting lovey-dovey.
Hyun reacts with shock, asking what they are talking about all of them.
A sudden shout echoes through the school exterior as someone yells out.
Walking outside, the dance club members discuss having to practice the new formation from scratch.
Students gossip about the dancer's hand injury while a voice from off-screen yells for them to wait. Standing in the courtyard, students look up and note that the sound came from above. The students spot Soo-yeon and Hyun on the rooftop edge and shout out in surprise.
A girl laughs while holding up her phone, telling Hyun not to even think about denying it.
Standing near the dance club, Hyun shouts that the situation is not what it looks like.
A quick tap sounds as a blurry vision of Soo-yeon sprinting across the rooftop flashes by.
Hyun explains she only caught Soo-yeon because he tried to jump to the other building.
Looking up at the narrow gap between the buildings, students doubt anyone could actually make that jump.
Hyun frantically explains that Soo-yeon used to be in a sports club and was the best at long jump. A classmate places a hand on Hyun's shoulder and tells her to make her lies somewhat believable.
The group laughs, joking that Hyun's dating rumors will leave many guys at school crying.
Hyun smiles nervously as she realizes a rumor about her dating Soo-yeon is already spreading.
Hyun laments how she managed to get so entangled with Soo-yeon in such a short time.
She reflects on the girls she saw in the hallway earlier and their strange behavior.
Walking with her hood up, Hyun realizes those girls might have been talking about her.
A close-up of Soo-yeon's name tag identifies him as Choi Soo-yeon.
Soo-yeon looks confused as his classmates ask why he stayed back on the roof for a hug. Peeking through the door, Hyun realizes the other side has misunderstood the rooftop incident as well.
A classmate asks Soo-yeon how he got so close to Hyun after only a month at school.
The boys speculate that a fanboy like Soo-yeon wouldn't leave someone who looks like Haley alone.
Soo-yeon looks down and silently agrees that the two girls really do look alike.
Soo-yeon begins to mention that they are family, but he stops himself mid-sentence.
Hyun panics and tells Soo-yeon to keep the secret under wraps as he lets out a nervous sound.
A classmate asks Soo-yeon if the family connection is what he actually thought it was.
Soo-yeon laughs nervously and agrees that is exactly what he thought, while his friends find it logical.
A memory of the entrance ceremony shows students wondering if Hyun could be Haley's sister.
The speculation disappeared because Haley's real family name is known to be Lee. Soo-yeon realizes that they have different surnames and that he never even heard Hyun's full name.
Hyun feels lucky that siblings don't always look alike and that the rumors about her are wrong. Hyun is horrified to hear classmates claim she is in the dance club but cannot dance at all.
He unseathes as classmates joke that she has 2 left feet and lacks her sister's talent.
Soo-yeon looks at the hooded Hyun and tells the boys they might be misunderstanding something.
Hyun looks on with wide-eyed surprise as she overhears high praise for her skills.
2 boys stare in disbelief, questioning Soo-hyun about whether he actually saw her dance.
Soo-hyun confirms he saw her today, while his friends mock the idea that a klutz would show off her moves to anyone but a boyfriend.
Lost in thought, Soo-yeon reflects on her performance despite his own lack of expertise.
He recalls her dynamic movements, impressed by her perfect execution of the choreography. He notes how her passion brought the notes on the page to life with incredible energy. He remembers the fluidity of her motions, noting how she made the routine entirely her own. A vision of her as a professional idol on stage flashes through Soo-hyun's mind as he imagines her true potential.
His friends are left speechless by Soo-yeon's surprisingly deep and poetic assessment of her talent.
Soo-yeon is taken aback by the intense and sweating stares of his skeptical classmates.
The gray-haired student offers a sarcastic apology for teasing Soo-yeon's girlfriend about her lack of skill.
The 2 classmates walk away, convinced Soo-yeon is simply blinded by love for someone they consider clumsy.
Left alone, Soo-yeon feels like he's existing in a completely different reality than his peers. He compares a video of the idol Haley to his memory of the rooftop, concluding Hyun was even better.
Soo-yeon is startled when Hyun suddenly appears behind him while he's distracted by his phone.
Panic ensues as Soo-hyun frantically tells her to sit down while hiding the idol video from view. The 2 students sit awkwardly at their desks, a heavy silence hanging between them. Hyun notices his nerves and asks why watching a video of Haley makes him so tense. They both look away, caught in a moment of mutual discomfort and secret-keeping. A brief, intense look passes between them as they acknowledge the complexity of their situation. Hyun asks if there is an issue, but Soo-yeon quickly denies it. Soo-yeon notes that usually people ask if he likes idols when they see him watching Haley's videos. He explains that it's the first time anyone has ever asked him if he likes dancing.
Hyun brings up how he correctly identified her choreography earlier, which made her think he was deeply interested in dance.
She mentions that she overheard his explanation to his friends about her dancing.
Blushing, Hyun says she's short on time and wants to get straight to the point. Hyun asks Soo-hyun if he would be willing to perform with the dance club for the upcoming school festival.
Soo-hyun stares at her with a stunned, speechless expression.
He reacts with absolute shock, yelling out in disbelief at the thought of a performance.
Soo-hyun protests that his only experience is a kindergarten show, while Hyun is impressed he's ever been on stage.
Hyun desperately insists that they only need him to pull off a single move.
She reveals that their only b-boy had to drop out due to an injury, necessitating a replacement for a specific formation. Soo-yeon remains skeptical, questioning why she'd want someone with no real experience.
Hyun expresses her belief that Soo-yeon can do it despite his lack of training.
She cites Soo-hyun's high interest in dance itself as the primary reason for her faith in him.
Pointing out his ability to quickly absorb what's needed, she references his athletic rooftop jump.
Hyun points toward the gap between the buildings where Soo-hyun successfully performed his stunt.
Soo-hyun tries to back out, fearing he would only be a burden to the club despite her reasons.
As Soo-yeon starts to walk away, Hyun stops him by mentioning something about tickets.
Hyun offers to give him tickets if he helps them out just this once. Soo-hyun pauses, his mind filled with curiosity about the tickets as he wonders what they could be for.
Hyun specifies that the reward is a pair of tickets to maintain his world tour in Seoul.
Hyun stares at him with an intense, determined gaze, asking for his final answer.
Soo-yeon looks down in thought, paralyzed by the high value of her offer.
Soo-yeon turns his back as he considers the concert happening at Jamesil Gymnasium next month.
Hyun sees he's quickly getting excited and confirms she already has the tickets in her possession. Hyun looks at him with a wide, eager smile, repeating that she already has the tickets.
The 2 students stand in the classroom, the silent negotiation coming to a close.
Hyun laughs softly to herself as she realizes her plan is working.
A firm, quick tak sounds as they seal their deal with a handshake, with Hyun telling the true fan there's a catch. Sealing their deal with a handshake, the light-haired boy beams with excitement, while the orange-haired girl notes that this is a completely different story.
The light-haired boy is overwhelmed with joy, asking if what she said is actually true. He clutches her hand with shimmering, star-filled eyes, pleading for confirmation that she isn't lying, while the girl uncomfortably asks him to let go.
As the 2 remain joined in the hallway, 2 students watch them through a window, prompting a startled reaction from the girl as a quick, sharp sound echoes.
The 2 classmates whisper to each other, claiming they were right about the rumor and noting that the girl is openly bragging now.
Feeling the weight of the misunderstanding, the orange-haired girl expresses her complete confusion and frustration over the situation.
A sign in the hallway marks the entrance to the school's dance club. The orange-haired girl welcomes the light-haired boy to the dance club, boasting about how spacious and great the practice room is. The club members react with shock, loudly speculating if he is Sunghin's boyfriend, which leads her to sigh and ask everyone to quiet down while she introduces him. Waving with a bright smile, the light-haired boy introduces himself as Choi Soo-yeon and says he will be helping with the final part of their first song.
The club members question if he is really going to perform together with them, while the green-haired boy looks on from the couch with a skeptical expression.
The green-haired boy asks if they are referring to the rainbow move at the end of the song and tells Sung-hyun to wait.
Standing in the center of the room, the group debates the decision, with the green-haired boy pointing out there are only 3 days left and questioning if Soo-hyun even knows how to dance.
The orange-haired girl insists that Soo-yan has great physical agility and will catch on quickly if they just try it once.
The green-haired boy stares intensely at her, noting that she is quite a character.
Dismissing the idea, the green-haired boy walks out of the room, stating that teaching has always been a one-time thing for him.
The girl tells Soo-yun she needs to talk to the boy for a moment, and Soo-yun encourages her to go ahead and not worry.
A heavy sigh sounds as the scene shifts to the windows of the empty school corridor.
Finding him on the stairs, the girl asks why he won't help when he has taught other members well in the past.
She reflects on how the rainbow move is so intimidating that everyone else who tried to learn it eventually ended up giving up.
The green-haired boy argues that teaching someone who has never danced before only makes the situation worse.
He shouts that he should just be the b-boy himself instead of letting the show be ruined, which startles Soo-hyun as he approaches from around the corner.
From behind, the girl yells at him, questioning why he is making such a big deal out of a single injured finger.
Facing him, she reminds him that he forgot about practice and injured his finger while playing basketball with friends.
Looking down with a cold expression, the girl questions the significance of a mere finger injury.
The green-haired boy asks if she is done talking, but she retorts that she has plenty more to say about his failure as the club president. Looking away sadly, she notes that he is unable to even stand on the stage in his current state.
A close-up reveals the girl's hand clenched into a tight, frustrated fist in her jacket pocket.
Soo-yun steps forward and says that after hearing their conversation, he understands the situation.
Looking between the two, Soo-hyun offers to drop out of the performance if his presence is causing them to fight. The light-haired boy admits that getting on stage with no experience is difficult, while the girl looks on in surprise.
Soo-hyun looks at the green-haired boy and suggests that he can still perform even with his injury.
Soo-hyun explains that his background in gymnastics makes him very familiar with the rainbow move, also known as a makako, which involves a dynamic flip.
He suggests that if the boy is currently injured, he should simply avoid using that hand while dancing.
The green-haired boy is left speechless and confused by Soo-hyun's sudden technical suggestion.
The girl turns back in surprise, asking him to explain what he means by his statement.
Soo-hyun stands in the hallway, processing the idea of performing the move without touching the ground with his hands.
A close-up shows Soo-hyun's thoughtful expression as he wonders if he knows any b-boys.
An image of a b-boy performing a dynamic, high-energy move flashes by as Soo-hyun notes it would be impossible for an ordinary person to showcase such movements effortlessly.
The scene returns to the green-haired boy sitting on the stairs looking puzzled by Soo-hyun's presence. In a blur of motion, Soo-hyun launches himself into a backflip in the hallway. A quick landing sounds as Soo-hyun's feet hit the floor firmly.
Soo-hyun is seen mid-air, completely inverted as he executes the impressive flip with ease.
Landing perfectly, Soo-hyun stands before the two stunned students who watch him with wide eyes and open mouths, while the girl covers her face in shock.
With a cheerful expression, Soo-hyun suggests that they should just change the choreography so that hands are not required at all.
A loud shout of "what" rings out across the school campus exterior as the scene shifts.
Soo-hyun questions why she wants him to perform, while the hooded girl listens with a conflicted expression.
The memory of Soo-hyun's midair flip is shown again in a faded, blurry vision. The girl confidently declares that doing the move with his eyes closed should be no problem, settling the matter while Soo-hyun admits it's not hard but remains nervous.
Walking outside, Hyun suggests a slower move, while Soo-hyun worries he is the reason the leader dropped out. The orange-haired girl explains the president's low injury tolerance, while the light-haired boy listens in surprise. Hyun wonders if things would be different if she knew of his gymnastics background sooner.
Standing in the courtyard, Soo-hyun asks if she intends to skip the performance herself.
Hyun reflects on her own debilitating stage fright.
Clutching her mask, Hyun admits she cannot risk making a mistake.
The orange-haired girl blushes as she turns away.
Soo-hyun looks on, realizing the weight of an important stage.
A memory of a national gymnastics competition banner appears.
In a flashback, the crowd shouts cheers of encouragement for Si-hyun. Memories of voices telling him to do his best and practice hard resurface. A past image shows Soo-hyun as a gymnast wearing contestant number 127.
Soo-hyun stands alone, contemplating the paralyzing nature of stage fright.
Hyun promises to bring the concert tickets after thanking him for his time. Soo-hyun stops her, firmly offering his help. Hyun turns back in confusion, questioning how he could possibly assist her.
Soo-hyun declares his intent to help her conquer her stage fright. Hyun imagines herself dancing, not wanting her passion to remain a secret.
With a burning determination, Soo-hyun admits his long-suppressed fanboy enthusiasm is finally boiling over.
The two students stand tall, preparing for the upcoming festival stage.
A banner at the gate welcomes everyone to the Hee-kyung High School Festival. An announcer on stage introduces the pride of the school.
The audience erupts in applause for the dance club's performance.
Two club members strike a pose as the music starts.
A girl in a black crop top sits ready on Fitch.
The crowd cheers as the dance club takes their positions under the spotlights. Watching from the crowd, two boys are caught off guard by the lineup.
Whispers spread through the audience about a specific person on the side of the stage.
Hyun stands confidently on stage, surprising those who thought she couldn't dance.
Watching from behind the curtain, Soohyun's heart flutters as he anticipates the audience's reaction.
The silhouettes of the dancers move together on the grand stage.
Hyun realizes that Soohyun's advice was absolutely correct. Hyun remembers thinking that a dark stage would hide the audience. A hand pulls a blackout curtain shot as Soohyun explains how well they work. In the darkened school, Soohyun reassures Hyun that she won't even see the crowd.
Hyun remains skeptical, wondering if her eyes will simply adjust to the darkness.
Soohyun confidently dismisses her worries about her eyes adjusting.
Recalling his own win, Soohyun explains that the front spotlights will blind her to the audience.
Hyun brings up her fear of the audience's loud cheering.
She explains that live sounds can be just as terrifying as seeing the crowd.
Hyun looks down, noting that noise is a major trigger for her anxiety. Soohyun empathizes, thinking back to his own struggles with the pressure of expectations.
He remembers how cheers of support often made him worry about failing. Soohyun recalls using idol music to block out the world before his competitions. On the festival stage, Hyun wears an earpiece while Soohyun's voice guides her to block the noise.
Soohyun explains how synchronized audio across 2 devices will help her focus. Following his plan, Hyun dances with full focus, oblivious to the external sounds.
The students in the crowd are stunned by Hyun's unexpected still. Spectators note that Hyun seems like a completely different person compared to last year.
Moving through her routine, Hyun catches only the faint silhouettes of the cheering crowd. Under the glare of the spotlights, the dance club members take their positions on stage as Hyun worries she might lose her composure at any second.
Despite her nerves, the orange-haired girl continues her routine, reflecting that even being able to move is a significant achievement for her. Focused and determined, she credits her progress to the intense special training she received over the last 2 days.
In a quiet hallway, Soohyun tells the girl that stage fright is a deep-seated issue that cannot be easily fixed with simple tricks. The girl expresses her gratitude to Soohyun for his concern before the other dance club members suddenly arrive in the dark corridor, teasingly asking what they are doing and warning the light-haired boy that crossing the line will get him killed even if he is her boyfriend.
Startled by their presence, the girl asks why they are here, and a club member explains that they also submitted a request to practice in this location.
Soohyun cheerfully suggests that they might as well practice on the actual stage since they are already there, looking out over the empty auditorium.
Thinking back to his gymnastics days, Soohyun notes that he always performed better in familiar gyms, as the novelty of competition venues used to make him extremely nervous. Watching her move, Soohyun's main goal is to help the orange-haired girl step away from her crippling stage fright even just a little bit. The girl focuses on the mantra of practicing as if it is the real performance and treating the real performance as if it were just practice.
Hyun dances with newfound freedom on the stage. Suddenly, catching a glimpse of something, the girl looks toward the side of the stage in surprise.
Peeking through the red curtains, Soohyun excitedly tells himself it is finally his turn to go out and perform, feeling deeply grateful for the opportunity.
The girl stands before Soohyun in a simple room, questioning why he's being so nice to her.
As Soohyun prepares for his move on stage, she wonders if his kindness is simply because she is the sister of the idol Haley.
The light-haired boy prepares for a soft.
Launching into a spectacular flip, Soohyun reminds himself to stick to the slow vibe just as the girl instructed.
A blur of motion follows the high-energy move.
The entire dance club moves in perfect synchronization across the stage.
After finishing his part, Soohyun quickly retreats behind the curtains as the performance continues.
Safe in the wings, a rhythmic thump-thump sounds as Soohyun leans against the wall, clutching his chest while his heart pounds with adrenaline.
Taking a deep breath, the boy realizes that his entire performance was over in what felt like a flash.
He looks at his hand, laughing at the fact that he only performed a single move after all.
Looking down at his palm, Soohyun feels a sudden rush of nostalgia for his past. Excited cheers of wow and yes erupt from the crowded auditorium, and the boy is shocked to realize the audience was actually visible to the dancers.
He looks up at the lights in confusion, questioning why the other lights were on.
Poking his head through the curtain, an annoyed Soohyun shouts at the lighting technician for changing the lighting on their own. Backstage, the green-haired club president explains to a staff member that there was a mix-up in communicating the lighting directions by a dance club member.
The president admits that asking for only 3 spotlights seemed plain, so he is glad it was changed to something cooler.
Soohyun suggests changing the choreography to avoid using hands entirely. In a memory, the girl leads the way into the clubroom, excitedly showing off how spacious and great the practice area is.
Back on the stage, the girl is frozen in shock as she realizes the future of the dance club is much brighter than she expected.
Looking out at the brightly lit auditorium, she questions if Soohyun actually delivered the correct lighting instructions.
Terrified by the sight of the silhouettes in the cheering crowd, she panics and considers running off the stage immediately.
Despite her fear, the music transitions to the next song as more members join her on stage.
The girl's face pales as the audience's cheers for an MTA song and a girl named Jung-ah wash over her, making it nearly impossible for her to keep holding it together.
Clenching her eyes shut, she feels an overwhelming sense of darkness closing in.
On a television broadcast for an idol show, the hosts laugh in disbelief at an insane moment that was not planned with the production team.
They marvel at how well the performers were able to match the choreography perfectly while wearing blindfolds. The MCs shout to the main dancer, Haley, asking for her thoughts on the performance right now. Dancing with energy, Haley yells back that she has no idea and questions who asks for comments in the middle of a dance routine.
The orange-haired girl covers her mouth in shock as she reflects on the idea of giving up on her vision.
She thinks about the open door on the roof, the most comfortable place for her. The girl stands alone on the wide rooftop overlooking the city. Posing with determination, she asserts that she can dance several times better than her famous sister. The scene shifts back to around this time last year. She remembers fleeing to this same rooftop alone after botching the festival performance.
She stood alone on the roof while the festival was still going on.
The girl stands on the rooftop with her hair blowing in the wind. Exhausted and alone, a heavy breath sounds as the girl stands in the quiet.
Sitting against the stone wall, the orange-haired girl exhales a sigh of relief.
Her special practice room on the rooftop has witnessed her long hours of solitary, passionate dancing.
Looking out over the school grounds, she reflects on the sunny days spent practicing here.
Peeking from behind the door, the orange-haired girl notes that someone else is on the roof today too. The scene shifts to the local board game cafe where the students often gather.
Sitting alone in the mirrored dance studio, the girl remains lost in her own silent world.
She questions what makes this place so special, dismissing her attachment as nothing more than rose-tinted memories. Clenching her fists tightly, she realizes she cannot rely on past comforts forever. The festival stage erupts as the crowd chants for Maintain to start their performance in front of countless watching eyes. Moving in unison, the dance club performs to lyrics about leaving the monotony of yesterday behind. A blonde-haired girl leads the routine with energy as the audience screams out how pretty she is, and a sudden, sharp "Kia" echoes through the hall.
Spectators in the crowd remark on how much better the club has become, specifically noting the incredible improvement of Sunghyun.
Striking a confident pose with her eyes closed, the orange-haired girl is the only one the spectators truly see. The boys in the audience are left speechless and startled by her unexpected charisma and skill. Backstage, the green-haired club president curses under his breath while managing the soundboard.
Looking up with an intense glare, the green-haired boy shouts for the lighting technician's attention. Soo-yeon races across the high balcony, frantically shouting for the performance to stop while the technician looks on in confusion. Soo-yeon demands the lights be turned off, but the technician explains he followed another student's orders as the crowd below notices Choi Soo-yeon's outburst.
Terrified for his friend, Soo-hyun cries out that the wrong lighting will prevent Hyun from being able to dance.
The technician stares back with wide eyes, completely baffled by the light-haired student's frantic claims.
Pointing toward the stage, the technician notes that whoever Hyun is, the entire group is performing perfectly.
Hyun moves with fluid grace and a bright smile, proving that she has mastered the routine despite the lighting change. Lost in the rhythm, the orange-haired girl dances with a look of pure joy and closed-eyed serenity.
The group transitions into a new formation as the narration notes how Hyun is completely overwhelming the stage.
Realizing his mistake, a sheepish Soo-yeon bows deeply and apologizes to the technician for his sudden anger.
The orange-haired girl executes a sharp, powerful turn as she continues her flawless performance.
A sudden airy whoosh sounds as Soo-hyun decides to support the performance from his current position on the balcony.
The lyrics swell with energy as the girls on stage dance with newfound courage, declaring they are no longer scared.
Turning into an expert fanboy, Soo-hyun waves light sticks frantically and chants for the dancers to do it their way. The crowd's reaction is mixed with hilarity and embarrassment as they witness Soo-hyun's intense, high-energy cheering. Several students in the audience stare up at the balcony in stunned, silent confusion.
Soo-yeon's awkward attempt at the song's famous dance challenge causes his friends to jokingly promise to ignore him from now on.
Waving his arms wildly from the catwalk, Soo-yeon earns a laugh from the spectators who find him genuinely funny.
While others may mock him, Soo-hyun's enthusiasm serves as a powerful source of motivation for the girls on stage.
The dancers' spirits are lifted by the support, visibly boosting their mood and energy.
The dance club finishes the routine in a perfect synchronized pose, having achieved an improvement in performance quality. Watching from the sidelines, a dark-haired boy reflects that Hyun is lucky to have such a good friend. The announcer thanks the club as the stage lights dim, marking the end of a successful show. Soo-yeon bursts through the dressing room door, loudly praising the team for their fantastic performance.
He stops short as he sees the club members gathered around someone in the corner of the room.
Soo-yeon looks on with concern as a black-haired girl warns him not to come any closer to the sitting Hyun. Confused, Soo-yeon asks what's wrong, but the girls firmly block his path and tell him to stay back. Soo-hyun stands frozen by the sudden, intense rejection as he stares at the group in shock.
His eyes go blank and wide as he tries to process the strange atmosphere in the room.
The black-haired girl giggles and tells Soo-yeon he just needs to understand the situation. The girls explain that Sunghyun is happy and crying her eyes out with smeared makeup, causing the orange-haired girl to shout in embarrassment. Placing a hand on his chest, a relieved Soo-hyun is glad to hear that everything is actually okay. Smiling warmly, the light-haired boy tells Hyun that she was the coolest person on stage today.
The club members tease Soo-yeon for only having eyes for his girlfriend, though he quickly adds that they all were cool too.
Still hiding her face, Hyun silently offers her deepest gratitude to Soo-hyun for helping her conquer her fear.
Laughing, Soo-yeon tells the girls he hardly did anything to help.
Peeking through the door, the dark-haired Yoonjae asks if Sung Hae-yeon is there to discuss something.
Spotting the visitor, Hyun asks if it is really Yinjer.
After telling Hyun to fix her makeup, the dark-haired man suggests meeting again with a chuckle.
The girl is frozen in shock.
Shouting "Kya!" the dance club girls laugh and call Sung Hyun's reaction crazy and funny.
While the girls offer to make her look pretty, Soo-yeon wonders if the visitor is that person.
The girl resolves to focus more.
A quiet garden setting awaits them.
Standing in the garden, Hyun apologizes for her appearance, but Yoonjae apologizes for barging in.
Eunjae says he has to get ready soon, so he will get straight to the point.
Smiling, the dark-haired man tells Hyun she did a cool job today before transitioning to his point.
Overjoyed, the blonde girl thanks her mentor while covering her mouth.
She questions the mention first passed. The man reveals the first test is a freestyle battle.
Hyun reacts with utter shock. Yoonjae explains there is a battle event next month and thinks participating would show good results.
The girl lets out nervous after.
She reflects on her last battle.
He tells Hyun that if she keeps doing well and passes his tests, she will succeed.
Yoonjae encourages her to keep running hard until the upcoming event. Eunjae checks if shoes lay.
On stage, the announcer asks the crowd if they are enjoying the festival.
Watching from the railing, the masked Hyun stays silent as the announcer introduces the next stage.
Yoonjae recalls the freestyle challenge.
The announcer explains that performers must be able to handle both battles and routines.
Raising his arm, Yoonjae leads top floor as the announcer calls them the hottest team. Soo-yeon realizes he knows the dancer.
Soo-yeon asks if that person on stage was the one looking for her earlier.
A club member asks Soo-yeon if he missed the King of Street competition.
The girl notes they won the competition as top floor begins their legendary routine.
Narration notes that the team leader, Yoonjae, is an alumnus of the school returning as a guest.
Soo-yeon watches in awe of the senior while sharp moves create a rhythmic snap.
A sudden whoosh of rapid motion.
The team holds an intense pose.
Soo-yeon is completely mesmerized by them. Their movements appear to fast-forward rapidly.
The choreography shifts into slow motion.
Gripping the railing, Soo-yeon shouts that the performance feels like an animation and is amazing.
He praises Hyun's amazing friend choice while the masked girl reacts with confusion.
Soo-yeon notices a familiar dancing style.
Looking at the footwork, Soo-yeon asks if it is b-boying, and Hyun confirms it is.
Hyun explains that Top Floor is an all-genres dance game.
As Yoonjae spins, Hyun explains they mix all street genres while Soo-yeon watches closely.
Eunjae executes a series of flares.
Soo-yeon watches the performance with Gokus.
A memory of past gymnastics surfaces.
The athlete spins on the horse.
A powerful kick finishes the routine.
Young Soo-yeon watches with starry eyes.
A boy tells his mother how awesome his uncle is, hoping to be like him one day, as Soo-yeon stands speechless at the railing.
The orange-haired girl looks confused as the light-haired boy stands in a daze behind her.
Soo-yeon reacts with starry-eyed excitement, a sharp contrast to his earlier behavior as the girl watches with surprise.
Laughing, Hyun slaps Soo-yeon's back and asks why he changed his mind so suddenly while he winces in pain.
A sudden, sharp swoosh sounds as Hyun explains the importance of the audience in street dance and tells Soo-yeon to raise his hand.
Shouting with joy, Hyun shakes her hand in the air while a bewildered Soo-yeon watches her demonstration.
Hyun encourages Soo-yeon to try the movement himself, and he nervously agrees to give it a shot.
The practice continues as the text notes they are shaking their hands in the air together.
Waving their arms frantically, Soo-yeon and Hyun cheer loudly for the top floor team's performance.
The announcer thanks Top Floor for their show as the crowd erupts in cheers and clapping, begging them not to leave.
Leaning on the railing, the two friends agree that the guest performance was incredibly cool and didn't disappoint.
Soo-yeon explains that cheering makes watching much more fun, while Hyun laughs in agreement, unaware of how silly she looked doing it.
Hyun turns to Soo-hyun with a thoughtful look to start a new conversation. Hyun asks Soo-hyun how it felt to perform his single move on stage earlier today.
Soo-hyun admits that it felt restless and reminded him of his past, much to Hyun's surprise.
Looking out over the hall with a smile, Soo-hyun clarifies that he was excited in a good way.
Soo-hyun looks surprised as Hyun stares back at him with curiosity.
Looking directly at him, the orange-haired girl asks Soo-yeon if he wants to keep dancing of her. Back in the quiet garden, Yoonjae mentions an upcoming dance battle to a confused Hyun. Eunjae explains it is a 2-on-2 event and that she needs to find a partner to form a team.
Shocked, Hyun claims she doesn't know anyone who does battles, but Yoonjae points out that a perfect b-boy is right next to her.
Yoonjae refers to the person who performed the rainbow move today, reminding Hyun of Soo-hyun's gymnastics background. The girl turns around in realization.
Hyun frantically argues that Soo-hyun has never danced before, while Yoonjae looks on with a blank expression.
Stiff, awkward creaks sound as Soo-yeon executes clumsy moves on the balcony, prompting a spectator to ask him to stop.
Yoonjae laughs and says Soo-hyun's potential was obvious to everyone, leaving an embarrassed Hyun wondering what exactly he saw.
Eunjae tells Hyun not to worry about Soo-yeon being a beginner as the scene shifts back to the school. The girl looks on in wonder as the narration notes that dance isn't just about reaching a higher level.
Eun-jae explains that a partner's role is to fill the qualities that the other person lacks.
Soo-hyun is confused by the idea of another performance while the narration suggests he is the perfect fit for the team.
On the balcony, Hyun explains that she wants him for a dance battle rather than a routine, confident they can win.
Hyun points out that Soo-hyun's gymnastics background would allow him to learn b-boying moves very quickly, leaving him stunned.
A panicked Soo-hyun shouts in protest, unsure of how he could possibly manage such a task.
Hyun's sweat drops as she thinks to herself that asking him is still better than trying to bribe him. Hyun reflects on possible bribes like concert tickets or fan merchandise, but decides to stick to her current plan.
Soo-hyun scratches his head, arguing that gymnastics and dance are different and that physical ability alone isn't enough.
Looking dejected, the light-haired boy says he doesn't believe he has the right qualifications to be a dancer.
Hyun stares him down and firmly states that there is no such thing as qualifications in the world of street dance. Soo-hyun is left speechless by her conviction as the narration declares that he is the one she needs.
A visual montage shows that in every genre of street dance, there is no distinction between men and women. Different body types and heights are shown dancing side by side with joy.
Dancers are shown to be of all builds, from skinny individuals to those who are more muscular. A dancer with a prosthetic leg performs a powerful headstand move.
Street dance is shown to welcome everyone, from young children to energetic teenagers.
Even veterans in their 60s and 70s who helped create the genre are shown to still be actively involved. The style allows for all personalities to shine, from the calm and focused to the cheerful and energetic. Looking intense, Hyun asks Soo-hyun if he can still say he's not qualified after seeing how diverse the community is. The girl waits for his response as the atmosphere becomes heady. Heavy breaths sound from the dance club hallway as Soo-hyun calls out for Fen. Wearing sandals, Soo-hyun asks if he's doing the moves correctly, seeking the orange-haired girl's approval.
Soo-hyun performs clumsy moves while the orange-haired girl notes it is not quite right.
Hyun worries about their progress. A diagram notes the girl can dance but lacks stage confidence, while the light-haired boy has confidence but lacks skill.
Looking dejected, Soo-hyun admits he is struggling and asks Hyun for further guidance.
As Soo-hyun's confidence falters, Hyun panics and tries to offer him desperate encouragement. Soo-hyun loses his only strength.
Hyun has a secret plan to motivate him. A world tour poster appears.
Arriving at a diner, Soo-hyun expresses his gratitude for the meal.
Over a table full of food, Soo-hyun asks why she is suddenly treating him to a meal. Kyun realizes that the battle event overlaps with the date on her phone's concert poster.
A graphic shows that the dance event and the concert are scheduled back-to-back with no time for queuing.
Hyun urges him to eat before the food gets cold, deciding to delay their difficult conversation. Looking at her friend, Hyun wonders if she should still ask him for the favor.
A woman with short, wavy brown hair stands behind them, surprising Hyun by calling the place her restaurant.
Soo-hyun is terrified as his mother asks if he planned to freeload while Hyun watches in shock. A pained shout sounds as the woman pulls Soo-hyun toward the kitchen, scolding him for not resting at home.
Wearing an orange apron, Soo-hyun asks a stunned Hyun if she is hungry. Soo-hyun brings more food to the table.
The mother brings some soda to the table while it overflows with numerous dishes. The mother waves and offers more food while a confused Hyun thanks her.
Hyun scolds Soo-hyun for hiding his family restaurant, but he argues she told him to pick any place.
Hyun is moved to tears by the delicious recipes and the effort Soo-hyun put into the opening. Hyun sits before the feast, feeling even more guilty about her request. Hyun is shocked by something Soo-hyun said. The mother demands an explanation. Confusion fills the small restaurant. The mother insists on discipline.
Hyun gets the mother's attention.
Hyun offers to help them.
Shouts announce the grand opening of the new tteokbokki restaurant.
Staff members distribute orange flyers.
Dressed as a tteokbokki mascot, Soo-hyun holds flyers and asks passersby to visit the delicious new shop. Soo-hyun thanks Hyun for her help while she admits she did not realize how hard part-time jobs were.
Hyun nervously offers a flyer to a dismissive passerby. Hyun watches her discarded flyers with his sigh, feeling dejected.
A light tap sounds as Hyun resolves to talk to Soo-hyun properly after finishing her shift.
A heavy thud sounds as Hyun trips and a group of boys laughs at her mascot suit. Angrily, Hyun shouts at the bullies to stop as they run away while teasing her.
The mascot stands there speechless. Hyun spots a large advertisement featuring her sister, Haley, looking perfect.
Hyun picks up more flyers, feeling like her sister's image is mocking her current situation.
Hyun resolves to succeed through dance.
Soo-hyun starts a street performance.
Hyun watches Soo-hyun execute the basic dance steps she taught him while shouting about an SNS promotion.
Hyun calls him an idiot, but is surprised to hear passersby saying how cute the tteokbokki mascot is.
Customers decide to visit soon.
Soo-hyun continues his energetic promotion.
Soo-hyun tells the crowd not to be shot.
Kneeling on the pavement, the girl reflects that she is the one who looks like a ridiculous fool. The mascot's eye reveals a lack of courage to dance.
Hyun vents her frustration on her sister's perfect advertising posters.
Noticing her fall, Soo-hyun asks if she is resting.
Explaining her stumble, Hyun is surprised when Soo-yoon suddenly asks for a favor.
Pointing at the advertisement, Soo-hyun asks Hyun to dance alongside him.
Soo-yoon explains that he needs her skills to stop people from laughing at him.
Imagining his revenge, Soo-hyun expresses how satisfying it would be to prove them wrong.
Despite his embarrassment, Hyun notes that people actually found his mascot performance charming.
While Soo-yoon's clumsy dancing attracts amused fans, Hyun is left stunned by the crowd's reaction.
A sudden spark of determination fills the girl's eyes. Clasping her hands together, the mascot silently pleads for strength. They realize the costumes provide the perfect cover to hide their identities.
With a quick, firm top sounding, Hyun grips the railing and agrees to the plan.
As people beg for a performance, Hyun realizes her anonymity makes dancing far less intimidating. Feeling a surge of sudden confidence, Hyun urges Soo-hyun to follow her. A heavy thud sounds as Hyun marches toward a nearby shop, targeting their specific music style.
Voices call out in the distance as the scene shifts to others in the street.
Startled by a sudden shout, Hyun looks around with wide eyes. Finding her lost in thought, Soo-hyun asks what was on a lang. Soo-hyun notes her change in mood, leaving Hyun silent and reflective. Heavy beats sound as Hyun recalls her past experiences with public dancing.
She remembers the pressure of performing freestyle moves in front of an audience.
Soo-hyun suggests heading back now that their work is finished, but Hyun remains quiet.
Despite their progress, Hyun worries that she hasn't truly overcome her crippling stage fright.
The night sky settles over the city as Soo-hyun prepares for his concert wait. Soo-hyun wonders if waiting at the bus stop is for the concert entry.
Soo-hyun reassures her about the wait, mentioning the special invitation tickets she provided. He explains that her tickets allow for immediate entry, provided she isn't late. Hyun admits she was only looking for a reason to delay the inevitable. Soo-hyun notices her exhaustion and wonders if she is pushing herself too hard.
The stuffy mascot costume finally takes its toll on their energy.
Spectators marvel at the dancing mascot, unaware of the fatigue behind the suit.
Her energy is completely different now, showing a skill far beyond her previous performances.
Soo-hyun wonders why such an expert dancer would choose a complete beginner as her partner.
Watching her eat, he begins to see a different side of her personality.
A quiet moment passes between them on the park bench.
A sharp snap sounds as Soo-hyun reacts in sudden shock to his realization.
Panic sets in for Soo-hyun while Hyun watches him with a confused expression.
Resolving to stay calm, Soo-hyun decides to rely on his usual strengths.
Crowds begin to gather at the outdoor festival venue.
A heavy beat sounds as the main stage for the dance festival is revealed.
Hyun encourages him to simply do what he knows best to succeed.
Confused by her advice, Soo-hyun is told to observe the diverse crowd.
Hyun points out that most of the audience are just curious passersby.
She challenges him to find a way to truly capture their interest.
Recalling a previous failure, Soo-hyun listens as Hyun explains why simple beginner moves won't work. Hyun suggests that he uses gymnastic background to perform impressive acrobatics instead.
Executing a powerful move, Soo-hyun realizes he is halfway to becoming a real performer. The crowd erupts in cheers, proving that flashy moves are the key to their attention.
High-energy music sounds as the Youth Division dance battle preliminaries officially begin.
A smartphone screen displays a b-boying tutorial as a new chapter in training begins. While riding the bus, Soo-hyun wonders if he can master a two-handed pop move through self-practice after watching numerous b-boy videos. He reflects that without his intensive video research, he never would have received such an enthusiastic crowd reaction.
Shifting his weight midair, the boy transitions from using two hands to just one during a daring move.
A thud sounds as Soo-hyun holds an impressive freeze on stage, prompting the announcer to marvel at his unexpected skill.
While the audience notes the high level of talent among the students, the brown-haired judge in the bucket hat remains silent and observant.
Looking utterly unimpressed, the official judge rests his chin on his hands, maintaining a stoic expression. Nearby dancers note that a fundamental truth about street dance should be obvious to everyone present. Despite the flashy pose, the narration suggests that what Soo-hyun is doing doesn't qualify as actual dancing.
As the announcer introduces Team D4, the judge internally critiques the performer's clumsy footwork and lack of technical refinement.
Hyun, wearing a mask and cap to hide her face, takes the lead with a powerful dance move that catches the judge's eye.
The judge hopes that her partner won't display the same lack of technique she just showcased.
Performing with her HUD down, the orange-haired girl feels a sense of grim inevitability about her performance. Hyun's vision blurs as her nerves take over, leaving her feeling physically ill under the bright stage lights. She imagines herself as a tiny figure surrounded by hundreds of judgmental eyes looking down on her dance. She recalls the grueling week they spent practicing while working as tteokbokki mascots.
Lively music sounds as the two mascots dance in the street, drawing cheers and curiosity from the passing crowd.
Reinvigorated by the memory, Hyun executes a series of sharp, fluid movements that leave the judge looking stunned.
A montage of quick footwork shows the girl's technical mastery as she spins and slides across the stage.
With a sudden, heavy thud sounding, Hyun finishes her routine with an aggressive and perfectly timed pose. Looking down at his clipboard, the judge reflects that matters will eventually resolve themselves. A bead of sweat rolls down the judge's face as he stares at the stage in genuine shock. A loud shout sounds as the scene shifts back to the festival venue following the performance.
Standing before a dejected Hyun, Soo-yeon is confused when she claims to have completely ruined their routine.
Curled up on a park bench, the girl laments that after a decent start, her performance became a total disaster.
Soo-yeon watches her silently as she admits she still has a long journey ahead to overcome her stage fright. He recalls his own performance, noting that he was able to be completely shameless despite his lack of skill. Looking upside down and grinning, the boy views her critique as the highest possible compliment.
The scene transitions as a man in a suit discusses the necessary qualities of a true performer.
The energetic announcer gathers the crowd's attention to reveal which teams have successfully advanced to the finals.
He explains that the final round will shift to an official team versus team battle format.
Soo-yeon is thrilled by the news, but a miserable Hyun snaps at him, insisting that she already failed them.
Hyun notes that high expectations lead to greater disappointment, while Soo-yeon remains hopeful for a miracle.
The girl stands alone in the crowd as the announcer calls out the winning teams one by one.
Panic sets in for Soo-yeon as the announcer reaches the final spot and their team still hasn't been mentioned.
Hyun stands with her back to the camera, staring at the stage with a heavy heart. She realizes that her success might actually be possible despite her internal doubts.
Flashbacks show that a more prestigious dance event scheduled for the same day drew away the most experienced competitors.
The girl looks down as she understands that the absence of elite dancers has lowered the threshold for the current competition.
Shouts of joy erupt as the announcer finalizes the list of the 16 teams advancing to the finals.
As the winners are directed toward the staff, Soo-yeon calls out to his partner.
Hyun looks away, fully expecting their journey to end right there in the preliminaries.
Feeling guilty, Soo-yeon apologizes for his performance, though he maintains that she was excellent.
Suddenly adjusting her cap and smiling brightly, Hyun suggests they celebrate their hard work with some lunch.
As she walks away, she mentions using his mascot paycheck for a delicious meal, but shuts down his suggestion of tteokbokki.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as the announcer begs them to wait, causing Soo-yeon to stop in his tracks. Hyun turns back in surprise as the man reveals that their team actually tied with the last group called. A wrestling sound follows as the MC explains that both tied teams must now compete in a second round of preliminaries.
Adjusting her cap once more, Hyun prepares herself as the announcer details the upcoming tiebreaker.
The stage lights flare as the MC confirms the tiebreaker will follow the same high-stakes format as the finals. The announcer confirms the upcoming battle will be a 2 versus 2 freestyle format. Hyun looks on in utter shock and confusion at the sudden rule change.
She reflects on how quickly the competition shifted into a group battle.
Feeling completely overwhelmed, the girl begins to metaphorically crumble as Soo-hyun watches with concern.
As the music starts, Soo-yeon asks about the energetic track, which a stressed Hyun identifies as house music. Soo-yeon questions the specific footwork of the genre, while Hyun begs him to stop talking. Considering the music, Soo-hyun wonders if he should attempt the b-boy steps she previously taught him. Smiling confidently, the boy declares that he will take charge of the first round.
3 days earlier, a sudden shout of surprise echoes inside a city bus. Soo-yeon is stunned to learn the competition is a team entry test, while Hyun apologizes for the late revelation. Recalling a conversation with a black-haired man, Soo-yeon realizes he was chosen to test Hyun's ability to carry a beginner.
The dizzying reality of his role in the test leaves Soo-hyun's head spinning. Soo-yeon suggests that Hyun should focus on her own individual practice starting tomorrow, leaving her confused. Recalling their training and mascot work, Soo-yeon worries that she won't have enough time for her own routines.
Hyun tells him to stop worrying, but the boy insists she must master the fundamental steps.
When she asks if he plans to train alone until the battle, he confirms with a shot.
Looking determined, Soo-yeon resolves to return to the intense training methods he has always known.
He recalls the grueling routine of his former days in a competitive sports club.
He remembers the relentless grind required to win medals in his past life as an athlete.
Training on gymnastic rings, Soo-yeon's past dedication is revealed through his impressive physical form.
Back in the present, he successfully manages to perform his routine at the dance competition.
The boy executes a powerful and dynamic move on the stage. His hands blur with speed as he maintains a difficult pose.
Spinning rapidly, Soo-yeon puts his full effort into the freestyle performance.
Sweat pours down his face as he maintains his intense focus during the routine.
Hyun watches him from the side of the stage with a silent, steady pace. A series of quick movements show the boy's athleticism as he dances across the floor. He continues his high-energy performance, pushing himself to the limit. However, the audience remains unimpressed by what they perceive as just basic, unrefined steps.
The narration notes that the atmosphere is far less enthusiastic than the previous round.
Looking down with a masked face, Hyun seems to have finally cracked under the immense pressure.
Sitting at the judges' table, the man in the bucket hat thinks of the black-haired man, Yoon-jae. The girl stands alone on stage, appearing small and defeated.
Laughter rings out as the scene shifts to the city street following their elimination.
Soo-hyun tries to find a silver lining, noting they won't be late for their concert now.
He regrets not practicing harder, but Hyun reassures him that his performance was surprisingly good.
Hyun waves goodbye and heads toward school, leaving a confused Sooyeon behind before their planned meal.
She walks down the sidewalk alone, her head bowed as passersby move around her.
Reaching the edge of the park, she continues her solitary walk with her backpack on.
Stopping in her tracks, the orange-haired girl looks up at the sky with tears in her eyes.
She smiles through her tears, telling herself that such a failure was to be expected.
Her phone rings and she answers with a shaky voice, addressing the caller as Yoon-jae.
Sitting in a cafe, Yoon-jae explains that the next phase will be the final test. He mentions hearing about the day's events from a friend and explains his true judging criteria.
Walking through the park, Hyun listens as he claims she would have passed easily.
He brings up her psychological struggles, but Hayan admits she feels even more unqualified for his team.
Memories of Sooyeon asking her to dance on stage flash through her mind.
Yoon-jae is left speechless by her sudden admission of self-doubt.
On a separate call, Yoon-jae asks the judge how she performed and learns she was visibly nervous.
The judge notes that while she was predictable, someone else in the routine was the real surprise.
Grinning upside down, Soohan recalls the tall man who danced with his partner. Observing them closely, the girl notes that those types are actually the most frightening. Smiling while on a phone call, Yoon-jae seems pleased with how things are proceeding.
Hayan answers her phone as Yoon-jae explains he has a specific favor to ask of her. Yoon-jae continues the call, asking if she could possibly bring Sooyeon along with her.
A colorful display showcases several different ongoing manhwa series available for readers.
Sooyeon is ecstatic about being invited for a meal, while the orange-haired girl confirms it's true.
Sooyeon is confused why they are at a rental studio instead of heading to a restaurant.
Having accepted the second test, the pair arrives at the studio for their final evaluation.
Yoon-jae's voice echoes in her mind, repeating his request to bring Soohem with her. Hyun points out the door, explaining that they were instructed to wait inside the studio.
As they enter the room, someone inside asks if they have finally arrived.
Hyun is startled to see two strangers in school uniforms waiting for them inside the studio.
Feeling awkward, the orange-haired girl worries that they might be disturbing the two students.
Sitting with her legs crossed, the silver-haired girl Oh In-se is introduced as a specialist in whacking and voking.
Oh Un-se feels annoyed as she recalls being assigned the last slot at a dance festival.
A rhythmic tune plays as she waits on stage, growing increasingly frustrated by the long delay.
Suddenly, her attention is caught by the music blasting from the large speakers above. Hearing the familiar melody, the silver-haired girl realizes she recognizes the track instantly.
She recalls being obsessed with the song, often falling asleep in class while listening to it on repeat.
A powerful bass line fills the air, resonating through her entire body.
Grinning beneath her long bangs, Yoon-se is delighted that her favorite song is finally playing.
Watching the previous team perform to the track, she hopes the song won't end before her turn begins.
The energetic announcer shouts for the performer to leave the stage because their time is up.
The DJ mutes the music as the masked performer apologizes for getting too absorbed in the dance.
The MC calls for a new beat, while the DJ decides to switch tracks to reset the mood.
As the announcer introduces the next group, Yoonse's partner is confused by her sudden stillness.
Back in the studio, Hyun apologizes for her performance, admitting she was far too nervous on stage.
Looking at the seated duo, Hyun begins to suspect she recognizes their identities.
She asks if they are the famous team that emerged victorious in the recent battle competition.
Sooyeon enthusiastically praises their victory while the orange-haired girl listens in shock.
Sooyeon touches Yoonse's hair and compliments her bangs, causing the silver-haired girl to look murderous. Exploding in anger, Yoonse screams at him to get his hands off her hair immediately.
Cheers erupt as the MC officially begins the final round of the youth battle category.
The crowd roars as a dancer named Wacker Kimu takes the stage to perform first.
Performing with incredible energy, Kimu's dance style captures the attention of everyone watching.
A flurry of motion shows Kimo executing a series of aggressive and technical whacking moves.
Looking focused and fierce, the dancer pushes herself to maintain her intensity.
Kimu finishes a sequence on one knee while staring back at Yoonse, who is standing behind her. Yoons remains completely unimpressed, scrolling through her phone while her opponent dances.
Distracted by something on her screen, Yoonse looks up with a look of pure indifference. Someone places their phone down as the narration reflects on her infuriating level of confidence.
Enraged by being ignored, Kimu vows to make her arrogant opponent regret her attitude.
Dancing with renewed aggression, Kimu sweeps her hair back to maintain direct eye contact.
Kimu stands inches away from Yoonse, reaching out as if to physically challenge her.
With a sudden, quick whoosh sounding, Kimu performs a dramatic move right in front of her rival.
A text overlay reveals that Yoonse hates people touching her hair or taking her belongings.
Trembling with a silent rage, Yoonse's eye twitches as she reaches her breaking point.
A pair of scissors and a roll of yellow tape sit waiting on the stage floor. The crowd counts down as Kimo finishes her turn and Yoonse prepares to finally retaliate. The announcer calls Dada to the stage while the crowd cheers, though several spectators are left bewildered and questioning why she is carrying a pair of scissors.
On the stage, the other performer and the DJ express their shock and confusion, questioning if Yoonse has lost her mind as she prepares to dance. The girl looks on with shock.
Soohyun watches in disbelief as Yoonse begins a nonchalant whacking routine while dangerously wielding the scissors.
The brown-haired girl realizes she was worried for nothing, noting that Yoonse frequently performs unpredictable stunts, though she still questions what the dancer is doing.
Yoonse holds a section of her silver hair and prepares to cut it mid-performance.
A lock of hair falls as the song's lyrics describe meeting eye to eye.
With a menacing grin, Yoonse stares through her scissors while the music emphasizes making contact.
Eunse continues her aggressive routine while the lyrics continue to play.
Bright lights shine above the stage.
Soohyun reflects on the incredible atmosphere that filled the audience during the performance. Striking a proud pose, Yoonse finishes her routine as Soohyun compares the crowd's energy to that of a professional Maintaina concert.
Soohyun is absolutely floored and yells in disbelief when the silver-haired girl admits she has no idea who the world-famous star Maintaina is.
Yoonse quickly changes the subject, shouting that she is there for a specific reason.
Back in the present, Yoonse aggressively informs the orange-haired girl that she is there to administer the final test in place of Yoonjae.
Soohyun is surprised to learn they share a connection with Yoonjae, while the silver-haired girl looks at him with annoyance. Yoons demands the orange-haired girl's attention, repeating with irritation that she is there to conduct the final test. Soohyun watches the exchange with a stunned expression.
Soohyun recalls staying until the very end of the event despite his intense excitement for the MTA concert.
The orange-haired girl stands with her head bowed, feeling unqualified to teach Soohyun anything about dancing.
Yoonse bluntly tells Hyun to leave if she lacks confidence, declaring her disqualified from the test while a shocked Soohyun pleads for more time. The girl looks up with concern.
Yoon smirks while sitting arrogantly, confirming the final test will be a battle against her.
The man in the suit notes that the music for the battle will be chosen randomly.
He prepares to decide the order of the performance.
A quick sudden spin sounding as the man flickers a water bottle on the floor to decide which dancer will perform first.
Yoons taunts the orange-haired girl, noting that while Yoonjae might like her, she performed poorly and stuttered on stage.
A sudden heavy stomp sounding as Yoon's sneaker slams down onto the plastic water bottle. Yoonse maintains her intimidating stance while crushing the bottle under her foot. A sharp, loud smack sounding as the crushed bottle is kicked away, and Yoonse warns that repeating her previous failure will not be tolerated. Yoonse leans in close, coldly informing Hyun that there will be no second chances and she will be out immediately if she messes up. Yoonse suddenly executes a high kick right next to the startled orange-haired girl.
Yoonse demonstrates her agility and skill with a series of sharp, aggressive movements around Hyun.
The silver-haired girl spin-foot skate.
Soohyun watches the dynamic dance routine with an amazed expression.
Yoonse continues her high-energy dance routine.
Yoons focuses with a sharp, intense gaze.
Yoonse executes a stylish and confident pose.
Soohyun reflects on the events that day.
Hyun remembers how Yoonse appeared completely unfocused and distracted during her opponent's turn at the battle.
A text box reveals that Yoonse was actually daydreaming about prize money and shopping while her opponent performed.
Soohyun notices the man in the suit is also present.
Hyun remains silent as she observes her surroundings.
Soohyun questions the man for reading instead of supporting his friend, noting that with only 2 people present, there is effectively just 1 audience member.
The orange-haired girl pumps her fist, resolving to overcome her stage fright.
Hyun looks on with quiet determination. Soohyun is impressed by the girl's extraordinary skills.
Soohyun notes that seeing such talent stirs up his own competitive spirit.
Hyun prepares to dance her dan. Hyun stands tall against Yoonse, determined to deliver a metaphorical solid punch with her performance. Yoonse notes that the look in the orange-haired girl's eyes has finally changed.
Hyun resolves to begin her performance as well. Hyun executes a powerful opening dance pose.
Yoons is startled by how quickly her turn ended.
Hajin announces time is up, while Soohyun is shocked to be watched and Yoonse shouts at him. Hajin declares it is Hyun's turn as she launches into her routine.
Hyun performs sharp movements while Yoonse watches in confusion.
Hyun continues her high-energy dance performance.
The narration identifies the style as whacking. A flashback reveals that Hyun recently learned this dance genre. Soohyun excitedly asks if it is the same dance, while Yoonse questions if it is whacking.
Soohyun notes how different each of her dances is, while Yoonse finds the performance crazy.
Hyun continues her sequence while the narrator reflects on her perceived failure. Hyun strikes a confident and stylish pose.
Hyun moves with intense fluidity and power.
Multiple panels capture the sharp precision of Hyun's dax. A flashback shows Yoonse standing before another female dancer.
Soohyun compliments Yoonse on her new haircut while she reacts with frustration.
Yoonse reflects on how much interest people take in her hair.
Yoonse challenges Hyun to battle, while the orange-haired girl gestures for silence.
Hyun executes a dynamic and powerful high kick.
Eunse leans back as Hyun moves with overwhelming energy.
Hyun continues her intense and rhythmic routine.
Hyun drops into a dramatic backbend on the floor.
Soohyun watches the performance in absolute disbelief. Soohyun reflects on how many times he has seen Hyun dance. Hyun reaches high during her expressive routine.
Hyun stands tall with a look of intense focus.
Hyun's current performance reminds Soo-yeon of a cast member.
Soo-yeon considers the performance to be truly perfect.
Hyun pushes herself, deciding her current effort is not enough.
Hyun's hair flows as she dances with renewed intensity. Hyun continues her routine with a confident smile.
Soo-yeon realizes this is the only way forward.
Hyun strikes a final, stylish pose.
Hyun resolves that she can finally repay her debt.
Hyun and Soo-yeon share a moment of realization.
The two friends look at each other with wide smiles.
Hyun asks why Soo-yeon is there, while Yoon-se accuses them of dating, and Soo-yeon notes another misunderstanding.
Yoon-se demands the next song to win, while Hajin complains about being sleepy and the others laugh.
A sudden light tap sounding as a hand is placed on Yoon-se's head. Eun-jae smiles as he asks if his sister has been causing trouble.
Hyun questions what trouble he means, while Soo-yeon mentions they are in the middle of a test.
Yoon-jae explains that Yoon-se took it upon herself to conduct the evaluation.
Yoon-se tells her brother to stop touching her hair, while he suggests everyone relax and speak casually.
Jo Ha-jin and Eun-jae introduce the School of Street competition.
Eun-jae enthusiastically confirms the details.
Yoon-jae explains that the participants will be teen dancers like them.
Hyun is stunned by the sudden turn of events.
Soo-yeon asks about the final test, and Yoon-jae reveals it requires performing on a much larger stage.
The black-haired man explains the potential for a participant to perform with full intensity on the upcoming show.
Standing in shock, Hyun learns that a successful performance on the show guarantees an immediate pass.
Smiling broadly, Yoon-jae informs the group that he will be evaluating the final performances by watching the televised broadcast.
Hyun is visibly rattled by the realization of how high the stakes have become.
Looking terrified, the orange-haired girl reflects on the massive scale of the competition being broadcast to a worldwide audience.
Hyun stands frozen in a single spotlight on a dark stage, overwhelmed by her unresolved stage fright while surrounded by recording equipment.
Soo-yeon cheers enthusiastically for his friend from the balcony, though Hyun remains consumed by her internal panic.
Hyun stares forward with a shaky expression, realizing that Yoon-jae intends to force her to confront her fear head-on.
Sitting with an arrogant posture, Yoon-se complains about the small number of potential team members that have been gathered.
Eun-se shouts in frustration at her brother, while Hyun looks on with confusion as Yoon-jae tries to calm the situation.
Hyun asks for clarification regarding the team members while Yoon-jae prepares to explain the situation.
Eun-jae explains that the competition rules require a minimum of 4 members to form a participating team.
Yoon-se reacts with rage as Yoon-jae points out that her difficult personality has made it impossible to find willing teammates.
Yoon-jae looks at the small group and expresses his hope that they will form a team together, though he leaves the final decision to them.
Turning his attention toward the boy, Yoon-jae mentions that there is one specific person he is interested in choosing for the team. Yoon-jae smiles as he addresses Choi Soo-hyun directly, beginning a proposal.
Soo-yeon is caught off guard but quickly agrees when Eun-jae asks to speak with him privately.
Hyun is left bewildered as Yoon-jae sends the rest of the group to a restaurant, promising to buy them a large meal later.
Soo-yeon's eyes sparkle with intense excitement as he realizes the invitation is for the major street dance competition.
A sudden, loud shout sounding as Soo-hyun's voice echoes through the empty studio.
Soo-yeon is completely floored by the offer to join the prestigious dance event. Sitting together in the quiet studio, Soo-hyun hesitates to accept while Yoon-jae begins to explain his reasoning.
Eun-jae smiles warmly and asks Soo-hyun if he truly loves the art of dancing.
Soo-hyun is briefly startled, but he quickly reassures Yoon-jae that his love for dance is genuine.
Looking down at his feet, Soo-hyun recalls how Hyun had previously asked him the exact same question.
Soo-yeon reflects on the incredible passion and skill he has seen from both Hyun and Yoon-se during their performances.
Standing alone, Soo-yeon realizes how much his perspective on dance has shifted recently. Yoon-jae notes Soo-yeon's positive expression and is pleased to see the boy's growing interest.
Yoon-jae mentions that a judge from a recent battle had high praise for Soo-yeon's performance.
Yoon-jae relays the judge's assessment that Soo-hyun's potential makes him a formidable and intimidating competitor.
Soo-yeon is absolutely stunned by the high praise, while Yoon-jae confirms that he shares the same opinion.
Yoon-jae looks at the boy with a greedy expression, admitting he wants Soo-yeon's talent for himself.
Yoon-jae points out that Soo-hyun's gymnastics background gives him a massive physical advantage and a lack of fear regarding others' opinions. Soo-yeon worries about being out of practice, but Yoon-jae explains that a fresh start is actually better for learning street dance styles. Soo-hyun admits that he is actually quite frightened because of a significant promise he made to his mother. The boy reveals that the weight of that promise is what truly scares him.
Eun-jae is moved by Soo-hyun's earnest and student-like honesty. Laughing off his previous intensity, Yoon-jae suggests they join the others for a meet dinner to relax. As they walk through the city, Yoon-jae reflects on the importance of letting Soo-yeon decide his own path.
Yoon-jae encourages Soo-yeon to continue his passion for dance in whatever capacity he chooses.
Soo-yeon is surprised to learn that Eun-jae only started dancing as a hobby in college before becoming a professional. Yoon-jae explains that street dance is unique because it doesn't require a lifetime of training to reach a professional level. A flashback emphasizes that street dance is open to anyone, regardless of their background or qualifications. Eun-jae walks with his hands behind his head, expressing his hope that Soo-yeon will continue to dance alongside Hyo-yeon.
Soo-yeon is confused by the request, questioning why he should be the one to dance with her. The boy looks at Eun-jae, waiting for an explanation as to why his presence is so important to Hyun.
Eun-jae sighs and decides to reveal a secret he had been keeping to himself.
Eun-jae reveals that Soo-hyun was actually the one who helped Hyun overcome her paralyzing stage fright on 2 separate occasions.
Soo-yeon is stunned as Eun-jae explains that dancing with him is the only way Hyun will ever fully conquer her fear.
Eun-jae clarifies that while he wants to help Hyun, he is primarily asking Soo-yeon because of the boy's undeniable talent.
Soo-yeon wonders if the show School of Street would actually accept him. He recalls his past as a gymnast, training without the weight of expectations.
He remembers how much fun it was to simply dance with Hyun.
With newfound determination, Soo-yeon shouts that he wants to keep dancing with Hyun.
Meanwhile, meat sizzles on the grill.
Jo Ha-jin prepares to enjoy a meal. Hyun questions Yoon-se for making decisions alone, while Yoon-se retorts that she is the only one fit to decide.
The two girls erupt into a loud argument over their eagerness to join the competition.
Ha-jin ponders his choice of Leals.
Yoon-jae interrupts the chaos, introducing Soo-young to the others as a potential teammate.
As Yoon-jae explains they will dance together, he is met with a confused and silent reaction.
Staring at the intense atmosphere at the table, Yoon-jae wonders why everyone is so tense.
A dance battle for teens begins.
The competition's website encourages aspiring street dancers to check for updates.
The rules state that any format or concept is welcome as long as a dance video is uploaded.
Hyun notes the approaching deadline and mentions their plan to form their own teams. Hyun explains that Yoon-jae suggested simply editing their individual clips together for the submission.
Yoon shouts that there is nothing wrong with that since there are no specific format rules.
A hand slams onto the table. Hyun stands up and argues that such a half-hearted submission would lead to immediate elimination. She insists they need proper team choreography, promising to include solo parts for freestyle dancers.
Yoon mocks the idea of laughing at the thought of finishing choreography before the looming deadline. Staring her down, Hyun tells Yoon-se that she simply needs to follow the lead.
Eun-se takes offense, accusing Hyun of crossing the line and questioning who should be following whom. Hyun tries to de-escalate, offering to follow Yoon-se's lead if it means they can properly prepare.
Eun-se continues her taunts, asking if Hyun is only scared because her true skills might be exposed.
Laughing, Yoon-se questions what Hyun could possibly achieve alone with her current level of skill.
Hyun is reduced to tears, doubting her ability to pass the final test under these conditions.
Eun-se snaps that she is going to the bathroom when Hyun asks where she is going.
Silence falls over the dining table.
Ha-jin requests a new table while Eun-jae politely agrees to the task.
Ha-jin reflects on the state of the table and the crumbling team dynamic. Ha-jin decides they should listen to Hyun first, who lets out a defeated sigh.
Hyun realizes that Yoon-se likely has no intention of ever teaming in with her. She finds it strange, believing her performance earlier was good and free of stage fright. Soo-hyun suddenly shouts in a panic, worrying that her performance simply wasn't impressive enough.
Yoon-jae reassures Hyun that the issue isn't a lack of talent on her part.
He tells the orange-haired girl to worry about other things instead of Yoon-se's approval.
Yoon-jae reflects that Yoon-se would sooner quit the competition than work with someone she dislikes.
Walking outside, Yoon-se grumbles about the distance to the bathroom and her overall annoyance.
Yoon-se encounters a group of students.
A brown-haired girl smoking a cigarette notes that Yoon-se hasn't been answering her phone.
Yoon-se acts surprised by the mention of a phone, while the girl notes she doesn't seem busy.
Checking her empty pockets, Yoon-se asks where her phone is while the girl suspects she is acting.
Yoon-se demands to know what they want and tells them to speak up right there.
The brown-haired girl stares at Yoon-se with a look of stern disapproval.
Yoon brings up the School of Street participation, assuming the team details were already settled. Standing tall against the white-haired girl, the speaker declares she is leaving the team. The girl explains her relief at Yoon-se leaving, while Yoon-se demands to know the reason for the confrontation. The brown-haired girl accuses Yoon-se of convincing a specific person not to join their team.
Yoon-jae notes that the rumors about Yoon-se and her teammates' performance at the last battle seem true.
A brown-haired girl angrily confronts Yoon-se, telling her to leave the team quietly and questioning why she is blocking new members from joining.
The brown-haired girl fumes with frustration. Yoon-se walks away while waving a hand in front of her face, complaining about the other girl's bad breath and telling her to quit smoking.
The brown-haired girl is visibly irritated that Yoon-se has the nerve to lecture her about her smoking habit. The former teammate declares she is leaving Yoon-se's team but clarifies that she is definitely not quitting the School of Street competition.
Eun-se turns back with a smug expression, announcing that Jo Ha-jin will be participating in the competition alongside her.
The brown-haired girl is shocked by the news, while Yoon-se just grins and asks if she has ever actually seen the boy practice. Yoon-se looks back with a mocking glint in her eyes, wondering if the other girl could even handle a weirdo like Ha-jin. A sudden, violent coughing fit sounding prompts someone to shout for water at the dinner table.
Back in the alleyway, the brown-haired girl is confused and demands to know what Yoon-se meant by calling Hajin a weirdo.
Yoon smiles maliciously, suggesting that the girl wouldn't have associated with him in the first place if she knew the truth.
The brown-haired girl erupts into laughter.
Her laughter quickly turns into rage.
Incensed by the disrespect, the brown-haired girl charges forward and demands that Yoon-se repeat those words.
Eun-se flinches back and shouts for the other girl to stay away as Soo-yeon's phone falls into view.
The brown-haired girl swings aggressively, but Yoon-se manages to evade the strike with a frantic movement. The girl tells Yoon-se to watch her mouth and stop disrespecting people, but her face is tight with fury.
Yoon-se regains her composure and tells her former teammate to shut her trap.
Soo-yeon suddenly appears and grabs Yoon-se's arm, causing both girls to look at him with confusion.
Eun-se is not pleased and gives Soo-hun exactly 3 seconds to get his hands off of her.
Soo-yeon ignores the threat and explains that he brought her phone to her because it kept ringing and he thought it was urgent. Soo-yeon innocently asks who is calling, while the brown-haired girl watches the interaction with bewilderment.
The former teammate looks at Sehyu and wonders if he is the weirdo Yoon-se was referring to earlier. She remembers Yoon-se's earlier comment about not answering her phone and realizes the boy might be involved. Seeing the brown-haired girl's aggressive stance, Soo-hyun warns her to hold back and stay calm.
Soo-yeon moves his handprint pretty in.
He places his arm out to block the girl, mentioning that if the crazy bitch in question is this person, she is certainly living up to her name. The brown-haired girl is taken aback, asking who Soo-yeon is and if he is Yoon-se's boyfriend.
Soo-yeon is baffled by the question and quickly denies being Yoon-se's boyfriend. He clarifies that he is simply a member of Yoon-se's team for the School of Street competition.
The former teammate remains skeptical of him.
A flashback shows Soo-hyun's mediocre performance at a battle, leading the girl to wonder if he was just carried by his partners. She laughs mockingly, asking if he is really the best teammate Yoon-se could find, and how long he has been dancing.
Soo-yeon rubs the back in his neck.
The brown-haired girl continues her taunts, claiming their level is low and they will definitely be eliminated in the preliminaries.
In a dual flashback, both the brown-haired girl and Yoon-se recall thinking that Soo-yeon was a terrible dancer during the battle.
The girl tells Yoon-se she is talking nonsense, refusing to believe Soo-yeon has any real talent.
Yoon stands her ground, insisting that because she is so skilled, a win is guaranteed no matter who she teams up with.
The girl laughs it off as a bluff, accusing Yoon-se of just wanting to be carried by Jo Ha-jin.
The two girls finally clash aggressively. The brown-haired girl is shocked by Yoon-se's aggression but insists that she can back up her own words.
She stares at Yoon-se with wide house.
Yoon laughs hysterically while poking at the other girl's cheek, mocking her reaction to the confrontation.
She continues to taunt her, calling her a bitch and noting that she was scared even before being hit. Yoon leans in with a terrifying expression, clarifying that the girl isn't even the person saved as crazy bitch in her phone because she doesn't deserve the title.
Soo-yeon shouts in frustration at the tall idiot while the brown-haired girl is left speechless.
As they walk away together, Yoon-se fumes at Soo-hyun for showing up and making it look like they are dating.
Soo-yeon stops and looks back at her, asking why she is laughing after such a heated argument.
He reflects on Yoon-se's claim of a guaranteed win, realizing that it was all just a bold bluff on her part.
Yoon-se aggressively shakes Soo-hyun while shouting that something was not true.
Looking incredibly frustrated, Yoon-se suggests an alternative plan.
Sitting on Soo-hyun's shoulders as they walk, Yoon-se asks if she can be tested by him just as Hyun is tested by Yoon-jae.
Soo-yeon worries that his lack of dance skills is a more pressing issue than anyone's stage fright.
Yoon-se stares intensely as Soo-yeon begs for a chance to work hard, pondering the mention of stage fright.
The pair continues down the alleyway in silence.
Yoon-se bursts into the restaurant and loudly calls out for Seung-hoon as the shopkeeper welcomes them.
Hyeon and the others look on in surprise as Yoon-jae mentions the earlier battle.
Standing tall at the entrance, Yoon-se declares that everyone will be involved this time around.
Yoon-se explains to the crowded restaurant that the winner of their challenge will become the unconditional leader.
The white-haired girl demands a deal as the shopkeeper watches with a blank expression.
Yoon-jae smiles awkwardly and reassures the shopkeeper that the situation isn't what it looks like.
Hyeon admits she is tired of fighting, while the shopkeeper politely asks the rowdy customers to leave.
Hyun notes the need to understand each other's styles for choreography and suggests they check them now. Grinning maliciously, Yoon-se adds that anyone who fails the test will be immediately kicked off the team.
When Ha-jin expresses concern, Yoon-se shouts at him to just be the water boy and cook the meat.
Eun-se turns to the tall boy Soo-hyun and informs him that this is the test she is giving him.
Yoon-se prepares to reveal the details of the test while Soo-yeon enthusiastically agrees.
Soo-yeon is pumped up, declaring that a 4-person dance battle sounds like incredible fun.
Yoons looks skeptical, wondering aloud if the format should be a 2-on-2 or a 4-way free-for-all.
The scene shifts back to their mock together. A flashback reveals Soo-hyun performing a difficult handstand move during a past street battle. The boy executes a dynamic spinning move while supported by only his hands.
A series of panels show Soo-hyun's footwork as he completes the impressive maneuver.
A brown-haired girl in the background of the memory asks Soo-hyun how long he has been dancing.
In the present, Soo-yeon rubs the back of his neck with a modest expression.
Yoonse turns her back to the group and calls out to Sung-hyun one more time.
Hyun asks what she wants now, and Yoonse admits that she might have been a little bit wrong before.
With a smug look, Yoonse tells the orange-haired girl that she should probably be a bit nervous.
Hyun is left alone with her thoughts.
The day of the promise test finally arrives at the SLK dance practice room. The official order is set alphabetically, meaning Sung-hyun and Oh Yoonse will perform their pieces first.
Yoonse takes the floor in a black lace top, performing a high-energy and technical routine.
The white-haired girl showcases her precision and skill through a series of sharp rhythmic movements. Hyun, wearing a beanie and baggy clothes, prepares herself to step into the center next. The silhouettes of the four teammates flicker as they prepare for the high-stakes evaluation.
A lighter is sparked as a reminder that failure means certain elimination from the team.
Soo-yeon watches the proceedings with an excited and eager expression.
Hyun's long, teal-streaked hair flows as she turns to face her turn in the spotlight.
The orange-haired girl begins to sweat as the pressure of the moment weighs on her.
The large crowd of onlookers watches as Hyun walks toward the center of the practice floor. Standing alone amidst the crowd, Hyun prepares to showcase the results of her training.
Yoonse reflects that this is the most important decision for determining who wins and who loses. Yoon strikes a final pose, basking in the enthusiastic cheers of the audience.
A formal introduction identifies Oh Eun-jae as the perfect leader of the street dance team top floor.
Yoon-jae is described as a cheat character who excels at dancing, academics, and possesses incredible looks.
Holding up a phone with his picture, Yoonse announces that she is organizing a fan meeting for him this weekend.
The news causes a stir among the other students, while someone tells Yoonse to slow down.
Yoonse tells Yoon-jae to clear his schedule, but he remains completely exhausted by her demands.
Yoon-jae reacts with pure disbelief, questioning why she thinks he would ever agree to such a crazy plan.
Girls at the National Arts High School discuss the difficulty of dealing with Eunse despite their mutual interest in Yoon-jae.
The white-haired girl narrows her eyes as someone calls out to her. A group of students from other departments gather to ask if they can meet Yoon-jae. Grinning mischievousness with her sharp teeth, Yoonse welcomes the crowd and promises to take good care of them.
Eunse informs the gathered girls that she has a favor to ask them before the fan meeting.
From a distance, the crowd watches as Yoonse asks them to judge which teammate performs the better routine.
Soo-hyun reflects that his own lack of skill is a more pressing issue than his teammate's stage fright. Yoonse is surprised by the sudden mention of stage fright.
Back in the practice room, Yoonse decides to use this opportunity to test the situation immediately.
Performing in a black lace top, Yoonse executes a technical and sharp dance move.
The girl with teal-streaked hair turns her back to the camera as she prepares to take her turn.
Hyun looks determined, noting that it is finally her time to step into the spotlight.
A vertical close-up captures the intense focus in Hyun's eye.
A silhouette of a dancer moves amidst a swirling vortex of energy and musical notes.
Narrative text emphasizes that dance is a physical expression performed with the body.
On the subway, Hyun confesses that her body feels like it is desperately resisting the act of dancing.
Gripping her bag tightly, Hyun admits that it is mentally difficult for her to keep it together.
She asks Soo-yeon how he manages to remain calm and composed while in front of people.
Soo-hyun laughs and claims he was actually nervous during their last battle as well. Hyun remains skeptical, wondering how a beginner who hasn't learned much could avoid being nervous.
Soo-yeon considers her words as the train continues its journey.
He begins to explain the reason why he doesn't feel the pressure she describes.
Soo-yeon suggests that his status as a newcomer might be the very thing that helps him.
He notes that because he is a beginner, people do not have high expectations of his performance.
Hyun watches him as he explains that this lack of expectation removes any reason for him to feel nervous.
Soo-yeon prepares to leave the train as he continues his explanation.
With a cheerful expression, he admits he was too preoccupied to even consider the audience's reaction.
As the subway doors close, Hyun asks what he was actually thinking about during the competition. Soo-yeon explains that he was simply focusing on the specific acrobatic moves and steps he was taught.
Hyun reacts with a stunned expression as they exit the station.
Soo-yeon excitedly runs up a set of stairs that produce musical notes with every step. Hyun watches with a blank stare, questioning if he is still just a kid at heart. Soo-yeon ignores the comment and continues to play on the stairs, declaring it a musical battle.
Hyun warns him that their teammates are already waiting for them at the exit.
Realizing they are behind schedule, she insists that they need to hurry.
They arrive at an escalator that is currently blocked by a sign stating it is under repair.
Hyun looks at the blocked path with a weary and frustrated expression.
A quick top sounding, she decides to run up the regular stairs to avoid being even later.
Soo-yeon shouts a warning for her to be careful as she rushes up the sets.
Hyun climbs the long flight of stairs, determined to look beyond what is immediately in front of her.
Soo-yeon stops to catch his breath while reflecting on his need to look further ahead in life.
Climbing higher, Hyun thinks about her deep commitment to the art of dance.
She acknowledges that she has risked everything for the chance to succeed in this field.
The scene shifts back to the repair sign as she contemplates her internal struggle with stage fright.
Hyun continues to run upward, refusing to let her fears hold her back any longer.
Despite her exhaustion, her resolve remains firm as she continues her ascent.
Her eyes widen in a sudden moment of intense surprise.
A sharp stomp sounding, someone finally reaches the top of the stairs.
The audience and Yoonse watch with expressions of genuine shock and awe. Soo-yeon is left speechless as he watches the scene unfold from the middle of the crowd. Yoonse dances technically as teammate Flopsh. Confidence radiates from Yoonse's final pose.
Sharp focus defines Yoonse's intense gaze.
Hyun crouches low, preparing herself mentally.
Pressure mounts as Hyun focuses inward.
Yoonse criticizes her teammate for being overly dramatic, causing the orange-haired girl to react with a startled look.
Hyun informs the boy in the tie that it is finally her turn to step into the spotlight.
Outside the practice room, a boy in a white jacket leans against the wall amidst the background noise of the crowd.
He expresses concern over her earlier fall, but acknowledges that she possesses skill equal to his own.
The crowd gossips about her beauty while noting that she seemed to trip over her own feet during the test. Still waiting outside, the dark-haired boy silently hopes she maintains a steady pace and doesn't rush her performance.
Hyun turns her back to the spectators and walks toward the center of the dance floor.
She begins to climb a metaphorical, infinite flight of stairs toward a bright light at the top. The climb continues as she ascends the massive white staircase in total isolation.
A narration recalls her sister's motto about facing challenges as she continues her long upward journey.
She appears small against the overwhelming scale of the endless steps she must conquer to succeed. Despite her growing exhaustion, Hyun persists in her difficult and lonely ascent toward her goals. Silhouettes at the top represent the teammates and the future she is striving to reach. Bold text emphasizes that her past failures are simply the necessary ingredients for her future growth. Soo-yeon and Yoonse observe her progress as the narrative describes her gathering the potential needed for growth. Standing before her teammates, Hyun is noted for working more diligently than anyone else on the dance team. Hyun looks directly at Soo-hyun and offers a sincere expression of gratitude for his encouragement. She reflects on her habit of blacking out and forgetting her own performances due to intense focus and nerves. Hyun asks Soo-yeon if she can continue to rely on his help and support in the future. Soo-yeon agrees enthusiastically and offers to let her check the recording of her performance on his mobile phone.
Yoonse and the boy in the tie turn their attention toward the next phase of their team evaluation.
Hyun notes the importance of observing their teammates' dance styles before they move forward with choreography. Jo Ha-jin is introduced as a character who questions someone's dramatic nature while wanting to flick their exposed forehead. Ha-jin begins a high-energy locking routine, shocking the white-haired girl with his sudden and sharp movements. The routine includes a common locking move that prompts Yoonse to ask if they are meant to high-five. A playful diagram illustrates how matching a rhythm can turn a tense atmosphere into something more enjoyable as a sudden, sharp slap sounding punctuates the move.
Yoonse lunges forward with a predatory, mischievous grin, declaring that she has finally caught her opponent.
She questions why he can't simply agree with her for once during their intense interaction on the floor. Their hands meet in a sharp, coordinated, and technical movement during the height of the dance battle. Yoonse loses her temper, shouting a sharp insult at the boy she considers to be an immature brat. Ha-jin's feet move with incredible precision and speed as he executes a sharp turn on the floor. A sequence of panels showcases Ha-jin's dynamic and rhythmic locking maneuvers while a frustrated Yoonse watches from behind. Frustrated by his persistence, Yoonse demands that he stop his performance immediately after finishing the first verse. The onlookers laugh and celebrate the moment, noting that they have never seen anyone successfully mess with Oh Eun-se like that. Hyun remains silent and wide-eyed as she processes the incredible display of skill she just witnessed. Jo Ha-jin punctuates his routine with a powerful, upward-reaching gesture that signals the end of his turn.
Hyun admits to herself that she initially misidentified his dance style as something entirely different when they first met.
Soo-hyun laughs off the situation while Hyun realizes that Ha-jin's dancing talent is far above a normal professional level. Soo-hyun reacts with surprise when Hyun asks what could possibly be lacking in such an impressive and high-level performance.
They discuss how Yoonse once labeled Ha-jin a weirdo, leading Soo-yeon to expect a much sleazier and less technical style of dance.
Hyun contemplates the true meaning behind calling someone like him a weirdo after seeing his immense talent.
The scene transitions abruptly to the interior of a restaurant where various dishes sit on a counter.
Hyun observes Ha-jin carefully preparing a food wrap, noting his hidden nature as a dedicated and precise foodie. The various ingredients of the meal are shown neatly and precisely arranged within a large green leaf.
Hyun watches him with a mix of curiosity and newfound respect for his meticulous and focused nature.
Precise and technical dance moves defining. Hyun notes that his style is predictable for future choreography. 5 dancers perform in perfect synchronized gray suits. Eun-se laughs and points out the approaching application deadline. Jo Ha-jin executes a series of sharp locking maneuvers. Hyun admires the immense effort he put into basics. Yoon's demands to see original moves rather than textbook steps. The observers react with expressions of total confusion.
Soo-yeon wonders why she is asking for different oods now.
Hyun considers if his lack of personal style is evident. Ha-jin remains satisfied with his current level of performance.
Yoonse's dance is described as rough but expressive.
She strikes a dramatic and flowing final pass.
Technical reproduction is contrasted with free self-expression. The scoreboard confirms Yoonse as the current winner.
Hajin offers polite congratulations while she insults his pride. Hyun realizes he lacks a strong competitive nature.
Hajin stands silently as he reflects on the outcome.
Hyun suspects he is hiding frustration behind his composure.
Hajin points at the shoes and accuses her of messing them up. He demonstrates how his meticulous organization was slightly disrupted. Soo-yeon watches as Hajin channels his energy into cleaning.
Yoonse calls out for the Tuller boy to step up. She declares that it is finally Soo-hyun's turn.
Soo-yeon accepts her challenge despite her mocking laughter. A black-haired girl asks if she should keep the tracks playing.
Soo-yeon prepares himself for the unpredictability of freestyle music.
Random tracks begin to play for the next bottle.
Soo-yeon notices a familiar rhythm starting to play. A rhythmic beat sounding. He focuses on the music. Yoonse is confused as Soo-yeon starts giggling strangely.
His creepy laughter continues to unsettle the spectators.
Yoonse demands to know what is wrong with him.
She finds his sudden change in behavior deeply disturbing. Soo-hyun excitedly identifies the song as a favorite track.
Yoonse remains skeptical about the song's identity.
She looks on with a mix of boredom and confusion. Soo-hyun suddenly bursts into a high-energy dance routine. Intense shock defines his wide-eyed expression.
A beautiful girl with black hair is shown.
Soo-hyun's curiosity about the idol Haley is piqued.
Technical details describe the song's unique and experimental structure.
Soo-hyun mimics the idol's choreography with surprising energy. The audience records his shameless and hilarious performance.
Hyun is horrified by what he did during the past.
Teammates laugh about how she missed the spectacle earlier. The scene shifts back to an old practice session. Soo-yeon asks for feedback during his early training case.
Hyun bluntly tells him that he is doing it wrong. She reflects on her initial doubts regarding his potential.
Hyun watches Hajin preparing his performance.
Effort is visible within a single moment.
Soo-yeon practiced basics in idol choreography obsessively.
Hyun realizes Soo-hyun's skills kisir.
Soo-yeon recreates the idol Haley's signature moves.
Hyun stands with her back turned. Hyun finds Soo-yeon's enthusiastic dancing extremely annoying. The crowd films Soo-hyun's overly cute performance.
Yoon senses trouble due to the action.
Schoolgirls flock to see the popular In-dae.
The crowd prefers his charm over professionalism.
Yoon dismisses it as cheap attention padding. Onlookers anticipate the song's difficult next phase. Haley's performance relies on a complex lift.
Soo-yeon lies down to mimic the choreography.
Soo-hyun prepares to launch into his wave.
A heavy stomp sounding, he kicks upward.
His legs snap into a rhythmic motion.
Soo-yeon spins rapidly on the practice floor.
He balances his weight for a handstand. The crowd is stunned by his athleticism. Eun-jae is impressed by Soo-hyun's talent.
Soo-yeon once doubted his chances for success.
He wanted to dance alongside Hyun specifically.
Eun-jae recognizes Soo-hyun's hidden potential.
They shake hands as Eun-jae promises help.
Gymnastics experience gives him an incredible edge.
Eun-jae accidentally creates a sudden loud noise.
Soo-yeon fights his old habits while spinning. Hyun is amazed by his physical endurance. She finds his freeze combos hilariously unexpected. Eun mocks the absurdity of his amateur style.
Yoonse prepares to demonstrate what dancing means.
She focuses on matching the music's tension. The music goes silent, leaving Yoonse confused.
Eunse struggles to adapt to the song structure.
Soo-yeon explains the track's unique experimental composition.
Yoonse's ignorance of pop music becomes evident.
Her confusion lasts only a fleeting moment. Soo-yeon waits as the music finally stops.
Shock ripples through everyone watching the battle.
Hyun stares in complete open-mouthed disbelief.
She mentally screams in confusion at him.
The past reveals Yoon-jae's school popularity. Soo-yeon celebrates his victory directly to Hyun. He asks if it's finally her turn.
Soo-hyun excitedly invites her to dance together.
Hyun wonders about her next upcoming opponent.
She accepts the challenge while standing ready. Hyun is surprised to face someone unexpected.
The girl with orange and teal hair holds a mask while someone asks why she needs it.
She explains the mask helps calm her nerves.
The girl's eyes widen as she is asked to perform without it. Memories of her dancing confidently without a mask surface.
Her past performance shows a much more energetic version of herself. Soo-yeon tells her she looks prettier dancing without the mask. High-energy music begins to pump through the speakers.
Facing the blonde boys, she prepares for the battle.
Her heart races with the familiar pressure of performance.
She feels a lingering hesitation about the situation. Yoonse shouts for her to start, and she quickly agrees.
She begins to move as the rhythm takes over.
Soo-yeon recognizes the song as one she used to play for him. The music sparks a sudden realization within her.
A flashback reveals the entrance to a school dance club.
In the past, she taught Soo-yeon how to follow a rhythm.
She demonstrated a technical floor move called a go-down. Soo-yeon was eager to learn more while she remained stoic. She strictly instructed him to master the basics first. Back in the present, she executes a series of sharp breakdancing moves. Despite her skill, she admits her stage fright is still present.
The spectators are stunned by her sudden improvement.
She wonders if focusing solely on Soo-yeon is helping her perform. Her technical floor maneuvers become increasingly intense and rhythmic. A strange trembling sensation begins to take hold of her.
The crowd recognizes her as the girl who fell earlier.
Yoonsei identifies her style as professional-level breakdancing.
The scene shifts to the city skyline during a quiet evening.
At home, Yoonsei discusses Hyun's supposedly limited dance styles.
She complains about recommending teammates with overlapping specialties.
The black-haired man questions her assumptions about Hyun's skills.
He reveals that Hyun is actually a versatile, all-style dancer. Yoon reacts with a look of pure, skeptical shock. He corrects her on which styles Hyun actually lacks experience in.
He identifies whacking and voguing as her weakest areas.
Yoon stares in silent disbelief at this new information.
He explains that her foundation is actually in elementary school breakdancing.
Hyun demonstrates her mastery with an incredible floor routine.
Eun watches with a mix of focus and observation.
The man realizes that Soo-hyun is the catalyst for her change.
He credits Soo-yeon's clumsy support as her greatest help.
Hyun launches into a powerful athletic leg sweep. She spins with immense speed and control on the floor.
Her beanie falls off, causing a sudden moment of alarm.
The audience worries she will slip on the fallen hat.
Yoonsei tisks, expecting her to make another mistake. Hyun identifies the fallen hat as a perfect opportunity.
She integrates the hat into a high-level breakdancing spin.
A rhythmic blur sounding, her spinning reaches a technical peak.
The crowd erupts as she finishes with an explosive pose.
Hyun shouts for Soo-yeon to jump into the routine instead of spacing out.
Soo-yeon executes a sharp move that Hyun recognizes as a Bronx step.
Hyun wonders when he learned more than the basic steps she taught him.
Yoon peeks through the doorway, surprising Hyun as he admits his mistake.
Hyun is shocked to see Eun signaling for her to remain quiet.
Soo-yeon continues his energetic routine while Hyun wonders if Eun taught him.
Yoon mentally coaches Soo-yeon's hand placement while Hyun notes his rapid progress.
Hyun attributes Soo-yeon's athleticism to his previous experience as a gymnast.
Eun admires Soo-hyun's graceful footwork despite the boy's own self-doubt. Hyun tells Soo-yeon to hold his position while he questions her reasoning.
Soo-yeon maintains a difficult freeze pose before the battle officially begins.
Hyun begins her own rhythmic movement as the music kicks over.
Hyun finds the sensation of dancing together with him strangely peculiar.
Soo-yeon looks on with confusion as they share the practice floor.
Their shared rhythm makes the surrounding crowd fade into the background.
The joy of the moment is visible on both of their faces.
They continue their shared floor routine, focused entirely on each other.
The pair keeps dancing together in a seamless display of skill. Yoon watches with a triumphant expression, satisfied with their chemistry.
He reflects on how their mutual influence will unlock their immense potential.
Hyun stands still as the music concludes its rhythmic melody.
Eun checks his phone and realizes his time is up.
He interrupts the session by shouting for everyone to hold up. Yoon apologizes for the sudden interruption from the doorway.
A sudden loud cheer of "Kya!" sounding as fans recognize Yoon.
Eun scolds him for being there early and reminds him the meeting is later.
She insists he clears his weekend schedule to make room for her reading.
The group stands together in the silence of the practice room.
Hyun asks about the status of their battle while everyone remains quiet.
Yoon announces that both Hyun and Soo-yeon have tied records.
Jo Ha-jin is declared in last place with 0 wins recorded.
Eun dismisses Jo Ha-jin from the team and tells them to meet at school.
She orders them to forget about the battle for the moment.
Yoon insults their dancing skills while claiming to understand their styles.
Hyun and Yoon face each other as the others look on.
Eun declares her intent to finally have a proper match with him.
Hyun is startled by the sudden and immediate challenge.
Eun prepares to lock the doors while Soo-hyun reacts with shock.
Soo-yeon worries about the high stakes while Yoon dismisses his concern.
Eun coldly orders Soo-hyun to leave the room as instructed.
The two boys sit outside in the hallway, waiting in silence.
Soo-hyun wonders why Yoon chose to battle only Xian.
He asks Jo Ha-jin for his thoughts, but receives no answer.
Soo-yeon mentions their past friendship while Jo Ha-jin remains stoic.
Jo Ha-jin stares ahead silently while Soo-yeon watches him expectantly.
Jo Ha-jin lets out a short humph sounding as they sit together.
Soo-yeon is startled as Jo Ha-jin finally begins to speak.
Jo Ha-jin explains that Yoon only views Yoon as a competitor.
Eun suddenly appears and threatens Jo Ha-jin for his comments.
She tells them to stop talking nonsense and walks away.
Soo-yeon is startled as the white-haired girl hands him a phone asking how the battle went.
The white-haired girl tells Soo-yeon to save her number so they can start a group chat.
Standing near the seated boy, Soo-hyun asks in confusion if the group chat is just for the two of them.
Soo-yeon worries that Hyun will be kicked out if she loses, but the white-haired girl remains completely indifferent. Soo-hyun enters the practice room.
Hyun wonders why he was waiting outside, but Soo-yeon frantically demands to know the battle results.
The two stand together. Looking back with a sweat-beaded smile, Hyun admits that she was defeated.
Walking away outside, Yoon reflects on how overwhelming Hyun's skills were once she became serious.
Hyun tells Soo-yeon that she will not be joining the street dance competition.
Soo-yeon reacts with complete shock. Soo-yeon recalls a past walk where a boy noted that Soo-yeon had surprisingly outperformed expectations twice.
Soo-yeon believes she will eventually conquer her stage fright. Soo-yeon dismisses a question about Yoon-jae to focus on more important matters.
They face each other silently.
Hyun looks away haughtily.
Soo-yeon looks on with fuppus.
Hyun changes her mind, suggesting they join the street dance competition together as originally planned.
Soo-yeon is left blinking in confusion. Walking outside, Soo-yeon is crestfallen that she thought so little of him because of her loss.
Hyun explains the battle was actually meant to determine who would be the leader between her and Yoon-se.
Soo-yeon realizes Yoon-se is now the official leader since his friend admitted defeat.
Hyun asks why he didn't mention he was being taught by someone else.
She notes his new moves made it obvious he was learning from Yoon-jae, which Soo-yeon sheepishly admits is true. She jokes that her own teaching must not have been enough compared to a professional's expertise.
Soo-yeon panics and insists that isn't the case.
He reassures her that she is an amazing teacher, and she smiles as they walk.
She admits to herself that Soo-hyun's dancing constantly catches her off guard.
She explains that her goal was simply to surprise him with her own skills for once.
Soo-yeon reacts a belie.
Looking back with a smile, she declares her mission accomplished because he was clearly very surprised.
A series of sharp, quick dings sounding from their phones, she tells him to keep learning well from Yoon-jae.
Both are surprised to see the incoming messages from Yoon-se. They look at their screens and see a group chat has already been created with a posted notice.
Hyun is stunned to see the first practice has been scheduled for immediately.
She wonders why there is such a sudden rush to begin practicing.
Standing before a large venue filled with music notes, she realizes the practice isn't in a room but involves a real battle.
Yoon greets them, mockingly asking if she thought they would chicken out and run away. Standing confidently, Yoon-se reminds them that they must listen to the leader. Looking at a phone flyer for a 2-on-2 street dance battle, Soo-yeon thinks the event sounds like fun.
Hyun makes a call to Yoon-se to ask about the sudden choice.
The leader argues they agreed to follow her and asks if she has watched the street dance program on television. On a train, Yoon-se explains that choreography teams were always the first to be eliminated in professional programs. She notes that while the age range has changed for this competition, the high stakes remain the same.
Hyun realizes that what they need to master is not choreography but the freestyle battle.
The leader asks if her logic is understood, and the girl agrees it makes sense.
On the train, Yoon-se smirks while the other girl wonders when she became so logically persuasive. She recalls a past of loud arguments and wonders why this level-headed approach wasn't used back then.
Eun-se laughs to herself on the train, revealing that the entire strategy was actually Jo Ha-jin's opinion.
Soo-hyun leans in excitedly, asking how the two-person teams should be formed for the upcoming battle.
Soo-yeon notes how fun teaming up with In-se would be, but she laughs and rejects the idea of partnering with someone so lousy.
A voice confirms that Soo-yeon is officially registered for on-site participation.
At the registration desk, a staff member confirms that his partner is Oh Eun-se, who uses the dancer name Dada, while Soo-hyun admits he doesn't have a dance name yet.
Soo-hyun reacts with excitement as they draw lots and end up on the same team.
In a past memory, Yoon-se arrogantly claims that her high level of skill makes a win inevitable.
Soo-yeon realizes her previous confidence was just a bluff, leaving Eun-se visibly frustrated by the reality of the situation.
An energetic MC calls for everyone's attention as the event finally begins.
A massive crowd erupts in cheers as the MC announces the start of the qualifiers.
Team A, contestant 1 is introduced, and Yoon-se strikes a confident pose as the audience chants her name.
Someone reacts in surprise as the atmosphere shifts.
Sitting on a couch, Yoon-jae asks Soo-hyun if he thinks Yoon-se is going to be selfish during the preliminary rounds. Soo-hyun argues that being competitive is part of the battle, but Yoon-jae insists there is more to it. Yoon-jae explains that teams are typically given 90 seconds on stage.
He notes that this time is usually divided equally between the partners.
Soo-hyun looks on with wide eyes as the conversation turns to his partner's habits.
He warns that Yoon-se might try to dominate the entire performance time.
Eun-jae fears that she will take over the stage without giving Soo-hyun a single chance to dance.
As she loses herself in the music, Yoon-se forgets everything but the thrill of the battle.
Yoon-jae reflects on how common it is for dancers to ignore their teammates and exceed their time limit.
Eun laughs to herself, wondering if anyone would truly mind if she simply danced longer.
She continues her high-energy routine, completely focused on her own movements.
Soo-hyun scratches his head as he says he genuinely doesn't mind her taking the lead.
Yoon-jae shouts in disagreement, telling him that his passive attitude is not the answer. He explains that while Hyun must face her stage fright, Soo-yeon must focus on elevating his own technical skill. Yoon-jae admits that his sister's biggest weakness is her inherent selfishness during performances. He worries that her attitude will become a major hurdle for the team and wants to protect her from future criticism.
He encourages Soo-yeon to hold his ground and prove he isn't a teammate who can be easily overlooked.
Diagrams show that Yoon-se has been perfecting a specialized flexible handspring. She immediately utilizes her best moves to gain an early advantage.
Yoon-se launches into a graceful, athletic handspring in the middle of the stage.
She is startled as something unexpected catches her eye while she is upside down. Soo-yeon leaps over her, perfectly timing his movement to her rotation.
The pair executes a stunning synchronized acrobatic maneuver.
Soo-yeon lands smoothly, sliding across the floor with impressive control.
Yoonse is shocked that the tall boy is keeping up with her pace.
She wonders if he truly thinks he can relegate her to a secondary role.
Eun strikes a dramatic final pose as light floods the stage and the crowd roars.
Soo-yeon is amazed at their perfect synchronization, while Yoonse mockingly explains the concept of beat killing to him. Realizing the intensity of the moment, Soo-yeon tells himself to stay sharp and move fast. He drops to the floor and initiates a series of complex, rapid footwork steps.
Spectators observe the two, noting the boy's slightly unrefined but energetic style.
The audience is blown away by the incredible routine and their powerful stage entrance. Soo-yeon realizes that Yoonse is actually adjusting her timing to match his specific moves.
They move together in a seamless display of athleticism and rhythm. Yoon smirks, determined not to let him take all the credit in front of the judges.
The partners finish their sequence with a perfectly aligned pose. The following contestants are left feeling intimidated by the high standards set by the first duo. Hyeon stands offstage, visibly trembling as she bites her finger in anxiety.
A close-up reveals that her current state isn't actually caused by her usual stage fright.
Hyeon stands silently between her peers as they discuss the upcoming music change.
A caption notes that our partner hasn't shown up yet as Hyeon stands alone in a panic.
Hyeon frantically tells the MC that her partner just went to the bathroom and will be back soon, and luckily, he lets it slide. Clinging to her head in despair, she wonders why he isn't coming and notes that he hasn't just shown up at all. She groans that he's not answering calls either, even though their turn is coming soon. The MC introduces Team A, Contestant 4, Hyeon and Hajin, while Hyeon stands nervously before the crowd. The MC asks if her partner is not here yet, but she is interrupted by the sudden sound of a bag hitting the ground. A hand reaches out to her shoulder as a voice apologizes for being late, leaving her wide-eyed in shock. Soo-yeon arrives looking disheveled and tired, but he confidently declares that he will bring them to victory today.
Hyun reacts with a confused huh as he places a firm hand on her shoulder.
He turns away and tosses his jacket off, focused solely on the upcoming performance. He stands ready on the stage, the word victory appearing in large letters above him.
A caption points out that his shirt is completely drenched in sweat and wonders what on earth happened to him. He sprints past buildings in a desperate high-speed rush to reach the venue on time. A phone screen reveals a chat with Oh Eun-se where she manipulated him with fake updates about the event schedule. Soo-hyun realized he was being tricked by a devilish fiend as he raced toward the venue. He sprinted with intense focus, realizing the entire schedule had been manipulated from the start. He recalls a moment of quiet focus where he was sitting and reading a book.
The book is revealed to be a light novel, which he notes is one of the many he has on him.
On stage, he begins a high-energy dance routine with powerful, sharp movements. Hyeon watches in disbelief, wondering if he is even tired given his incredible performance. She notes that he looked like he could collapse at any moment, yet his dancing remains relentless.
He continues his routine with a series of athletic kicks and sweeping motions.
He asks her what she is doing and why she isn't joining in, causing her to snap out of her daze.
They immediately synchronize their moves, performing a powerful jumping kick together. A loud, enthusiastic wah erupts from the crowd as the two dancers move in perfect harmony. A spectator remarks that Hyun is showing off a new dance again today, while Yoonse watches silently. Later in the practice room, Soo-yeon tells a weary Hyun to get up and start again. They both prepare to restart their practice session, focusing on their synchronization. He pushes her with a repeated command to go again for every sequence of moves. Hyeon is pushed to her limits, sweating profusely as the again commands continue to fall. He finally calls a halt to the session, telling her that they can wrap it up for today. Heavy breathing fills the room as she leans over, exhausted from the intensity. Hyeon collapses onto the floor, gasping for air as she reacts with a simple, wow.
She reflects to herself that she has probably sweated more today than she has in the past year.
She wonders if he practices like this every day as he addresses her as an all-genre dancer. Soo-yeon says he is heading out first and tells her to take care, but she quickly asks him to wait up.
She hesitantly begins to ask him a question, trailing off with an if it's okay.
She approaches him nervously while he sits on the couch checking his phone. She waits for him to look up, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. She explains the phone shows a video Soo-yeon took of her during the last battle and asks for his feedback. She admits she bravely got it filmed but doesn't have the courage to watch it herself.
He looks at her and asks if she wants to perform better than this in the next battle.
She eagerly confirms her desire to improve as he prepares his response. He simply hands the phone back to her and tells her to watch the video as his feedback. She offers to go home and watch it, but he firmly insists that she does it right now. Her surprise is clear as he confirms his demand for her to watch it immediately. She finally gives in, though she nervously covers her eyes with her hands as she prepares to watch.
She peeks through her fingers, her gaze locked on the screen as the video plays.
Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she becomes completely absorbed in watching her own performance.
She stares at the screen with an expression of pure realization at her own movements.
Yoonjae tells Hyun to head home early, but she refuses, insisting she will stay to practice.
He warns that overworking will ruin tomorrow's practice, yet she remains firm in her decision.
Hyun reveals she missed the last train and plans to practice until the first one in the morning.
He questions why she kept the train situation a secret as she struggles to find an answer. Eun-jae admits he felt reluctant to stop the session in the middle of her progress. Reflecting on her commitment, she decides to follow through with the intensity of her training. The announcer calls for a teammate switch, prompting Hyun to take the stage with a bold wake. As he prepares to leave, she playfully asks if he is trying to ignore her presence. Hyun claims to be a dedicated worker, but he reacts with a skeptical scoff at her statement. He bluntly states that effort is meaningless if she lacks the confidence to believe in herself. She stands frozen in silence, deeply affected by the harsh truth of his observation. Defensively, she questions his meaning and denies that she ever doubted her own abilities. Turning away, he challenges her to define her behavior if it isn't a clear sign of self-doubt.
A realization dawns on her as her eyes widen with the weight of his words.
Recalling the battle, she admits to herself that Hajin's assessment of the situation was entirely correct.
She realizes that she has been choosing the path of least resistance in her dancing.
Determined to change, she leaps into a move, acknowledging the need for genuine self-belief. She tells herself to trust her rhythm and fully accept the challenge before her. With a final surge of energy, she resolves to face her fears and the audience head-on. Back in the quiet room, she sits cross-legged while staring intently at a video on her phone. Seeing her growth on screen, she feels a spark of hope for a successful future result. Her friends rush to hug her in celebration, leaving her stunned that they came to watch.
Soo-yeon waves happily, explaining that he invited them all to support her during the performance.
A black-haired girl begins to sniffle with emotion, catching Soo-yeon completely off guard.
Tears of joy stream down the girl's face as she struggles to contain her feelings.
Her friend reflects on how Hyun used to hide backstage but has finally stepped into the light.
Haha, the crying girl playfully calls her a fool while holding her close in a warm embrace.
Hyun expresses her heartfelt gratitude to her friends for making the effort to see her dance.
She smiles warmly during the hug, realizing how long it has been since she felt this supported. A large crowd gathers around a bracket board to see the official tournament matchups. The tournament board reveals the upcoming competitive pairings for the next round. Someone expresses surprise at the unique trio chosen to judge the upcoming street battle.
The three judges discuss their busy schedules and the importance of meeting up more often.
The woman judge teases Eun-jae about his rising celebrity status, which he humbly denies. The man in the bucket hat suggests Eun-jae only accepted the role to watch a specific friend.
Eun-jae claims he is just a mentor, but insists he judged the preliminary rounds with total fairness.
The woman judge laughs while accusing him of showing favoritism toward Yoon-se during her performance.
On the battle floor, Yoon-se grows restless and eager to begin her routine to the heavy music.
The first battle of the top 8 begins, pitting Yoon-se and Soo-yeon against a krump duo.
A krump dancer starts with sharp, aggressive arm swings that emphasize the heavy bass.
The narrator explains that krump music presents a significant challenge for dancers of other genres.
The krump dancer drops low to the ground, utilizing powerful, explosive energy in his movements.
The style is noted for being fundamentally different from more conventional forms of street dance.
Yoon-se takes her turn, aiming to mirror the raw intensity and power of the krumpers.
She displays a ferocious focus as she channels uncontainable energy into her rapid steps. Yoon-se executes a high-impact move, surprising the spectators with her adaptability. The woman judge notes how much Yoon-se has improved since they last saw her perform. She praises how well Yoon-se synchronized with her partner earlier, sparking Yoon-jae's curiosity.
The scene shifts back to the practice room, suggesting Soo-yeon played a role in her progress.
Yoon watches from the sidelines as Soo-hyun relentlessly practices the same grueling routine over and over. The white-haired girl thinks Soo-hyun's repetitive practice is making her memorize his moves. Intensive practice helped them perfect their routine. The announcer calls for round 2 to begin as the DJ drops a fresh beat. Hyun reacts to the sudden, bright funk beat. Soo-yeon turns disadvantages into opportunities on stage. The crowd senses Soo-hyun looks lost and out of sync with the new track. One spectator thinks the beginner can win as Haeyeon yells Soo-yeon's name with full support. Hyun loudly cheers for Soo-yeon to show his best and reach the top 4.
Soo-hyun prepares his final quarterfinal move, silently thanking Hyun for her motivation.
He focuses on having this moment just for himself.
He follows his practice steps one by one to show everything.
He still struggles with the beginner's stiffness. Soo-hyun clenches his fist, realizing he needs to focus on the music.
Yoon-se screams for him to listen to the rhythm, mocking his lack of musicality.
Spectators note Yoon's harsh attitude and how easily she creates a tense atmosphere. Hajin observes the battle, acknowledging that Yoon's critique of the rhythm is correct.
Soo-yeon realizes music is his greatest need right now.
He reflects on his past focus. He had only listened to drum beats until now. An imaginary drummer appears on stage as Soo-yeon finds his ruggan. He begins listening closely for other layers in the sound. He finds a layer of long, drawn-out sound beneath the surface.
An imaginary trombone player performs a solo in Soo-hyun's vision.
Soo-yeon resolves to bring that specific sound to life in his dance.
He stretches his movements to match the long notes.
A series of shocked reactions greet his sudden and impressive growth.
Spectators recognize the song and are surprised by his unique interpretation. Yoon smugly asks if he's satisfied with only hearing one sound.
Soo-yeon suddenly sees an entire imaginary jazz band performing.
An imaginary trumpeter joins the mental orchestra. He realizes there are countless other layered sounds to discover.
He identifies a new musician blasting a powerful yoke.
Soo-yeon performs an agile, spinning handstand move to a high sound.
The judge in the bucket hat is surprised by the sudden change.
His performance is now completely transformed from his previous style. The judge watches with a smirk of impressed disbelief. Soo-yeon executes a powerful spinning aerial move with intense energy. The announcer declares Yoonse and Soo-yeon the official winners.
Yoonse kicks Soo-yeon and mockingly asks if he's happy with the result.
Friends congratulate Soo-yeon while Yoonse angrily tells him to go practice. Hyun sits with Hajin, feeling bad for not supporting Soo-yeon better before. Nervousness takes over Hyun as someone calls out Hajin's name.
Jung Do-yoon approaches Hajin and mocks his consistent, unchanging style of dance.
Do-yoon, a locking dancer, looks forward to their potential battle in the semi-finals. Do-yoon wants a challenge as Hajin calmly tells him to take it easy.
Do-yoon leaves a condescending remark which Hyun finds deeply annoying. Hajin suggests they only use their various routines for the rounds Hyun is in.
Hyun is utterly confused by the logic of his plan. The final quarterfinal battle of the tournament begins as the pair takes the stage. Stonecape presents a collection of other series to explore. The final quarterfinal battle of the Show Up tournament begins with intense energy on the stage. Hyun prepares her first move, acknowledging the weight of the moment. Reflecting on her past experiences, she realizes how much performing in front of others has shaped her.
She gains confidence, believing she can successfully execute their rehearsed routines.
The duo moves in perfect sync, filling the floor with dynamic power.
Working alongside a partner has allowed her to push past her usual limits.
Hajin signals her with an encouraging nod as they keep the momentum going.
The crowd erupts as the announcer calls for Hyun to show her full potential.
Despite the pressure, she struggles to maintain her absolute focus.
A memory of a past failure surfaces, reminding her of a performance that ended in chaos. The weight of that previous defeat briefly haunts her during the routine.
Back in the present, Hajin tells her it is just 30 seconds of resolve while she repeats his words in confusion. He explains that in her video, her performance was only effective until the 30-second mark, leaving her shocked. Hajin breaks down their strategy, noting their individual and joint efforts each lasted exactly 30 seconds.
He clarifies that their entire path through the tournament was built on these 30-second bursts of effort. This calculated approach is precisely how they managed to pass the preliminary rounds. He bluntly points out that her mental barriers currently limit her stamina to that short duration. The announcer heralds the start of the second round, calling Hajin to center stage. Hajin takes control of the floor, showcasing his technical precision while the others observe. He continues his high-energy performance, refusing to let up even for a second. The judges watch closely, acknowledging that Hajin is exceptionally experienced in battles. Hyun and Hajin stand together as their names are announced following the intense round. Hajin collapses onto the floor in a heap of exhaustion while Hyun watches in suspense. Despite the struggle, the pair narrowly secures their spot in the semifinals. From the sidelines, the white-haired girl asks if they were actually anything special, specifically questioning the locker guy. Do-yoon admits that the pair seems quite strong to him, though his friend remains skeptical. The friend suggests they simply benefited from favorable matchups and are being overrated. Do-yoon approaches the exhausted duo, offering a mocking greeting to Jo Ha-jin. He admits he didn't expect to face them in the semifinals, noting how well they held their ground. He teases Hyun about her visible fatigue before the next round has even begun. Do-yoon jokingly suggests her exhaustion is a huge advantage for his own team. He offers a sarcastic compliment, relishing how the tournament brackets have turned out. Yoon's looms over Hajin, mockingly attributing their success to pure luck with the pairings. She continues to taunt them, claiming she's already tired just thinking about carrying Soo-yeon to victory. Do-yoon asks if she has anything else to say to their future opponents. Do-yoon wonders aloud if she is implying their team is destined to lose to Yoonse.
Yoonse asks if they have anything to say to her, but both men seem entirely unbothered.
A heated exchange occurs regarding the deliberate wasting of stamina during the day's events. Yoonse laughs off the tension, claiming she has no particular message for them. Hajin stares at her with a look of utter exhaustion and silent judgment. He decides there is no use getting emotional over someone who won't listen to reason. Hajin decides to handle her by responding according to her childish mental age. Nearby, a blue-haired girl talks with a tall teammate as Yoonse watches them intently. The new arrivals are identified as Kim Sung-gum, a whacker, and Ju Hyun-woo, a breaker. Do-yoon whispers a mocking congratulations in advance to Yoonse, fueling her irritation. Yoon's erupts with a punch of pure defiance, refusing to accept the idea of being eliminated.
She greets Sung-gum with a fake smile, hiding the clear tension between them.
Sung-gum mentions how much she missed her, while Yoonse mockingly asks if she's still alive. Sung-gum mocks Eunse's rotten personality as Hajin recovers on the floor and Eunse denies being okay. Sung-gum delivers a final job, noting how surprising it is that Yoonse is still in the competition. The semifinal matchup officially begins between the teams of Yoonse and Suyeon versus Songgum and Hyunwoo.
Yoonse Whitehair notes that their opponents dance the same genres of whacking and breaking as them.
Looking at the opposing b-boy, Yoonse Whitehair identifies Ju Hyunwoo as the biggest threat to win.
Yoonse Whitehair tells her partner Suyeon not to match him and to just perform normally.
Suyeon Blonde laughs heartily and enthusiastically promises to give the upcoming performance his absolute all. Anse Whitehair grumbles about energetic teammates being annoying while Suyeon Blonde smiles expectantly at her. Ju Hyunwoo Maroon Hair is recognized as a top-tier finalist as he takes the court for his time.
Suyeon Blonde watches in awe as Hyunwoo Maroon Hair performs a series of rapid and complex power moves.
A live band begins to play, causing the blonde boy to marvel at the shifting musical atmosphere.
Yoonse Whitehair asks Suyeon if he understands the importance of the music in this particular round. A memory shows a trumpet player and a dancer performing during a previous high-stakes round of the tournament. Yoonse Whitehair explains that musicality is the key element that will determine the winner of this battle.
She notes that Jo Ha-jin remains engaging because he excels even when performing the most basic dance moves.
Hyunwoo Maroon Hair continues his acrobatic display with a series of powerful and high-reaching leg kicks.
Yoonse Whitehair observes that Hyunwoo is much more than just a dancer who sticks to basic movements.
Songgum Blue Hair surprises the spectators by dropping into a perfect low split during her team's opening routine. Suyeon Blonde watches the impressive split and confidently claims he is capable of performing that move too.
Yoonse's Whitehair gives him a skeptical look and asks if he truly believes he can do more.
Suyeon Blonde confirms his claim, insisting he can perform even more advanced and repetitive versions of the move.
A flashback identifies a former American gymnast as the founder of the signature move called the Thomas Flare.
The gymnast demonstrates the signature Thomas Flare, a complex floor move involving a wide, circular leg sweep.
Narrator explains how b-boys later incorporated the flare into their routines, making it a representative breaking technique.
Yoonse Whitehair grabs Suyeon's blonde wrist and leads him away while reflecting on his surprising claim.
Yoonse Whitehair tells her partner to hold on while she processes his assertion about his dance skills. Looking intensely at him, Yoonse Whitehair asks for clarification on his ability to perform extra repetitions.
Suyeon Blonde smiles broadly and confirms his absolute confidence in being able to perform the difficult maneuvers.
Anse Whitehair is speechless, wondering if he realizes that the number of repetitions isn't everything in dance.
The host calls for their turn, startling the pair as the music for their performance begins to play.
A spectator asks the dark-haired man if something is wrong or if there is an ongoing issue.
Voices cry out for Yoonse, asking what has happened as the scene shifts to an apartment complex.
A young Yoonse, dark hair, stands at the door covered in scrapes and crying after a rough day. Her brother Oh Eun-jae, dark hair, rushes over with a first aid kit, worried she fought again. Young Yoonse, dark hair, explains she fell while trying to ride a bike despite her brother's previous warnings.
She reveals through tears that the other children humiliated and teased her for failing to ride the bike.
Young Eun-se, dark hair, wonders if the other kids were simply professionals at riding bikes from the start.
Placing a hand on her shoulder, her brother explains that making mistakes is the first step toward improvement.
He reassures his young sister that there is absolutely no reason to feel ashamed of her initial failure. Yoonse's white hair reflects on how she once tried to toughen up another dancer by publicly humiliating her.
Suyeon Blonde looks back and admits he is terrified of failing and being embarrassed in front of everyone.
The two dancers stand together on the court, preparing to start their high-energy routine for the audience. Yoon's white hair tells him to disregard her earlier skepticism, admitting she might have been a bit overzealous. Since they are already on the stage, she encourages Suyeon Blonde to just perform exactly as he wishes.
Suyeon Blonde enthusiastically thanks his partner and launches into a diving move across the center of the court. With several rapid talk sounds, Suyeon Blonde performs a series of gravity-defying flips and athletic floor transitions.
He continues his high-speed display of acrobatics, spinning and flipping through the air with fluid and constant motion.
With a sharp tot and a firm chalk sounding, Suyeon Blonde sticks a perfect landing with arms raised.
Yoon's white hair is left completely stunned and wide-eyed by the unexpected power and skill of her partner.
Suyeon Blonde drops into a low, athletic crouch and continues his routine with focused intensity and rhythm.
The blonde boy performs a massive, soaring leg sweep that demonstrates his incredible strength and gymnastic flexibility.
Suyeon Blonde keeps his momentum, spitting low against the floor while the audience watches his athletic display in awe. Suyeon's explosive movement leaves the audience and his rivals in a state of stunned silence.
Hyun admits that his initial display was undeniably powerful and left a deep impression.
However, the narrative shifts as a short period of time passes on the dance floor.
Suhyun continues his relentless routine for the full duration, leaving Yoonse ecstatic while the others look on with growing fatigue and irritation.
The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, calling for the second round to begin with a quick shout. As the crowd cheers wildly for Kim Sung-gim, the two teams take their positions on stage for the next clash.
Eun-se dismisses the previous display as a mere throwaway, while Suyeon, still inverted on the floor, offers a silent apology for his performance.
Songgum ignites the stage with her fluid arm movements, her blue hair swaying as she begins her routine.
She maintains her momentum with a series of sharp, spinning gestures that capture the crowd's attention. Eunse watches with a confident smirk as Sangam executes her technical whacking moves with precision. Sangam's growth is noted with a lighthearted laugh as she continues her rhythmic performance. A sudden flash of white light fills the stage, prompting a confused question about the unexpected turn. Sangam teases Eunse with a laugh, asking if she feels pressured by the speed of the routine. She extends a hand toward Eunse, playfully seeking her reaction to the performance. After mentioning her hard work, Sangam watches as Eunse begins her turn with a sudden, energetic burst of motion. Eunse apologizes for what is about to happen as she launches into a fast-paced, spinning dance. She maintains her focus, twisting her body into a striking pose amid the flurry of her movement. Eunse flows through her routine with graceful yet powerful movements, asserting her dominance on the floor.
A sharp clack echoes through the venue as her high-heeled shoe strikes the stage with finality.
Yoon strikes a dramatic pose behind Hajin, who sits quietly as the round comes to a close.
Hajin observes her behavior with a tired smile, noting how she only seeks his support during the competition.
Soo-yeon remains stationary on the floor, his extreme physicality serving as a double-edged sword for the team.
Upside down and exhausted, Soo-yeon laments his failure to connect with the music and braces for defeat.
Sangam watches Yoonse's continued performance, vowing to pay closer attention to her surroundings next time.
Eunse declares her refusal to yield the title of street dance masters to their opponents.
Hyeon watches from the sidelines, certain that Eunse has decisively secured the victory for her team this time.
Despite his efforts, Soo-yeon's lack of musicality is noted as the reason their total score has dropped significantly.
The announcer raises the microphone, ready to unveil the final verdict from the judges. Kim Sangam and Ju Hyunwoo are celebrated as the official finalists, with Sangam joyfully embracing her teammate.
Overwhelmed by anxiety, Hyun worries that her own performance might become a burden to Hajin.
Hajin tries to ease her mind, bluntly stating that he isn't bothered as long as he isn't the one making mistakes. Hyun recalls her earlier promise to carry them to victory, feeling the weight of the moment as she stands with Hajin.
As he prepares for the next battle, Hajin realizes he can no longer afford to dance without total seriousness. A memory of childhood resurfaces where an older boy encourages a young girl to practice hard so they can ride together. Young Hyun vows to practice relentlessly and eventually defeat her older brother in a race.
Years later, Hajin teases the elementary-aged Hyun about the vast difference in their school levels.
A sharp thwack sounds as Hajin panics over Hyun's reckless behavior, warning her about permanent scarring. Hyun retaliates with a kick, asserting that she can beat him and that he is just a kid himself. Hajin sits stunned on the floor, completely blindsided by the sudden physical outburst. He breaks into tears, lamenting the state of the new glasses his mother just bought for him. The scene returns to the present as the tournament enters its final high-stakes states. The announcer signals the start of the second semifinal battle, urging everyone to begin immediately. A quick whoosh accompanies the use of a water bottle to decide which team will go first. The opponent in the cap reacts with surprise to the results of the bottle spin.
Hyeon lets out an awkward laugh, feeling the tension of the impending battle.
She scoffs at her opponent's posturing, thinking he should just step out himself if he's so eager to go first.
Hyeon asks Hajin why the man keeps provoking him, but Hajin seems completely unaware of any animosity.
Hajin points to another dancer in confusion, but Hyun clarifies she is talking about the man in the bread hat.
Realization hits Hajin as a sudden ha punctuates his surprise at being targeted. Hyun steps onto the floor with a powerful move as the announcer shouts her name to start the round. Brown-haired Hajin looks confused and apologetic, questioning the plan for their joint performance. Hyun smiles determinedly, suggesting they bypass their usual routine for this specific round. Hyun launches into her solo performance, intent on dancing for the full minute by herself. Two observers note that the orange-haired girl seems much less anxious than she was during the preliminaries. They recall how incredibly nervous she appeared during earlier stages of the competition today. The brown-haired woman laughs, suggesting the pressure usually increases as they climb the ranks.
Do-yoon watches her, noting that Hyun doesn't feel pressure from rankings, only from the crowd.
Hyun continues her explosive routine with sharp, high-energy movements that command the stage. A crowd of people stands under the bright lights, their faces shaded by the weight of their collective gaze. The audience watches Hyun's performance with wide-eyed shock and growing admiration. They respect her as a genuinely skilled dancer who earned her place in the semifinals. Hyun begins to sense the shift in the audience's energy as she dances across the floor. Her powerful and precise movements prove that she has truly mastered her stage fright. Hajin stands with his arms crossed, watching her growth with a stoic and focused expression.
He reflects on his original plan to use their routines as a way to support her mental state. He realizes that she has loosened up and gained confidence far faster than he ever anticipated. A quick whoosh accompanies the DJ dropping a heavy beat as the announcer signals the next round. Hajin and his rivals stand ready, both confident that their individual performances will be perfect.
A school building stands under a clear sky as a heavy, rhythmic huffing sound comes from within. Several boys sit in a dance studio, exhausted after a practice session and wondering if they've done enough. Two close-ups show the brown-haired boy looking down thoughtfully during a brief moment of silence.
The boy in the white shirt agrees that the practice was perfect, surprising his teammate. One teammate laughs in relief at their progress, while another looks on with a confused expression.
A sharp tisk sounds as Hajin looks away, irritating his teammate who watches him closely.
A man in a black hoodie laughs bitterly, questioning why Hajin acts so superior.
He sits alone in the dark, lost in his own frustration and self-doubt.
He complains about Hajin's arrogant attitude and how he looks down on everyone else.
A teammate reaches out to him, wondering why he's so upset after a successful practice session.
A sharp thwack sounds as the boy in the hoodie slaps the hand away, mocking his teammate's naivety.
A sudden, crackling spark of electricity accompanies a sharp jolt of pain in his arm.
The boy in the black hoodie looks at his hand in confusion, wondering what just happened. He forces himself to keep practicing, slamming his hand onto the floor with a pained expression. He thinks about how dancing with Hajin will only lead to his own physical and mental ruin.
A silver-haired girl excitedly asks if she'll be partnering with him for tomorrow's battle.
He laughs nervously at the mention of the upcoming battle, his face turning pale.
The silver-haired girl notes that Hajin has a massive ego but much less stamina than she does.
Yoonsei stands by the window with her hands in her pockets, thinking about the upcoming competition. In the classroom, students congratulate someone on another amazing win in the teen battles. A girl with short silver hair and bangs yells in annoyance as her classmates tease her.
The boy in the hoodie watches the commotion with a blank, unreadable expression.
A man sighs, betting that Yoonsei was the one who carried the entire team to victory. He mentions the need for synchronized choreography as he looks out the window.
He looks down at his bandaged wrist, vowing to show everyone his true power once it heals.
Back in the present, the man in the bread hut executes a fast, spinning move on the stage. He continues his aggressive routine, thinking about how Hajin previously dismissed his efforts. He flows through a series of technical floor moves, his body a blur of constant motion.
A loud thud echoes as he performs a high-flying kick before landing sharply on the floor.
He glares at Hajin from the floor, challenging him to show what he's really made of.
Hajin launches himself onto the floor as the announcer shouts for him to take his turn.
Hyeon watches in shock as Hajin begins his explosive and high-energy performance.
Hajin's dancing strengths are visibly declining. The rival notes Hajin's current decline. He claims Hajin is outmatched regardless. A critic questions Hajin's competitive viability. He's criticized for lacking personal style. Spectators express surprise at the harsh criticism. The black-haired boy insults Hajin's battle sprints. He ridicules Hajin's robotic and boring style. He mocks Hajin's mechanical, robot-like movements.
The silver-haired girl defines authentic self-expression. The black-haired boy challenges her view and style.
He accuses the girl of imitation. He calls her a mere copycat. A judge declares that defeat is certain. The rival reacts to a tie.
Hajin speaks to his teammate while they rocked.
The silver-haired girl is accused of imitation. The boy is insulted for lacking originality.
He argues that true originality is non-existent.
She mockingly quotes a saying about imitation. A narrator questions Hajin's true nature. Hajin finally begins breaking his habits. He executes a sharp, high-energy sequence. He continues his powerful floor routine. The opponent laughs at Hajin's intensity. Hyun senses a dramatic atmospheric shift.
Hajin's provocative antics anger his rivals.
His rigid habits have completely vanished.
His old style is compared to a deck.
Hajin breaks free from his previous show.
He showcases a newly liberated dance style. His movements are now fluid and unconstrained. The judges are stunned by his transformation. A tribute to the founder of locking. An iconic locking pose is demonstrated. A modern interpretation of the classic move.
The opponent executes a stylish, rhythmic pose.
He acknowledges the dancer he once idolized. Hajin asserts his own unique identity.
The authentic version of Hajin emerges.
He recalls being stuck in derivative styles.
A winner named Jung Ho-yeon is announced.
Hajin feels no pride in derivative victory. He receives empty praise for technical perfection. The current battle reaches its intense peak. Opponents anticipate a perfect joint performance.
A sudden realization interrupts the flow.
Their synchronized movements create a blur.
The announcer is shocked to have a turn.
Opponents turn their battle into collaboration.
The announcer urges the crowd to make some noise as the semifinal battle between the opposing teams begins.
Hajin and his rival perform a series of technical, high-energy moves in perfect synchronization across the stage.
A sudden, sharp thwack sounds as both dancers launch into simultaneous high-flying kicks under the bright spotlights.
A narrator recalls a relentless team leader while showing 4 boys resting in a dance studio.
Jo Hajin wipes his mouth as a rhythmic ha punctuates his breathing, leaving his opponent in the bread hut visibly stunned.
A boy in a gray hoodie slams his hand onto the floor, remembering a painful injury that happened during practice.
The boy reflects on how Hajin took the time to modify a difficult dance move specifically for him.
Back in the battle, Hajin and the rival execute a sharp, synchronized pointing sequence that command the floor. A loud roar of approval erupts from the crowd as the two dancers continue their intense collaboration. Hajin worries that forgetting the choreography led to a reckless outburst, but he and his opponent stay in perfect sync.
Both dancers drop into a low, aggressive stance on the floor as they mirror each other's explosive energy.
Hajin leaps gracefully over his rival as a quick whoosh accompanies his high-flying aerial maneuver.
A sharp thwack sounds as their hands hit the floor simultaneously during a complex technical transition.
The two rivals finish their joint performance by striking a final, iconic locking pose with their arms raised high. The blonde-haired boy shouts in excitement about how cool the performance was, while the silver-haired girl complains about the noise.
He wonders if dancing together in a battle breaks the rules, but the silver-haired girl insists that having fun is more important.
The silver-haired girl reflects that street dance isn't about rigid rules, but about the spirit of the performance.
A narrator encourages the rival to break out of his shell just as Joe Hajin successfully did.
He reflects on the saying that imitation leads to creativity, though he admits he still doesn't fully understand it.
The announcer calls for Locker Hoyun to begin the next round as he launches into a powerful kick.
Locker Hoyun strikes a series of bold, muscular poses while flowing through his technical locking routine. He continues his aggressive performance, pointing sharply and moving with high energy across the floor. Two observers note that Hajin's movements seem different and a bit duller than they were in previous rounds.
The announcer starts a final countdown, shouting 3, 2, 1 as the round draws to its conclusion.
The battle finally ends, leaving Do-yoon sitting thoughtfully on his chair with his hand to his face.
Do-yoon thinks that while the performance was slightly disappointing, it marks a necessary first step in Hajin's growth.
A narrator notes that the path forward is always rough as the two rivals share a respectful handshake.
The announcer declares Jo Ha-jin the winner of the overtime battle, confirming that he and Sung-hyun are heading to the finals.
Hoyun apologizes for his poor preparation, feeling guilty that he didn't follow through with their original performance plan.
A sharp whoosh accompanies Hoyun's sudden movement as he urges Hajin to win the upcoming finals. Hajin suddenly collapses from pure exhaustion, and Hoyun catches him in shock, shouting his name. Hoyun frantically calls for water as he holds the unconscious Hajin, desperate for anyone in the crowd to help.
Sung-hyun watches the chaotic scene from a distance, reflecting on the unimaginable events of the day.
She transitions through various performance moments, determined to carry the momentum of the team through the final event.
Sung-hyun stands under the spotlight, her expression focused as she prepares to give everything for the victory.
Backstage, a teammate finishes taping Hajin's ankles as a soft pat sounds during the final preparations.
The teammate explains that taping is necessary for prevention because Hajin's muscles are currently very loose from the intense dancing. Hajin complains about his messy bangs and demands some hair wax, but the teammate tells him to worry about hydrating first. The blonde-haired boy explains to his teammates that Sang-hyun is incredibly sensitive and protective when it comes to team injuries. He looks on with a bright, expectant expression, wondering what kind of performance they will deliver next.
The two girls watch him, commenting on how completely clueless he can be despite his good intentions.
They recall a time when he made a massive fuss over a minor finger injury, acting like it was much worse than it really was.
A flashback reveals Hyun scolding him for being too sensitive while their teammates tease them about acting like a couple.
In the present, Seong-hyun yells at the girls for their relentless teasing, her face red with frustration.
A sudden cold tap sounds as someone presses a chilled blue can against Seong-hyun's cheek. She yelps at the coldness while the blonde-haired boy laughs, telling her she needs to hydrate since she made it to the finals. Sung-hyun asks if they aren't curious about the judge show currently happening, but the teammate insists that caring for team members is more important.
Yoonse arrives with a sharp top of her shoe, scolding them for lounging around when they should be preparing their final routine.
Yoons warns them that the finals are starting soon, but Hajin deadpans that they are just relaxing after finishing their practice. Yoonse grabs Hajin by the collar, demanding to know why he's acting so ragged and asking what their final plan is.
Eunse asks her teammate if they also witnessed the performance Ju Hyun-woo gave earlier. Ju Hyun-woo executes a powerful high-energy dance routine under the bright stage lights.
Hyun-woo's skill is highlighted as he continues his rhythmic performance before the crowd. Close-ups focus on the eyes of the four dancers as the team match is announced.
Hyun-woo begins the first round by launching into a series of technical floor-based moves.
He leaps into the air as a loud roar of approval erupts from the onlookers.
He spins with impressive speed and control while holding a pose on the stage floor. Yoonse acknowledges the high level of her opponent's skill despite her own professional pride.
Both dancers remain intensely focused as the battle continues with technical precision. Yoonse notes that Hajin should have regained some of his stamina by this point.
She stares intently at her teammate, remembering the promise he made to secure victory. A sudden focus on the sound equipment accompanies a voice rejecting the current situation.
In a flashback, Yoonse reminds Hajin that they are currently practicing something other than locking.
She encourages him to shed his rigid habits and move with more fluidity in his dance.
The difference between Hajin's habitual locking tension and Eunse's fluid style is shown. Hajin struggles to adapt to the loose, rhythmic feel of the hip-hop routine.
Back in the battle, Hajin and Yoonsei dance in perfect instinctual synchronization across the floor.
His exhaustion allows him to let go of habits and better capture her routine's essence. The two dancers strike a coordinated, powerful pose together in the center of the stage.
Spectators marvel at the duo's incredible chemistry, noting how cool the joint performance looks.
Observers note the unusual length of the routine, realizing half the round has already passed. The rival with the white ponytail pulls Hajin's tie, noting he is physically unfit for battle.
Hajin looks completely drained as the team decides to merge their remaining dance routines. They plan to occupy the entire round by performing synchronized routines together.
Yoons reflects that while they haven't overwhelmed the b-boy, they've successfully maintained their momentum. She credits Hajin for holding up well as he tiredly asks for some hair wax.
The next opponent, Sangam, is identified as a whacker with a skill level below Yinse's.
Sangam laughs confidently, claiming she finally understands her opponent's plan for the round.
Hyunmoo looks on with a confused expression as the silver-haired girl laughs to herself.
She mentions a tactical maneuver known as the 3-chariot strategy for the match.
She explains that their current situation reminds her of that specific win-focused strategy.
A diagram illustrates the concept of matching equal-tier opponents against one another.
The strategy shows how a team can win a match by sacrificing a specific round.
Sangam realizes that her rivals are completely underestimating her capabilities in this battle.
The rival with the white ponytail laughs mockingly as she watches from the sidelines. She ridicules Kim Sangam as pathetic while Hyun watches the exchange with utter confusion.
She asks the blonde-haired boy if he remembers the insulting contact name in her phone. A memory reveals the crude name he previously associated with her during their school days.
Sangam prepares to dance by reaching down to remove her red high-heeled shoes.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tap sounding as she throws her shoes aside. Barefoot on the stage, Sangam decides to stick with her usual dance style for this round. She stretches her arms, expressing excitement at finally meeting a rival as strong as Yoonsei. Her gaze turns intense as her primary dance genre is revealed to be popping.
The rival tosses the red shoes at Hyun while laughing about her delayed warning.
Hyun panics about a potential secret weapon while the girl continues her mocking laughter.
Yoons removes her blue cap and prepares to face her opponent with a focused gaze.
Her long hair falls free as a soft rhythmic rustle sounds from the sudden movement. Her blue cap and one of the red shoes lie forgotten on the floor.
A sharp, drawn-out zip sounds as Yoonsei unzips her jacket and reflects on Sangam.
Eunse stands ready with her hair down, having changed her view of Sangam to a respected peer.
Sangam stares ahead with an intense, challenging gaze, stating that she surely doesn't need to explain the reason why.
At the side of the stage, the DJ begins mixing a new track as a rhythmic whoosh sounds from his quick movements. Yoonsei looks on with a wide-eyed, stunned expression as she stands among the crowd, her blue cap and red shoes lying forgotten on the floor.
Sangam steps forward barefoot, noting that Seung Hyun's presence reminds her of the very first time she ever battled against Yoonsei.
She continues by reflecting that Yoonsei was quite audacious during that initial encounter. Sangam waves a hand dismissively while smiling, saying that she naturally expects Hyun's skills to be on a similar level and inviting her to have some fun.
Hyun simply confirms with a determined yes before they share a quick high five, and Sangam immediately launches into a high kick, promising to give it her absolute best.
Sangam begins her routine with sharp, technical precision, her movements cutting through the air under the bright stage lights. She flows through a series of intricate hand and foot transitions, maintaining a rhythmic pace that captivates the audience.
Sangam drops low to the floor, spinning with incredible speed as her blue-tinted hair whips around her face.
She maintains her momentum by holding a difficult, balanced pose while continuing to move across the stage. Her focused eyes peer out from the shadows of the stage as she transitions past the discarded blue cap and red heels. Sangam reaches down mid-dance to snatch the blue cap off the floor with a sudden fluid motion. The crowd erupts into a massive shout of approval as she jams the cap onto her head and strikes a powerful, technical pose.
She continues to wow the onlookers with a complex floor routine, earning another loud cheer for her impressive moves.
Observers in the crowd note that her popping feels different than usual, almost resembling a unique style of contemporary dance.
Watching from the sidelines, Yoonsei reflects that people originally thought Sangam's approach to the genre was very strange.
She remembers how others complained that her clothes didn't fit the style, her music was weird, and her movements were far too extreme.
A flashback shows Sangam dancing alone, recalling how many used to dismiss her as nothing more than a pretentious artist.
Despite the criticism, she eventually proved everyone wrong through her sheer dedication and focus. She achieved this success by relying on nothing but her own skill and unwavering spirit.
Back in the present, Sangam executes a stylish trick by catching her blue cap mid-air during a spin.
She continues her high-energy performance, tossing the cap up and catching it again without missing a single beat. Her movements remain fluid and graceful as she spins across the center of the stage. Sangam finishes the sequence by kicking the cap into the air with perfect timing.
A spectator watches the performance with a silent, contemplative expression, absorbed in the intensity of the battle.
A narrator notes that the crowd's current shock is simply because they had completely underestimated her capabilities.
Songgum moves with renewed intensity, her arms and legs flowing through a series of complex, technical popping sequences. The announcer begins the final countdown, shouting 3 and 2 as the round nears its end.
With a final shout of 1, Songgum executes a massive spinning finish that leaves the audience breathless.
The announcer immediately calls for Sang-yeon to take her turn in the final showdown. Songgum exhales a heavy breath, thinking that the level of competition is exactly as high as she had expected. Hyun suddenly leaps into the air with a startled gasp from Songgum, who is caught off guard by the sudden burst of energy.
A loud, sharp tap echoes through the room as Hyun lands a powerful step, marking the aggressive start of her round.
Hyun charges forward with incredible pressure, determined to maintain her momentum without being shaken by her opponent's skill.
She reflects that while she has often felt shaken in the past, she refuses to let that happen today.
A memory surfaces of Hyun sitting alone on a rooftop, feeling isolated no matter where she tried to dance.
She recalls how it didn't matter who looked down on her or criticized her efforts in the past.
Despite her attempts to overcome her failures, including a humiliating job in a mascot suit, the result always seemed to stay the same.
Now she realizes that she doesn't have to stay down forever just because things were difficult before.
Having faced countless fears, Hyun launches into a high-powered routine filled with technical kicks and spins. She drops into a low spin, her teal-tipped hair trailing behind her like a bright flash of color.
Eunice watches with a look of pride as Hyun remembers how her teammate taught her what real courage looks like.
Hyun continues her relentless assault on the floor, moving with a speed and precision she has never shown before.
She reflects on how Yoonjae helped her face her own insecurities and find her true self through dance. Hyun notes that it was this support that ultimately carried her all the way to these finals.
She transitions through a rapid-fire series of poses, her energy filling the entire stage. Hyun moves with such speed that her form becomes a blur to the cheering onlookers. She finishes a complex sequence with a heavy, rhythmic stomp that resonates throughout the venue. Sang-yeon drops into a low, focused crouch, her expression fierce as she prepares for the final moments of the battle. Hajun shouts out Sang-yeon's name with a look of pure, joyful excitement. Hyun launches into a powerful, high-energy dance move, determined never to be intimidated again. She continues her routine with a mid-air jump, her teal-tipped hair trailing behind her like a flash of color.
The background is filled with the silhouettes of a massive, cheering crowd. Hyun reflects on how she has never felt more alive than in this very moment.
Close-up of hands moving with technical precision as the performance continues. Hyun looks on with a focused, intense gaze, her face slick with sweat from the effort. A loud, rhythmic stomp echoes through the room as Hyun continues her powerful floor routine.
Hyun and Songgum dance across the floor in a technical, synchronized display.
The two rivals share the center of the stage, their movements perfectly matched.
Hyun catches the blue cap and jams it onto her head as she continues to dance.
The two dancers move together in a blur of motion, their energy filling the entire venue.
Hyun reflects on whether this stage will be her only one or if her journey will continue.
She decides that for this specific moment, nothing else matters but the dance. Hyun executes a stylish spin with her arms outstretched, her movements fluid and graceful.
She finishes the sequence by looking back over her shoulder with a small, confident smile. Watching from the side, the three boys look on with various expressions of stunned disbelief.
Other observers are shown with shocked and excited reactions as the battle reaches its peak.
Hyun is shown smiling happily on stage, having finally returned to the place she wanted to be. A hand with black painted nails is shown holding a phone as music notes float in the air.
A staff member opens a door and calls out that they are ready for another take.
Inside the room, someone responds that they understand while a table full of makeup sits ready.
Hyun is shown laughing happily as she runs across the stage during her performance. A girl with black and white hair sits in a chair, reflecting on how it feels like a big step forward. Hyun continues her high-powered routine, her energy and skill reaching new heights. An announcer with a microphone addresses the audience, noting the long and eventful journey.
5 dancers stand on stage holding hands as the final winning team is about to be announced.
A montage shows the various dancers and supporters who have been part of the event. The announcer turns to the judges and asks if they are finally ready for the results. People on stage hold hands tightly as they wait for the winner of the final battle to be named. The entire crowd joins in for a loud final countdown, shouting 3 and 2 together. Hyun reflects on her lack of nerves, finding a strange sense of peace in the moment. She realizes that she never actually cared about first place, having found what she was looking for. Hyun looks on with a wide-eyed, stunned expression as she realizes someone is raising her arm.
The man in the denim jacket raises Hyun's hand high in the air as they share a surprised look.
The announcer shouts out that the winning team is Sung-hyun and Jo Ha-jin's team. The crowd erupts into a massive cheer as the announcer offers his congratulations on their win. Close-up of Hyun's eyes, which have turned into swirly circles of total stunned disbelief.
The scene shifts to Hyun lying on her bed at home, staring blankly up at the ceiling.
She continues to stare upward with a dazed, confused expression on her face.
Hyun suddenly sits up in bed with a start, wondering if everything that happened was just a dream.
She lets out a massive, joyful shout of excitement that echoes throughout her entire room. On a shelf in her room, the official winner's plaque from the dance battle sits as proof of her victory.
The scene shifts to a bright city street as a new day begins with cars and pedestrians.
Hyun is shown running down the sidewalk in her school uniform, her teal-tipped hair messy. She continues running, feeling incredibly sore and wondering just how tired she really was yesterday.
A white car pulls up next to her, and Hajin's father calls out for her to hop in for a ride.
Hyun waves her hands and politely declines, thinking to herself how much they really look alike. Hajin leans out of the car window and asks why she isn't wearing her usual hoodie or mask today.
The boy in the front seat tells her to just get in since they're headed toward their school anyway.
The white car drives through the sea.
Hajin's father asks Hyun if it was her and not Eunse who teamed up with Hajin yesterday, noting that they really gave it their all. Hajin's father reflects that Hajin seemed exhausted, as he is usually not the type to sleep through his alarm and wake up late.
Hajin's father notes that traffic is heavier than expected while asking Soo-yeon what he's doing in the backseat.
Soo-yeon mentions that exams are coming up and asks Hyun if she is also studying. Hyun explains that she gets carsick if she tries to read while in the car.
A long silence follows in the car. Hyun shouts that she is serious and actually has decent grades.
Soo-yeon teases her by calling it a bluff, prompting Hyun to claim that English is her strong suit and ask if he is mocking her.
Hajin's father chuckles at their antics. Hajin's father is happy to see his son finally laughing with his friends.
He smiles as he reflects on the morning.
Hyun thinks how Soo-yeon and Hajin are similar but different. Soo-yeon and Hyun both receive a text message from Eunse. At home, Eunse stretches and groans about how incredibly tired she is.
Eunse collapses into her bed as Yoonjae opens the door and asks if she stayed up all night.
Eunse tells Yoonjae to close the curtains, turn off the lights, and shut the door on his way out.
In the car, Hyun and Soo-yeon stare at the phone screen in total shock.
Hyun realizes that Eunse sent a compilation of personal dance videos. Soo-yeon is startled to see himself on the screen.
Soo-yeon is amazed that she edited all these clips together.
Soo-yeon notes that these are clips taken after their various dance performances.
Hyun wonders how Eunse managed to edit such a high-quality video in just one night.
The video highlights Soo-yeon's impressive transition from his gymnastics background into dance. Soo-yeon excitedly points out that the last clip in the video is of Hyun.
Hyun is mortified to see a clip of her failed performance from the first-year festival.
Soo-yeon recalls Eunse asking friends for videos of embarrassing stage fails at the event yesterday.
Soo-yeon sees the footage of the stage they performed together.
The video transitions to their first battle together during the 7 to Smoke.
Hyun performs a dynamic dance groove.
The compilation concludes with the battle they just won.
Soo-yeon reflects on how much has changed since he met Si-hyun.
A memory shows the announcer congratulating Seung Hyun and Jo Hajin's team on their win. Hajin bluntly states that he is going home to sleep, leaving Hyun speechless and sweating.
Hyun's friends rush toward her to congratulate her on nailing the performance.
Hyun looks up and spots Soo-yeon.
Soo-yeon waves to her from a crop.
Hyun stands alone as the crowd cheers.
A tear forms in Hyun's eye. Soo-yeon pushes through the crowd toward her. Soo-yeon says he was heading our way.
Hyun lunges forward and hugs Soo-yeon tight.
Soo-yeon is startled as Hyun thanks him repeatedly with tears in her eyes.
Hyun cries into Soo-hyun's chest, saying it wouldn't have been possible without him.
Hyun apologizes through her tears, wondering why she suddenly cannot calm down.
Soo-yeon stands frozen into V's.
Soo-yeon gently hugs her back and thanks her as well.
Hyun continues the weep. Hyun reflects that without him, she never would have known how fun dancing could be. Back in the car, Soo-yeon asks if she is sulking because he teased her about not studying. Hyun jokingly suggests a bet on their next test scores. Soo-yeon accepts the challenge, noting that the loser must buy lunch.
Soo-hyun looks at his phone with a puzzled expression.
A shout asks what a certain man means.
Yoonjae asks the silver-haired man how he injured his arm. The man explains it happened while he was out dancing.
Eunjae offers to visit the hospital once his schedule is over. The man says not to bother because Eunjae is busy, but Eunjae insists.
The man on the phone mentions there is something important he wants to talk about.
Standing by the white SUV, Yoonjae listens as the man asks if he can take his place on the show School of Street.
Yoonjae begins to explain his side of the situation.
The man notes that the production team was disappointed because Yoonjae, the team leader, kept turning down the offer to appear.
The silver-haired man tells Yoonjae that out of all the top floor members, no one is better suited for the role.
Eunjae reluctantly agrees to join the show since he feels he no longer has a choice.
Yoonjae tells the man to focus on resting and says goodbye before hanging up to drive. The man thanks him.
Hyun sits alone reflecting on the news. Yoonjae texts that since he's taking on this role, giving special treatment to certain dancers beforehand wouldn't be fair to the others.
In the car, Hyun replies that Yoonse edited a great video for them, so their application process went smoothly.
Hyun adds that her phobia is much better and they will prepare on their own while waiting for the preliminary announcement.
Yoonjae thanks her for understanding and apologizes. Hyun replies that there is no need for him to apologize.
Hyun sits on the couch wondering what will happen to Soo-dun.
She worries Soo-hyun can't learn from Lee-jae anymore.
A new month begins at the school.
Hyun sits alone in an empty classroom.
Friends celebrate as exams finally end, though one girl mentions the Korean test was particularly tough this time.
A girl asks if they should go eat first.
She jumps as a sudden shout startles her.
A friend asks why she is zoning out. Hyun snaps out of it and suggests they go grab some good food.
One girl notes it is Hyun's turn to choose the meal. Hyun says she is good with any him. Hyun suggests they go eat some tteokbokki together.
Soo-yeon and a reddish-haired boy stand in an alley. Soo-yeon asks if they have reached the battle venue.
Soo-yeon is amazed that the venue feels so different from the massive competition stages he has seen before.
The reddish-haired boy explains that small-scale battles are usually held in practice studios. Soo-yeon lets out an understanding, "Ah."
The boy says the venue doesn't matter as long as there's space to dance. Soo-hyun agrees with him.
The boy asks if they should head inside. Dancers practice energetic breakdance moves in the studio. A dancer spins rapidly on the wooden floor.
Another performer executes a powerful floor move.
A dancer balances on his head while spinning. Soo-hyun watches in awe, thinking the vibe is insane. Soo-hyun wonders if he can try like them. He is stunned after being eliminated during prelims.
The reddish-haired boy asks another dancer to take it easy on him in the round of 16. The dancer says the same to him.
Soo-hyun notes happily that the boy reached Thials. Soo-hyun stands in the middle of the room. An announcer calls out for everyone to follow him for an after-party. Soo-hyun thinks, whoa.
Soo-hyun is shocked to hear the party is on a bud.
He dejectedly realizes he cannot join the after-party.
Memories of previous dance battles flash through his mind. A friendly hand lands on his shoulder with a soft thud as the boy suggests they have their own after-party.
Night falls over the quiet city buildings.
The boy says the meal was amazing and apologizes for not buying something nicer. Soo-hyun tells him not to worry.
Soo-hyun mentions he was really surprised by tonight.
The reddish-haired boy expresses shock that Soo-hyun was knocked out so early in the quarterfinals, while Soo-hyun can only offer a sheepish, nervous laugh.
He explains that today's competition was a different beast since it lacked the age limits of their previous youth battles.
Soo-hyun modestly describes himself as a complete rookie in the broader dance scene, prompting the other boy to recall Soo-hyun wearing a professional team jacket last time.
Soo-hyun clarifies that the jacket was just merchandise he bought for the style, much to the other boy's amusement.
Energetic motion blurs the frame as a dancer executes a powerful move during the day's event.
The reddish-haired boy admits he was genuinely surprised by Soo-hyun today, leaving Soo-hyun wondering why.
He notes that Soo-hyun seemed like an entirely different person compared to their first battle.
A memory shows the boy eagerly asking for Soo-hyun's number after being impressed by his skills.
The flashback highlights Soo-hyun's incredible musicality and his mastery of difficult power moves like the flare.
Back in the present, the boy reflects on how cool it was seeing Soo-hyun dance as a beginner who is clearly just having a great time. Soo-hyun looks away, realizing that today he didn't seem to be having any fun at all.
As night falls, they sit together on the bench while Soo-hyun confesses he has had a lot on his mind recently.
Mental images of other dancers, including the teal-tipped girl Hyun, fill Soo-hyun's thoughts.
Soo-hyun explains that since committing to the major street dance competition, he feels he can no longer treat it like a casual game.
He admits that the pressure became so intense he stopped studying entirely just to focus on daily practice. Being eliminated so quickly after all that effort only made the crushing pressure feel worse.
The reddish-haired boy asks Soo-hyun exactly how many hours he spends practicing every day.
Soo-hyun explains that on school days, he dances for 5 or 6 hours until his mother returns from work.
He adds that on weekends, he practices from the moment he wakes up until he finally goes to bed.
The other boy is stunned and immediately asks where Soo-hyun could possibly find the space for such a schedule.
Soo-hyun describes practicing in front of a mirror on a nearby campus, leaving the other boy amazed that he isn't too self-conscious to perform in public.
The reddish-haired boy is overwhelmed by Soo-hyun's intensity, laughing at how crazy it sounds before offering a piece of advice.
He tells Soo-hyun that he simply needs to stop stressing and get back to enjoying the dance itself.
The boy stands up, noting that while every dancer has their own style, he has learned a valuable lesson about his own performance. He asserts that he truly performs his best when he is enjoying himself, much like Soo-hyun used to do.
A flashback shows a cheerful, blue-haired girl named Songyam, who the boy credits with helping him realize this truth.
Seon looks up curiously as the boy asks if he is free to hang out the next day. Musical notes drift over a quiet city street, signaling the start of a new scene.
Passers-by stop in their tracks, their attention drawn toward the sound of live music.
A small crowd gathers in an open plaza to watch a band perform.
The orange-haired lead singer announces their final song and invites the audience to find them on YouTube. The group known as the XX Band plays an energetic set for the appreciative onlookers. The blonde-haired guitarist's eyes widen as he notices something unexpected happening in the crowd. Without warning, the blue-haired girl's Songyum begins dancing spontaneously to the band's rhythm.
The band members are delighted by the surprise, eagerly deciding to keep the music going to accompany her.
Songyum loses herself in the music as the orange-haired singer cheers her on.
After the final note, the band thanks the crowd and introduces themselves once more as the XX Band.
The musicians gather around Songyum on a bench, amazed by her talent and wondering what inspired her to join in.
Songyum simply says it looked like fun and apologizes for the interruption, though her eyes swirl with excitement. She joyfully asks if she can bring her friends along to join the performance next time.
The narration explains how that one spontaneous collaboration eventually grew into a popular, regular event.
The reddish-haired boy is revealed to be one of the dancers who eventually joined these casual street sessions. Songyum notes that the boy was initially very timid and found it difficult to adapt to the aggressive nature of formal b-boying battles. She smiles at Soo-hyun, explaining that joining these street performances helped the boy rediscover his love for dancing. Back in the present, the boy waves enthusiastically, telling Soo-hyun that it is finally his turn to perform.
A sudden thud sounds as Soo-hyun is startled into action, protesting that he doesn't feel ready yet.
Songyum encourages him, reminding him that there is no pressure and they are all just here to have fun.
Soo-hyun clenches his fists, trying to process the fact that he is standing here all alone without his usual teammates.
He watches the other performers and the bassist, realizing they are all gathered for the same simple purpose.
Soo-hyun steps forward, determined to let go of his stress and just do his own thing.
Songyum, with her silver hair and pigtails, dismisses her previous thought and notes she must have been out of it.
The silver-haired girl tells Soo-hyun that since he's competing, he should show them everything he wants.
A sudden shout from the silver-haired girl startles Soo-hyun as she commands him to listen to the music, questioning how he can dance without rhythm. A memory of a girl with dark, teal-tipped hair appears, reminding him of Haley's words that failure is the mother of success.
Soo-hyun balances on his head, thinking about how he cannot repeat past mistakes or let down his teammates.
He reflects on the musicians and the cheering audience present at the venue.
The reddish-haired boy asks Soo-hyun if the pressure makes him feel a greater sense of responsibility.
Members of the crowd shout encouragement, telling Soo-hyun he has got this. Soo-hyun stands with his back to the audience, looking confused as he wonders what is happening. His thoughts return to the street plaza where he first started dancing with the band.
The guitarist and drummer notice a change in the tempo as the reddish-haired boy looks on with a startled expression.
Soo-hyun moves through the crowd, his dancing described as being completely off rhythm.
The reddish-haired boy thinks that even though Soo-hyun is a beginner, he previously knew how to follow a beat.
The silver-haired girl tells the boy not to worry, claiming she knew this would happen.
Soo-hyun is stunned when the orange-haired girl with teal tips suddenly appears before him.
Hyun smiles at him, noting it has been a long time and inviting him to dance together.
Soo-hyun says her name in disbelief as Hyun reminds him that he originally learned how to dance from her.
With a quick whoosh, Hyun begins a series of fluid dance moves, telling Soo-hyun he should be able to perform them easily by now.
As they dance side by side, Soo-hyun worries that the moves are too basic and reminds her they lost their first battle using them.
Hyun mockingly asks if he thinks he's too good for the basics now, leaving Soo-hyun with a surprised gasp. Soo-hyun shifts into a dynamic b-boying pose, looking determined.
A flashback shows the silver-haired girl telling Hyun that she hasn't paid enough attention to Soo-hyun's struggles.
In another memory, Soo-hyun laughs while telling Hyun he would only be a burden to the dance club. Hyun tells him she knows exactly how he feels as a soft sounds from him.
Soo-hyun looks downcast, confessing that his current state doesn't give him the right to participate in dancing.
Back in the present, Hyun looks at Soo-hyun with determination and announces it is her turn to help him. Hyun performs a simple step, asserting that even basic moves are still cool. Passers-by in the crowd begin nodding their heads to the rhythm of the music. More people in the audience start clapping their hands in sync with the beat.
Others are shown stomping their feet on the stone ground to the music.
Hyun tells Soo-hyun that this shared joy is what makes for a perfect example of dancing.
She looks back at the people around them, noting that every single one is enjoying themselves.
Soo-hyun stares in surprised awe. A line of people in the audience wave their hands and cheer for the performance. 3 girls in the crowd smile and move to the music with relaxed expressions.
Hyun looks at Soo-hyun and asks if he finally sees what she means.
A brief memory shows Hyun and the silver-haired girl facing off, illustrating how some dancers are driven by competition.
A sudden leap sounds as Soo-hyun springs into action with a newfound energy. Soo-hyun smiles as he executes a fast, low move across the paver.
A sharp swish sounds as Soo-hyun performs a powerful one-handed b-boy spin.
The reddish-haired boy tells the silver-haired girl that Hyun helped Soo-hyun return to his old self.
He explains that he brought Soo-hyun there because he wanted him to enjoy dancing again, just as he once did.
The silver-haired girl tusks and asks him if he really thinks the event was the only factor in Soo-hyun's recovery. She tells him to look more carefully at the 2 dancers.
Soo-hyun and Hyun dance together with pure joy, their moves perfectly synchronized.
The reddish-haired boy watches mitered.
A small smile forms on the boy's face.
He realizes that sometimes a different approach is necessary to reach someone.
Sitting together on a bench by a phone booth, Soo-hyun thanks Hyun for having his back and calls her his mentor.
Soo-hyun excitedly offers to buy her anything she wants, prompting Hyun to laugh and tell him to calm down.
Soo-hyun looks up in surprise as Hyun prepares to continue their conversation.
Hyun looks down with a heavy heart, telling Soo-hyun that he shouldn't feel pressured or responsible for anything moving forward.
Standing up with her arms crossed, the orange-haired girl firmly asks Soo-hyun if he understands what she is saying.
Soo-hyun is baffled by her mention of pressure and responsibility, but Hyun reveals that Song-gyem told her everything and claims there is no point in lying.
Hyun looks away somberly, asserting that the weight of pressure and responsibility is for her to bear, not him.
Hyun buries her face in her hands, full of regret for dragging Soo-yeon into the world of competitive dancing. Soo-yeon looks completely lost as he asks what his mother has to do with any of this.
A memory shows Hyun and her friends at a restaurant, where she explains she visited his mother's shop after exams to hear the truth.
Soo-yeon listens in silence as she brings up the topic of trauma following an injury.
Hyun notes that if the injury left him with trauma, he must still be in the process of recovering from it.
A flashback shows Soo-hyun enthusiastically telling his teammates how vital it is for Hyun that everyone remains free of injury.
Soo-hyun stands alone, processing the weight of her words. Hyun stares at the ground, acknowledging that while she told him he should enjoy dancing, she has second thoughts. She questions if it was unfair to both him and his mother to push him to keep dancing alongside her. Hyun admits to being selfish because a part of her truly doesn't want him to walk away from it all. Soo-hyun rubs the back of his neck and offers a small smile, insisting that he never actually suffered any trauma. He points to a memory of jumping from a school rooftop, arguing he never would have been able to do such a thing if he were traumatized. Hyun is stunned into silence as she begins to realize the truth. Soo-hyun sheepishly confesses that he lied to his mother, using trauma as a convenient excuse to quit gymnastics.
Hyun watches him closely as he reveals the real reason he quit was that he felt he didn't have the right to keep going.
Soo-hyun reflects on his past, admitting that he believed his own mindset didn't give him the right to participate in dancing. He looks downcast, stating that his way of thinking back then was proof that he didn't deserve to be a gymnast.
A flashback shows a young Soo-hyun standing before a funeral altar, marking the beginning of his struggle.
Voices of relatives surround the boy, telling him he must look after his mother and focus solely on gymnastics now that his father is gone.
Soo-hyun looks off into the distance, his thoughts lingering on a single conflicting doubt. He remembers his uncle, a man who was an incredible athlete, yet still failed to make the Olympic team. Young Soo-hyun stands in the gym, gripped by the fear that he would never be as talented as his uncle was. He admits that out of fear, he began to manufacture excuses in his own mind. His first excuse was the physical toll, thinking about how he had been straining his joints since he was a child. He also blamed his height, thinking that because he inherited his father's tall genes, he was naturally disadvantaged at gymnastics. Soo-hyun recalls being one of the least talented members of his school team, knowing his coach didn't expect much from him. He reflects on how he desperately searched for more excuses to justify his lack of passion. He looked for the perfect excuse that would finally let him walk away for good. Even as friends cheered for him to succeed, Soo-hyun felt as though he needed to be liberated from their gaze. The pressure of living up to the expectations of everyone around him became a burden he could no longer carry.
He wonders if things would have turned out differently if he had met Hyun back then and learned to simply enjoy the sport.
Soo-hyun closes his eyes, lost in the what-ifs of his past. He remembers the K-pop star who first caught his attention, noting how she was the complete opposite of him. He admired her as someone who could effortlessly meet the expectations of millions of people. Soo-hyun recalls meeting his first girlfriend through their shared fandom, both admiring the idol's perfect public image. Through that connection, he finally began to experience the mundane joys of a normal life. He cherished the simple moments spent in the classroom, far away from the demanding eyes of his coach and his mother. A memory shows Soo-hyun sitting on the sidelines of the gym with his arm in a sling, his focus already slipping away.
He admits that as he became more distracted by other things, he eventually suffered a real injury.
Soo-hyun tried to return to practice and pretend everything was fine, but his lack of focus led to a much more catastrophic accident.
Panicked shouts fill the gym as Soo-hyun lies motionless on the mat, his teammates calling frantically for help. At the hospital, a doctor tells Soo-hyun's mother that her son was incredibly lucky to survive. The doctor explains that while they got him to the hospital in time, the fact that he fell headfirst made the situation dire. Standing in the sterile hallway, Soo-hyun's mother hears the doctor reiterate just how fortunate the boy really was.
Soo-hyun's mother stares at the hospital door, her face a mask of worry and quiet relief.
The bandaged boy stares out the window.
Soo-hyun's mother urges him to eat, offering to help him if the task is too difficult.
The light brown-haired boy notices some papers tucked under his hospital meal tray. His mother is surprised as she examines his grades from the past 2 years.
She asks when he began performing so well academically while Soo-hyun tries to get her attention.
Soo-hyun reflects on his academic standing and his chances of entering a good university.
His mother continues to look at him with a stunned expression. He realizes that his injury provides him with the perfect excuse to finally quit gymnastics. Soo-hyun tells his mother that the accident left him traumatized and fearful of getting hurt again.
A quick nom sounds as he begins to eat his hospo meal.
Soo-hyun stops mid-bite as his mother prepares to make a major announcement.
She acknowledges the poor quality of hospital food, but insists he must finish it.
She reveals that they will be withing a soul. Soo-hyun looks up in absolute shock at the sudden news.
His mother explains that his uncle offered them space for a shop, and since he is quitting gymnastics, there is no reason to stay. She tells him they are moving in 6 months and instructs him to inform his coach and prepare for his social life to change.
Soo-hyun recalls being dumped by his girlfriend on the same day he quit the team.
Back in the present, Hyun is shocked to learn that Soo-hyun previously had a girlfriend.
Soo-hyun tries to dismiss the topic as unimportant while they sit together on the bench. A loud slam sounds as Hyun laughs hysterically, finding the idea of him having a girlfriend unbelievable.
Hyun continues to laugh with tears of joy in her eyes. She pauses to reconsider the topic of giving up.
Hyun asserts that giving up is not a sign of weakness, but actually requires its own kind of courage.
A sudden throb sounds as she warns him never to claim he lacks the right to pursue his passions.
She looks away and confesses that she would regret letting him walk away from dancing the way his girlfriend did.
Soo-hyun is baffled by her intense and confusing words. A quick reach sounds as Hyun pulls out her smartphone to show him something. She shows him an email confirming that their team passed the preliminary selections for the School of Street competition.
Hyun smirks at him with the phone in hand, pointing out that it is too late for him to quit now.
Soo-hyun is amazed and excited to see that they were actually accepted into the event.
Songyam and Yeonwoo approach the bench, noting that they now have some serious competition.
The silver-haired girl smiles confidently and confirms that her team also made the cut. The four of them gather at a restaurant to discuss the surprising news over a meal.
Soo-hyun is fired up and ready to practice daily, but the reddish-haired boy notes he's already been overworking himself.
Yeonwoo advises him to take breaks and learn by watching other dancers perform.
Hyun pauses thoughtfully, realizing the importance of studying other performers' techniques. She admits to watching important battles and begins rambling about a specific final round she found impressive.
Songyam and Yeonwoo exchange amused looks as Hyun continues her passionate rant about dancing.
The reddish-haired boy smiles, noting that sometimes a different approach is exactly what a person needs.
A quick raise sounds as Songyam holds up her phone, announcing she has a gift for the two of them.
Soo-hyun and Hyun look at her with expressions of pure surprise.
Songyam reveals that she has secured tickets for them to attend On Fleek Vol 8. Hyun is thrilled because she missed the ticket sales while they were busy at their previous battle. The silver-haired girl explains that while her team missed the application to perform, they managed to get spectator tickets. Yeonwoo admits that he has a prior commitment and cannot attend the event.
Songyam notes that he doesn't want to go alone, while she laughs at his reluctance.
A quick nod seals the silent, understanding moment between the two rivals.
Hyun and Soo-hyun feel bad about taking the tickets, but Songyam insists that they should go as a reward for their help.
Hyun smiles warmly and thanks her friend, promising to make the most of the opportunity.
Soo-hyun is curious about the scale of the event, comparing the ticket demand to a K-pop concert. Hyun remarks that getting these tickets wasn't as hard as getting ones for a major concert.
Soo-hyun is shocked when Hyun explains that the tickets usually sell out within 15 minutes.
A vibrant montage displays the workshops, battles, and performances of the massive 6-day international event.
Soo-hyun notes it's the largest street dance event in the country, while Hyun admits she didn't know it existed.
Sitting on the train, Soo-hyun exclaims how excited he is for the trip.
Soo-hyun enthusiastically offers snacks and drinks, leading Hyun to jokingly ask if they're on a picnic while telling him to enjoy them herself.
A bead of sweat forms as Hyun realizes she's stuck with him for the entire weekend. Songyam explains they only got weekend tickets because the event is outside Seoul and they have school during the week.
Hyun is impressed that Soo-hyun watched videos from last year to prepare.
Soo-hyun mentions how talented everyone was and compares them to Hyun, making her question his statement.
Hyun laughs and claims that's a stretch, as the participants are on a completely different level.
Hyun suggests this is a good chance for him to see high-level performances, though Soo-hyun insists his comparison was accurate.
Soo-hyun points out that she's going as a spectator rather than a participant, causing Hyun to look away with a serious expression.
Hyun quickly diverts the awkward moment by telling Soo-hyun to wipe his mouth.
Hyun thanks him for his words, but admits she would have struggled with a solo battle anyway.
She confesses that she hasn't completely overcome her stage fright.
Soo-hyun asks what she means by not completely.
Looking out the window, Hyun says it will take time for her to be fully free of it.
A soft hey sounds as Hyun prepares to speak further.
Soo-hyun asks if she would be willing to share how her stage fright started.
He looks at her intently, wanting to know more about her struggle.
Hyun stares back, her teal-highlighted hair catching a light.
Soo-hyun is stunned as Haeyeon flatly says now.
A panicked cry escapes Soo-hyun as he apologizes, wondering if he overstepped by asking. Haeyeon laughs and says she was just joking, while Soo-hyun wonders why she's reacting like that. She smiles and says she can tell him because of how much he means to her.
Soo-hyun looks shy as he listens to her.
Hyun explains that she was training to be a K-pop idol just like her sister.
The scene shifts to a flashback of a modern training building. A group of trainees sits in a circle needing to decide who will perform the dance break.
The brown-haired girl suggests excluding Hye-il's song from the dance break because she has a vocal part immediately following it.
She notes that they are left with Haeyeon and Sunju-yu, both of whom are strong dancers.
The brown-haired girl suggests having the two try the break and then voting on who gets it.
Hyul reflects that while Sunju is a strong dancer, she has more to consider. She believes that if they go head-to-head, Hyun is definitely going to win.
Hyun says that since she's in the center a lot, Sunju should take the dance break.
Hyul is baffled, thinking about how her sister is usually silly but very strict about dancing.
Hyul confronts Hyun, asking if she's kidding about her suggestion. She sternly reminds her that they are being evaluated, not just having fun. Hyun is confused as her sister tells her to wake up.
The brown-haired girl tells Hyun that being nice was actually inconsiderate since they are evaluated as a team.
Hyul tells the two of them to get ready to dance while she gets the music, and the brown-haired girl offers to film.
In a stairwell, Hyun apologizes again, but Hyul tells her to stop, saying she's sorry.
Hyun looks down and says she knows that. Hyul acknowledges they are both good dancers, but asks if she knows the difference between them. She compares their skills to delicate food, noting that Sanju's is on a fancy plate while Hyun's is on a plain one.
Hyul explains that these plates represent determination.
She notes that people's views change based on the condition of the plate, no matter how good the food is.
Hyul insists that to survive in the industry, she needs to be determined enough to step over even her own sister.
Hyul firmly states that she is far more determined than Hyun is.
Hyul stands over her sister in the stairwell, cold and distant, as she asserts that their levels of determination are simply not the same.
Hyun looks up in stunned silence, her sister's harsh words cutting deep into her confidence. A nostalgic memory surfaces of a younger Hyun and Hyul dancing enthusiastically in their living room while their parents clap and cheer for their dreams.
Returning to the present, Hyun sits dejectedly on the steps, finally seeing the harsh reality her sister pointed out.
A single heavy tear falls onto Hyun's hand as she processes her sister's brutal honesty.
Hyun breaks down into quiet sobs, admitting that she was more in love with the praise of others than the actual dream of being an idol. The scene shifts as the emotional weight of the flashback lingers. Another tear strikes Hyun's hand as she struggles with the realization of her own lack of passion compared to those around her. She continues to weep, realizing her sister was right about the difference in their drive.
Hyul's expression remains unreadable, though she has witnessed all of her sister's most vulnerable moments.
The seasons begin to change outside the modern training facility as the rigorous schedule continues. Winter snow falls over the building as the monthly evaluations finally lead up to the critical end-of-year assessment.
In the lounge, a black-haired trainee asks Hyun if she is relieved to be in a different evaluation group than her intense sister.
Hyun admits that her current situation is actually much more difficult for a specific reason. A vibrant image of Yehui-san appears, identifying her as the legendary top-ranked trainee in the agency.
During practice, Hyun finds it torturous to perform alongside Yehui because she has to work twice as hard just to avoid being completely invisible. She clarifies to her friend that she is pushing herself because she truly wants to succeed on her own terms.
Back in the stairwell, Hyun makes a final pact with herself to give the idol life one more year before walking away for good. Haley watches her sister with a piercing gaze, offering no verbal response to the ultimatum. A loud, sudden burst of laughter sounds as the black-haired trainee finds Hyun's concerns about the group dynamics hilarious. She wipes away tears of mirth while imagining the chaos if the three of them were actually placed on the same team.
The girl confidently claims that such a powerhouse lineup would lead to an immediate debut.
Hyun leans in curiously, asking her friend what she is focused on while looking at her smartphone. Sunju Yu enters the room as a friend reveals she is watching a dance competition, ignoring Hyun's request for her phone.
The blonde girl stares intently at the screen, noticing a video titled XX Battle.
Sunju stands alone in the doorway, completely absorbed by the footage of the street dance competition.
The instructors wrap up the evaluation day, dismissing the exhausted trainees and wishing them a restful break.
The girls discuss their performances in the locker room, with Hyun feeling drained by the pressure.
Hyun reflects on how difficult it is to maintain the cute idol concept that she is forced to portray.
Sunju remains behind in the darkened practice room, her eyes fixed on the dance battle video.
A soft whew sounds as the girls finally return to their dormitory under the night sky, relishing the chance to relax.
The crowded dorm room is filled with chatter as the trainees discuss their evening routines and the desperate need for a shower. A teasing comment about being a nasty idol if she doesn't wash up leads to a playful, frustrated retort from the girl on the bed. Hyun asks her sister for an extra phone charger while another girl asks Haley if she can drink the green tea on the shelf. Haley sharply refuses the request, her voice full of sudden, unexplained intensity. Haley claims she is just trying to prevent her sister from being woken up during the night, but Hyun points out the tea actually belongs to her. Looking out the window, the girls wonder where Senju is, suspecting she stayed late because she was disappointed in her own performance. Sunju dances with fierce, aggressive movements in the empty studio, fueled by a deep sense of frustration. She knows others might misunderstand her intensity, but she is driven by a very clear and painful realization. A sharp whoosh sounds as Sanju executes a powerful turn, determined to prove she belongs among the elite. Haley walks with her arm around Hyun, revealing that her protective nature isn't just about sibling love.
She looks at her sister with a hidden expression, acknowledging the true reason for her constant vigilance.
Seonju's fist clenches tightly as she realizes Haley looks out for Hyun because of her sister's undeniable talent, a fact that fills her with resentment.
Looking at the dance battle video again, Sunju vows to outshine Haeun and prove her own worth.
She continues to push her body to the limit in the dark, imagining her victory at the street dance event.
Her movements become a blur of motion as she promises herself that she will show everyone her true potential.
A phone displays 035 a.m. as Sunju finally leaves the building, realizing she missed the last transport and must walk home.
She sighs, mentally calculating the 40-minute walk and obsessing over her weight and the chaotic state of their upcoming debut.
Sunju suddenly stops as she overhears a conversation coming from around the corner.
Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she hears the staff discussing the urgent need to select a replacement member for their group.
The staff discusses holding special evaluations next week while one man objects, questioning the urgency of the situation.
He explains the dire need to re-record all the album songs and refilm the music video.
Orders are given to cancel the scheduled break and assemble everyone tomorrow, assuming no one will complain about the lost day off.
Sunju Yu eavesdrops from behind a shelf as the staff decides to let the trainees rest in the morning before calling them at 1 p.m. They hope this will ensure the trainees are well rested and capable of a better performance. A sharp, sudden gasp sounds from the building as the scene transitions.
Haeun stares in confusion as she realizes her phone charger is missing from its usual spot.
She spots her charger plugged in near Haley's bed and wonders if her sister took it without asking.
Her phone displays a critical 0% battery, much to her frustration.
Looking around the dorm, she notes that everyone has gone out for their day off, while Sunju is still sleeping after practicing late.
While getting ready, Haeun decides against a portable charger, opting to just take her own as she navigates the complicated route to the dance battle.
On the train, a notification appears on her screen confirming her phone has completely run out of battery.
She listens to other trainees on the train who credit their success to lucky song choices while their friends tell them to stop being so humble.
A sudden realization hits Haeun as she draws closer to her destination.
She notices more and more people who clearly look like professional dancers arriving at the station.
Confident in her plan, she decides to just follow the crowd until she successfully finds the registration desk.
Inside the venue, she is relieved to find a power outlet and immediately plugs her phone in to charge.
With 15 minutes until the preliminary rounds begin, she leaves her backpack by the wall to start warming up.
She reflects that, in many ways, the end result of her efforts had already been decided.
Music notes fill the air as she compares the start of the battle to the blank screen of her phone.
With an intense gaze, she tells herself that she needs to go back to her original purpose. She executes a powerful, reaching dance move and a series of dynamic sketches. A sense of joy and determination fills her face as she dances with everything she has. Her eyes sparkle with a fierce intensity during a close-up of the performance. A notification outlines the rules for team evaluations, noting the consequences of a missing member.
She worries that her absence would rob her teammates of their hard-earned chance at success. Her hand reaches out in a blur as she fights for her place on the stage.
A quick, firm grab sounds as someone catches her hand.
Yoonjae looks at the sweaty, shocked Haeun and asks if she is feeling all right. He introduces himself and asks what she is doing at the competition venue.
A grateful shout rings out in front of the building as the situation is explained.
Yoonjae urges her to run, telling her it's fine and that she needs to hurry to her evaluation.
He watches from his motorcycle as she sprints away, hoping she won't be late for her team.
A sudden, sharp ring sounds as Yoonjae ruffles his hair, marveling at how much she looks like her sister, Haley.
On the phone, a friend complains about him missing lunch and not answering, but Yoonjae explains that something urgent came up.
His friends mention they ended up eating without him while he continues his walkout tag.
Yoonjae asks the judge on the other end of the line if any of the dancers today made an impression on him.
The judge claims they found a monster and explains how the event is divided into specific genres like hip-hop and breakdance.
He reveals that one specific dancer entered every single category, much to Yoonjae's amusement.
The judge pauses to share the most incredible part of the discovery.
A heavy rhythmic huff sounds as Haeun bursts through the door, having passed the prelims in all categories with high marks.
Haeun stops in her tracks, looking confused as she surveys the room.
Haley stares at her sister and demands to know why she wasn't answering her phone.
Haeun asks if the evaluations have started yet, but Haley reveals that the start time was sent via message and everyone is already in their practice rooms.
Seonju arrives right behind her, panting and apologizing for being late because of an unexpected delay.
Haley questions Seonju, noting that she must have seen the messages and asking why she is sweating so much.
Yehui-san stands in the foreground and coldly addresses the two latecomers. A rhythmic clack-clack sounds from Yehui's red heels as she walks toward the nervous pair.
Yehui leans in with a dark expression, warning them that if they aren't desperate, they should at least not hold the team back.
She walks past them, sternly ordering both of them to go change and get ready immediately.
Haley scolds Haeun for being late while the orange-haired girl offers a soft apology. Haley urges her sister to consider the situation from Yui's perspective.
Visuals of training sessions emphasize that only one person among all the trainees will be selected.
Yuhi is revealed as the all-time top trainee and the clear favorite for the debut.
Haley acknowledges that Yehui is understandably on edge given the high stakes of the opportunity.
Haley instructs the girls to change into the outfits she has prepared for them.
A heavy mood descends as Hyun turns away from her teammates.
Hyun realizes that Yehui's harsh words hit upon a truth she was trying to hide.
She prioritizes her teammates' chances at success over her own personal ambitions.
Watching her teammates walk ahead, Hyun feels a shift in her own perspective.
Hyun admits to herself that she doesn't desire the idol career enough to continue.
A rhythmic throb sounds as Haeyoon's injured ankle pulses with a red glow of pain. Her foot lands awkwardly as she struggles to maintain her pace.
Haley asks if she is coming along, and Hyun confirms she is following.
Hyun silently resolves that this must be the final time she puts her team at risk.
The girls walk together down the hallway toward their evaluation room.
Back on the train, Hyun regrets not stopping her pursuit of the idol life sooner.
Eunjae observes the distressed, sweating girl with a look of deep concern. She recalls pushing herself too hard and falling during the team's critical evaluation.
Yehi reacts with wide-eyed shock as the performance coordination collapses.
The instructors watch from their table as the trainees stand frozen on the practice floor.
Hyun laments ruining the team's chance and causing Yehui to lose her focus.
She remembers Yehui standing before the judges, likely failing her subsequent individual evaluation.
Hyun cries as she kneels on the floor, offering a desperate apology to Yehui.
Yehui walks away, leaving her devastated teammate weeping alone in the room.
Eunjae listens in silence as the orange-haired girl shares the weight of her past.
She looks away, finally understanding why her sister is so sensitive about her injuries.
Eunjae is shocked, believing a top trainee would surely find another chance to debut soon.
Scenes of new group launches highlight the harsh reality for trainees left behind.
Sketches illustrate the long, grueling years some spend in a cycle of waiting for a debut.
Hyun explains that their small agency provided no certainty for any future debut opportunities. She reflects on how her failure effectively robbed Yehui of a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In a flashback, Hyun greets the black-haired girl and offers her congratulations.
Yehui coldly rejects the praise and questions if Hyun truly understands the situation.
Yehi demands to know how many times she called while Hyun struggles for an answer. The black-haired girl yells, asking if it was really that difficult to check her phone.
Yehi asks how many times she must request a timely response to her messages.
Hyun is left speechless by the intensity of her teammates' anger.
Hyun expresses her disbelief that such harsh words are being directed at her. Yehui asks if she knows why her phone died, then abruptly drops the subject of the charger.
Hyun is hurt that her friend only yells at her instead of being happy.
Yehi admits she used the charger, but tries to explain as Hyun tells her to drop it.
Hyun shouts that Yehui should stay determined to succeed without making any excuses.
Both girls are left in tears as their relationship reaches a painful breaking point.
Yehui pleads for a chance to talk and offers an apology, but Hyun walks away. The black-haired girl continues to plead as the orange-haired girl remains silent. Hyun reflects on how she ignored her friend and used cruel words she didn't mean.
The scene shifts as she recalls her overwhelming desire to drop everything.
Hyun remembers being consumed by a selfish urge to return to the dance stage. She asks if the other girl feels better now as Yehui stands alone in a crowd. A heavy slump sounds as Hyun falls to the stage, whispering Yehui's name in shock.
Yehui confirms her identity with a chilling smile while the orange-haired girl sits frozen in place.
The dark-haired girl questions if she was also present at a street dance competition that day.
Yehui offers a mocking praise that leaves the orange-haired girl stammering in visible distress.
Spectators in the crowd look on with confusion, wondering why the dancer has suddenly stopped. A judge asks why she stopped dancing as the orange-haired girl covers her mouth in horror. Multiple cold-faced versions of her former teammate appear in a vision, taunting her to dance again.
Rhythmic music notes surround the stage as her guilt manifests into a crippling case of stage fright.
Back in the present, Soohyun throws his arms up and cheers for the upcoming fun.
The light-haired boy offers a sheepish, sweating grin.
He mentally scolds himself for unintentionally reminding his friend of a very painful past.
Hyun remains quiet with a downcast expression that reflects her lingering sadness.
She stares off into the distance, lost in thought.
A weak laugh escapes her as she notices the light-haired boy's startled and confused reaction.
She tells him he would make a terrible liar because his thoughts are so easy to read.
Looking up with a gentle smile, she suggests they explore the venue before things get started. A voice suddenly calls out her full name, causing both her and Soohyun to stop.
A short blonde girl introduces herself as Seonju and remarks on how long it's been.
Hyun is visibly stunned to run into her former acquaintance, Sunju Year.
She excitedly greets Seonju and asks if she's there to watch the competition as well.
Seonju reveals that she is actually competing in the finals, leaving the orange-haired girl shocked.
Hyun is amazed that Senju is a finalist in such a large-scale event.
Seonju explains that her agency put her on a reality show and wants her to gain experience.
The orange-haired girl starts to ask a follow-up question with a look of dawning realization. A dark-haired girl with a pink streak joins them as Sanzu introduces Hyeolyen as a top-tier dancer.
Hyun humbly downplays the compliment while Sunju insists she is only stating the truth.
Seonju invites her to team up for a future dance battle as Soo-hyun tries to get her attention. Soo-hyun interrupts to excuse himself to the bathroom after eating too much on the train.
He steps outside and marvels at how much more crowded the area around the theater has become. Returning inside, the light-haired boy feels overwhelmed by the surge of new people in the lobby.
He looks around the venue, eager to find his orange-haired companion among the crowd.
He spots Sunju and her pink-haired friend and decides to approach them to say hello.
The girl with the pink hair notes on her phone that someone has already won a battle. Sunju looks skeptical and questions if the orange-haired girl was ever actually a good dancer. Soo-hyun stops in his cracks as he overhears Sunju criticizing his friend's current abilities.
The blonde-haired girl continues her harsh assessment, much to the light-haired boy's shock.
She expresses surprise at the girl's skill level after she chose to pursue dancing over idol training. Sunju admits she didn't even finish the video while her friend laughs at her savage honesty. A rhythmic chatter sounds from the crowd as Seonju begins to explain what happened at the agency.
Dejected by what he heard, the light-haired boy turns away and retreats back into the crowd.
A sudden announcement signals the start of the prestigious On Fleek Vol 8 dance battle. The announcer introduces Sunju Yu as the first hip-hop dancer to take the stage.
Hyun cheers enthusiastically for Sunju while her companion stands beside her with a quiet expression.
A close-up shows the light-haired boy's troubled look as he reflects on what he overheard. Sunju performs a powerful sweeping dance move on stage as her skill is acknowledged.
Despite the skillful performance, the light-haired boy remains completely unimpressed by Sunju's dance.
Hyun notices his lack of reaction and looks at him with a puzzled expression. He sits alone in the stands with his head bowed and hands clasped, feeling deeply disappointed. People outside the venue talk about how amazing the performances have been so far. Hyun raves about the incredible semifinals while walking alongside her somber-looking companion.
Laughing, the orange-haired girl notes that the final performance was also quite good.
She suddenly stops and reacts with a confused, questioning look.
Walking outside the theater, Hyun asks if Soo-hyun is still feeling unwell or needs medicine. Soo-hyun tries to play off his mood by claiming he is just hungry. Hyun searches her phone for a restaurant as she mentions Sunju is coming for dinner.
The light-haired boy looks nervous as he realizes he must find a low-calorie restaurant. Hyun promises to let him choose tomorrow's menu while asking if he's excited for tonight. Hyun nudges Soo-hyun, suggesting their acquaintances might share stories about their agency.
The boy suddenly admits he isn't very hungry, catching the orange-haired girl by surprise.
Soo-hyun trails off as he stares at his phone while Hyun tries to interject.
Hyun points out the contradiction in his sudden change regarding his hunger.
Hyun stops walking and calls out Soo-hyun's name with a firm expression. She directly asks if she has done something to offend him during the day. Startled, Soo-hyun tries to deny his change in behavior while looking visibly flustered. Standing before the large theater, the boy asks if he was the only one who enjoyed the day.
Hyun demands to know what is wrong since she cannot read his mind.
Looking away, Soo-hyun admits that he doesn't want to be around her friend.
Hyun is shocked and asks why he would feel that way about Sunju. She criticizes his vague answers and tells him he's acting weirdly. Hyun insists that he never dislikes people without a reason, prompting a defensive retort.
Seon questions whether Seonju actually values Haeyeon as much as she believes. A sharp ring sounds from Hyun's phone as she stares in stunned silence.
Hyun answers the incoming call and greets Sunju.
The orange-haired girl's expression becomes strained as she hears the voice on the line. From the phone, Sunju cancels their dinner plans by claiming she is far too busy.
Hyun laughs weakly as she accepts the cancellation and ends the call.
Soo-hyun points out that she spent half an hour searching for food only to be stood up. Hyun defends her friend, but Soo-hyun remains skeptical about Seonju's true character.
The light-haired boy falls silent as Hyun desperately asks for an explanation.
He recalls Sanju's past decision to abandon trainee life to pursue a career as a dancer. Soo-hyun begins to walk away, prompting a confused Hyun to ask where he is going. Claiming he needs space to think, Soo-hyun apologizes and leaves the girl alone in the courtyard. Hyun stands still, fearing that staying together will only lead to further conflict.
She walks through the crowded streets alone, wondering what is happening to her relationships.
The orange-haired girl looks downcast as she tries to process the sudden argument.
Rain begins to fall as pedestrians run for cover, leaving Hyun standing in the downpour. A gray umbrella slides over her as Hyun curses her miserable, drama-like luck.
She feels as though the entire universe is testing her patience with this sudden rain.
Hyun laments the scattered state of her team and the current mess they are in.
Yoonse holds an umbrella over Haeyoon while her companion comments on their team's leadership. Yoonse yells at Songyum to go find their teammate as the man mocks her bossy attitude.
Hyun is surprised to see them as the silver-haired girl admits her own shortcomings.
Under the shelter of the umbrella, Yoonse resolves to perform better as a leader from now on.
Yoonse mentions that Songyum provided workshop tickets for the entire team to attend.
Sangyum films a crying Sushan on some steps as Yoonse orders the group to follow her.
The scene shifts to a crowded studio for the workshop Yoonse insisted they attend.
Two dancers, Slay and Eriko, introduce themselves to the group as Soo-hae-yeon looks on in shock.
Soo-yeon realizes the instructors were the same judges who evaluated them at the battle.
Both Hae-yeon and Soo-yeon stand in stunned realization before the familiar faces.
Yoonse scolds her teammates for so easily forgetting the fight they just had. Inside the dance studio, the orange-haired girl motivates herself to focus on the workshop as she reflects on the prestige of the Move On team.
Reminiscing about her childhood house dance training, she resolves to do her best as the instructor announces an introduction to the hustle dance style.
The orange-haired girl reacts with wide-eyed shock while her light-haired companion looks on in total bewilderment.
Two dancers join hands as a narrative explanation defines hustle as a specific style of dance.
Panels show the instructors demonstrating the dance, explaining its origins in 1970s disco and Latino club culture in the Bronx.
As they move gracefully, the instructors explain that the dance has no musical genre restrictions and that gender does not dictate leading or following roles. Dynamic panels showcase a series of impressive swings and lifts performed by the instructors during their demonstration.
The male instructor claps to end the explanation and directs the attendees to separate into leader and follower groups.
As the room splits, both the orange-haired girl and the light-haired boy are relieved to be practicing in separate groups for the day.
The two companions look at each other with lingering awkwardness, realizing they must now partner up after all.
A silver-haired girl and her partner begin practicing a move with a sharp shout to open their dance positions.
The pair transitions into a holding position as they follow the step-by-step instructions provided. They execute a smooth hand change, demonstrating the technicality and flow of the partner dance.
Completing an underarm turn, the duo earns praise from the observing instructor as they perfect the move.
The instructor notices that the orange-haired girl and her light-haired friend are dancing with extreme stiffness and tension.
He stops to lecture them on the importance of communication and questions why they are avoiding eye contact. The instructor demonstrates a syncing exercise, encouraging the partners to match their breath and energy with one another. Attempting to push against each other's hands, the two friends look visibly uncomfortable and strained. They pull away from each other with equal awkwardness, leaving the instructor looking utterly exasperated by their lack of synergy. Fuming with annoyance, the male instructor is suddenly interrupted by a persistent tap on his shoulder. He turns to see the female instructor gesturing for him to calm down as she watches the other students. The instructor announces a partner rotation, providing the light-haired boy with a brief moment of relief. His relief is short-lived as the silver-haired girl approaches him with a menacing aura, asking if he's happy to switch.
She threatens to show him how a real dancer performs by stepping all over him, much to his terror.
The silver-haired girl hoists the light-haired boy into the air as the female instructor watches with an amused expression. Meanwhile, the orange-haired girl effortlessly keeps up with her new partner, earning silent praise for her impressive skill level.
The female instructor observes the girl's performance and finally understands why she was so highly recommended by others.
Feeling guilty, the light-haired boy watches his friend and realizes he needs to apologize for his earlier behavior.
As the workshop ends and rain falls outside, the boy struggles to find the courage to speak with his companion.
While walking under umbrellas, the boy's phone dings with a notification that Ha-jin Cho has sent a new video.
He bursts into laughter upon seeing the video, catching the orange-haired girl by surprise as she walks beside him.
He shows her a video of her standing miserably in the rain, making her realize that Ha-jin filmed both of them.
The orange-haired girl laughs as she watches the video of the boy's own dramatic reaction to the rain on his phone.
Noticing her stifled laughter, the boy admits that he is just glad to see her smiling again despite the day's stress. He jokingly asks to share the video with their dance club, but she quickly tries to stop him from sending it. The orange-haired girl asks if he met Sunju earlier and notes that her former acquaintance can be quite blunt.
She suggests that Sunju might have said something to cause a misunderstanding between them that led to his mood. The girl explains that she couldn't imagine any other reason for his sudden change in attitude throughout the day.
The light-haired boy admits he overheard Sunju criticizing her dancing, but the girl simply laughs and responds to his honesty.
She reminds him of her ongoing struggle with stage fright that she had mentioned previously on the train. She explains that her recent performance was far from her actual potential due to her nerves during the competition.
Reflecting on her friend's blunt nature, the girl realizes Sanju was likely disappointed by her lackluster performance.
She tells the boy that Sunju is one of the few people who truly understands her actual talent and potential. Smiling gently, she admits that Sunju's harsh criticism actually makes perfect sense to her given the circumstances. The rain suddenly stops as the heavy atmosphere between the two friends finally clears under the night sky.
The light-haired boy suggests they head home, but the orange-haired girl stops him to point out a nearby fountain.
Standing before the illuminated water feature, she mentions that the fountain plays music at certain times of the day. With a hopeful look, she asks if he would like to dance with her properly since their workshop practice was so disastrous. The light-haired boy is momentarily frozen in shock by her unexpected invitation to dance together. A bright, genuine smile spreads across his face as he prepares to accept her offer and join her. Under the night sky, Soo-yeon and Hae-yeon begin a proper dance by a fountain. The two friends hold hands and look into each other's eyes as they move.
Music notes float through the air as the two find their rhythm together. Panels show their graceful steps as Haeyoon questions why Soohyun was so stiff earlier.
They perform a twirl together, and Soohyun points out she was just as rigid as him. Haeyoon admits that while she was fine with Hajin, she couldn't help being awkward with him.
Soohyun agrees that he has never felt so self-conscious around her until today. Haeyoon suddenly slips, and Soohyun quickly grabs her, pulling her into a close embrace.
Both of them freeze in shock, their faces inches apart and flushing bright red.
They stare at each other in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sudden physical closeness.
Haeyoon breaks the tension by pushing him away with a nervous show.
To hide her embarrassment, she suggests trying a fun tapping routine she saw the instructors perform.
Soohyun enthusiastically suggests trying the lift move they learned at the workshop. Before she can protest, he prepares to pick her up, making her gasp in surprise.
As he puts his hands on her waist, Haeyoon briefly worries about her weight. Pushing her doubts aside, she lets him hoist her high into the air as they dance.
A loud splash sounds as she lands on the ground, and they celebrate their success.
Soohyun's expression turns to one of pure terror as a sudden realization hits him.
Panels show the ground covered in puddles, a detail they had completely forgotten in their excitement. A stagger sounds as the wet floor causes them both to lose their balance completely.
Haeyoon laughs as she falls, teasing Soohyun for being so slow to react to the hazard.
As she lands, Haeyoon feels a sense of security she has never experienced with anyone else.
She reflects on her dance with Hajin, realizing the connection was purely technical.
Looking back on their practice, she knows that the synergy she has with Soohyun is unique.
She understands that no matter who she dances with, nothing can recreate what they share. Haeyoon concludes that her special bond with Soohyun is something she can't find elsewhere.
Soohyun beams at her and asks if she thinks they are finally in sync.
They hold hands again, and she reflects on how safe and calm he makes her feel.
A low buzz sounds from a nearby street lamp as the night deepens.
A beam of light shines down as she admits their dance is just a messy imitation.
She decides that the technical quality doesn't matter as long as they are together.
The pair continues to dance under the spotlight, enjoying each other's company.
The scene shifts to the interior of a brightly lit 24-hour sauna. Soohyun walks down the stairs in sauna clothes, wondering if Haeyoon is ready yet.
A document shows that a parent provided consent for the minor Soohyun to stay overnight.
Exploring the facilities, Soohyun is excited to find a row of arcade game cabinets.
He approaches a black-haired boy and asks if he can join in on a game. An intense tap sounds as their hands move rapidly over the arcade buttons.
Stunned, Soohyun realizes he lost 10 games straight to the boy he thought was an amateur. He watches a fighting game on screen and decides to wait to play with Haeyoon instead.
Haeyoon's memory of their close embrace flashes back as she continues to process her feelings. A man with his young son asks for the machine once Soohyun has finished his round. Later in the dining area, Haeyoon apologizes for taking so long to finish her bath. They sit down to eat, and Haeyoon encourages a hungry Soohyun to start their meal. Haeyoon notices that Soohyun is preoccupied with his phone and asks what he's looking at. She leans in and sees Yoonse on his screen, feeling annoyed that he's ignoring her.
A sharp shout startles nearby patrons as Haeyoon loses her temper with him.
Fuming, she scolds him for his rudeness and confiscates the phone until they finish eating.
Soohyun looks on in utter shock as his friend suddenly turns into a strict disciplinarian.
Haeyoon remains silent and visibly annoyed as they sit together at the table. The orange-haired girl blushes as she wonders if she is actually feeling jealous.
At the sauna, Soohyun apologizes for pouring sauce on their food while a girl on the television promotes a new moisturizer.
The silver-haired girl looks incredibly annoyed.
The two couples stand apart in a large tiled lobby as Haeyoon questions their behavior.
Yoonse demands to know why they are being so awkward and if they have failed to make up. She notes that both her friends look completely exhausted and asks if they got any sleep at all.
A sigh escapes the silver-haired girl as she deals with her friends.
The black-haired man in the suit wonders what is wrong with the strange pair. Hajin offers to educate them on the meaning of love before a whoosh sounds as he is grabbed. Haeyoon aggressively shakes the man's head as a pained Herc sounds, and she tells Hajin how good it is to see him. A large outdoor stage is prepared as the announcer asks for a round of applause.
Sitting in the audience, Haeyoon expresses her happiness at being together while Hajin worries about his hair wax. The audience is told to pay attention to the performance as preparation for their upcoming competition.
Soohyun asks for a clarification about the competition format while Haeyoon listens intently.
A narration panel explains that the first round of the competition will be a team performance.
Panels reflect on their past experience dancing in pairs compared to the challenge of dancing as a quartet.
Haeyoon hopes that seeing today's performances will provide them with much-needed inspiration.
Yoonse arrogantly claims she can carry the entire team to victory on her own while her friend looks annoyed.
She admits that even with her skills, it will be difficult to defeat one specific team. 4 dancers in matching black streetwear and white caps stand in a line on stage.
Haeyoon admits she has never heard of the team named Basement.
Yoonse explains that the team was recently formed specifically to participate in the upcoming competition. The orange-haired girl looks stunned as she learns about the new members Yoonjae recently recruited. Watching the new team perform, Yoonse laughs at her friend's obvious surprise. She mocks Haeyoon for thinking she was the only new member selected for the group. Yoontae explains that the other members were selected through a rigorous and official audition process.
She reminds Hyun that she was a special exception who received private tests due to her stage fright.
Yoontae warns her not to even consider joining the top floor if she cannot defeat this rival team.
The rival dancers move in perfect unison as they perform their routine from a distance. Close-up panels highlight the impressive foundation, technique, and expression of the rival dancers.
The 4 members of the rival team demonstrate a perfect balance of all 3 essential dance skills.
A diagram illustrates how their own team members' individual strengths are divided among technique, foundation, and expression. Watching the powerful movements of their rivals, Hyun wonders if she could ever hope to defeat them.
The orange-haired girl stares forward with a look of intense focus and determination.
Yoontae asks if she is scared, but Soo-yeon quickly defends her as Hajin considers shaving his head.
The 4 friends sit in a row as they prepare for the next phase of their journey.
Hyun states that their primary goal is to return to Seoul and win.
Her eyes shine with resolve as she repeats her commitment to achieving victory.
Yoontae jokingly threatens Soo-yeon as he apologizes, while Hajin continues to fret over his hair gel. A memory shows Soo-hyun practicing his footwork with intense energy in a quiet studio.
In another memory, Yoontae shouts at a somber Hyun during a tense practice session. Hyun recalls standing nervously before a seated Yoonjae as he evaluates her potential. Despite their bickering, the group shows how close they have become as a staff member observes them.
Hyun looks on at her rivals, acknowledging that they are not as technically perfect yet.
4 puzzle pieces float in the air, representing the individual components of their team. The pieces lock together to form a complete picture of the 4 companions.
The team stands together in their official dance attire, ready to face the upcoming challenge.
A shout encourages the team to prepare for their shoot as they run through the school corridors.
Labored huff-huff sounds are heard at a bus stop as a girl tries to navigate the transit system.
Standing at the stop, the brown-haired girl expresses her frustration at how long it is taking to reach the filming location.
The hooded man wearing sunglasses stops a girl at a bus stop to ask for directions.
Frantically claiming she doesn't know, the girl boards a red bus while the man stands in confusion.
He thinks about how his phone is dead and how he's lost after being away for so long.
As he stands alone, another person approaches him to ask if he needs help or has a destination. In a large arena, a brown-haired girl wearing a green suit looks completely bewildered by the sudden announcement.
The announcer shouts for the mission to begin and tells the DJ to drop the beat as the teams gather.
A close-up reveals the mysterious hooded man is actually the famous dancer Kevin Song.
A caption explains that the street dance survival show for teen dancers, School of Street, began a few minutes ago.
Standing on the gym floor, the host reminds the audience how the country loved the previous show, King of Street.
Yoon scoffs at the host's claims while the other judges watch the crowd's excited reaction.
A TV in the waiting room shows the hosts explaining that these teen dancers are as talented as professionals.
A purple-eyed girl and a red-haired girl wonder which of the many dancers will ultimately take the win. The blonde girl with star earrings stares ahead, focused on the goal of taking the crown.
She sits with her dark-haired teammate, and the narration notes that they are both idol trainees.
The backs of several dancers are shown as the narrator wonders if the rest of their team are idol trainees. Eunse notices that Hae-yoon is trembling and asks why she is shaking so much.
Yoontae looks at her friend with concern and asks if she is suffering from stage fright again.
Hyun denies it, but Yoonse tells her to forget whatever is on her mind for the performance.
Yoontae laughs about ignoring people speaking poorly of her, leading Hajin to call her shameless as she snaps back.
A panel explains that stage fright is not the actual problem for the girl this time.
Yahi, the long-haired dancer in white pants, remains seated and quiet as she waits for her turn.
A sudden grab sounds as someone takes hold of Hyun's hand.
Soo-hyun kneels and offers her hand warmer, noting how cold her hands feel.
He holds her hand and tells her not to worry as long as they perform as they practiced.
A surprised huh sounds as Soo-yeon looks up while Hajin watches the interaction with a flat expression.
Hajin stands over them and suggests that they switch seats while Yoonse watches with a questioning look.
Hae-in looks down and asks Soo-hyun if he can hold her hand for a little bit longer. Soo-hyun stares up at her with wide, surprised eyes.
His expression softens into a gentle, happy smile as he looks at his friend.
He enthusiastically agrees and says he will do anything to make her feel better.
Back in the gym, the announcer prepares to reveal the details of the opening round.
The announcer explains that the first mission of the show is called the Seat Battle.
He tells the participants that each team will perform their choreography one after the other. Once all the performances are finished, every team will be ranked with a grade from 1 to 10.
The host explains that the leaders of the top 8 teams will get to sit in a designated area.
A diagram shows the first 8 teams filling the seating area before a fierce competition begins.
If a new team ties with the lowest-ranked team, they might sit together and battle for a winner later. However, if a new team scores higher, the lowest-ranked team in the area must immediately leave the show. The host calls for the music to start as the first team in green suits prepares to dance.
Yoonse watches from the waiting room and admits she is feeling nervous just watching the others perform.
The judge notes that the dancer on stage looks incredibly stiff and nervous during her routine. A memory shows the dancer performing a high kick, proving she is usually good enough for any final.
The gym lights glow as the first performance comes to an end. The host praises Team 1 for their effort and prepares to move on to the grading process. The host asks if the judges are ready to share their comments on the performance. Watching the TV, Soo-hyun suddenly realizes he recognizes the judge on the screen from earlier.
A flashback shows Soo-hyun meeting the hooded man earlier and asking him where he was going.
Kevin Song identifies the leader and notes his Korean is rusty as the girl in green confirms her role.
The judge looks down and tells the team that he would like to start by saying sorry. The girl in the green suit panics, wondering if his apology means they received a terrible grade.
A memory shows Kevin Song asking for directions at a bus stop before Haeun panics and flees onto a red bus.
Kevin apologizes if their earlier encounter affected her performance, but Haeun frantically insists it did not.
Kevin assures the girl that she can trust him to judge her based solely on her performance. Hajin is surprised as a narrator praises his good work, leading him to offer his thanks.
The announcer explains that only 8 out of 50 teams will survive the first mission, the seat battle.
As the competition continues, a girl in a pink shirt looks shocked as her team is pushed out of the top 8. Several teams are forced to leave the show without ever having the chance to enter the top 8 seating area.
4 teams are tied at the bottom.
The waiting room is full of nervous chatter as girls discuss how high the grading standards have been so far.
The host enthusiastically welcomes the next group to take their place on the dance floor. The 4 members of Team Puzzle bow respectfully and shout hello to the crowd and judges.
Haeun excitedly announces that they are an all-genre street dance team. Haeun looks confused by the silence. Yoon sweat drops and awkwardly agrees with her teammate's statement to keep things moving.
The female judge laughs and asks what happened to the team's sense of teamwork.
The production director tells the camera crew to keep filming because the judges are having fun.
Yoonse pulls her friend's hair and asks if she's lost it while narration mentions Haeun's idol past.
The narrator explains that she practiced for countless hours during her time as a trainee.
Eunjae hopes she shows her capability as Kevin greets her, noting it has been a long time.
Kevin looks on with a curious expression. Hajin encourages the group to perform exactly as they practiced, nothing more and nothing less. The team raises their hands together and shouts for Team Puzzle to start. She silently thanks her supportive teammates.
Yoonse asks to switch seats in a memory that leaves Hajin and Soo-hyun feeling confused.
Soo-hyun holds her hands to comfort her.
Haeun feels ready to perform.
Kevin gives a thumbs up and asks how his former teacher has been doing Wei.
The host announces that Team Puzzle's first mission is beginning right now. The dancers assume their starting formation.
Close-up panels show the dancers' feet moving in rhythm as the music strikes. The 4 friends perform their individual moves in sync on the stage.
The female judge expresses her surprise that the team is performing a K-pop choreography.
Looking at the excited Yoonjae, the female judge notes how hyped he is to see his sister.
Yoonjae watches intently and wonders how much the girl has improved since they last met. Seeing the routine, Yoonjae realizes that the entire choreography must have been created by Haeun. Narration praises her progress with stage fright and her ability to engage the camera with her charm. The narrator notes that her polished performance is thanks to her time as a trainee. A panel highlights how she is stealing the attention of the judges during the routine. The main production director watches with interest as the girl captivates the audience. She performs with speed and decision.
The narrator credits her supporting teammates for providing a flawless group performance. A sharp flick sound accompanies Yoonjae's thought that Yoonse is performing reasonably well.
Yoonjae notes that while Haeun is perfect, Soo-hyun is slightly offbeat, making him question their leader.
Narration observes that Soo-hyun lacks attention to detail and relies mostly on his stamina and hard work. An illustration shows K-pop dancers interpreting and expressing the song better than anyone else.
The judge thinks that Hajin could learn a lot from watching more expressive performers.
Yoonjae turns his attention to the final member of the group, Yoonse.
Yoonse executes a technical, impressive background.
A childhood memory shows Yoonse on a swing, struggling to connect with others due to her stubbornness.
Eunjae recalls being concerned about his sister participating in a mission where teamwork is vital.
Eunjae watches the performance from his seat.
Haeun leads the group with vibrant, energetic movements.
A sharp stomp sounds as Kevin observes her competitive streak.
A monitor confirms that top floor won King of Street.
Yoonse yells at the TV while her friend watches. Yoonjae considers the hard work required for a victory. The team moves across the floor in perfect synchronization.
Haeun's teammates support her every move during the routine. She focuses intensely as she prepares for a technical maneuver. With a sudden whoosh, she executes a perfect high kick.
A powerful stomp resonates as the group performs their finish.
Haeun remains focused on the rhythm of the state.
The entire team leaps across the dance floor together. Their feet step in perfect rhythmic unison on the floor. They lean into a final, complex group formation. A leg swings with massive, blurred momentum.
Soo-hyun executes a rapid spinning floor maneuver.
They move together through a synchronized floor sequence.
A firm step echoes as they finish the intense routine.
Team Puzzle completes their performance with a high-energy pose.
A monitor in Waiting Room 2 shows their final formation. 2 boys in hoodies discuss the B-boys train.
They ask about the person who coached the lanky dancer.
A girl questions the spy while the boys laugh together.
The judges prepare to ask the team one final question.
Kevin asks why they did not coordinate their affix.
Haeun struggles for an answer about their Unify Black. Yoonse jumps in to explain their logic using their name. She explains how every jigsaw puzzle piece is different.
A memory shows the team arguing about cheesy names.
The group debates between the names Rooftop and Puffle.
Kevin praises them for a wonderful and hard-worked performance.
Finally, the judge hands over the official grade card.
Unsei looks at the card with a blank expression. The host wonders what grade Team Puzzle ultimately received.
A firm step sounds as the group moves forward.
A man in a cap wonders if they failed.
A sudden stomp rings out as Yunsei approaches the seats. Yunsei stands confidently before the other seated dancers.
With a quick step, she demands that they wait. Seated dancers whisper about the team's low passing grade.
The host notes the intense nature of the first mission.
The blonde girl with star earrings stares ahead in shock.
Yoon's looms over the other dancers on the bleachers.
She asks the group if they kept the seats warm.
She tells them to get lost if they're warm enough.
Her command to get lost echoes across the room.
The dancers stare up at her with shocked expressions. She confronts the people who spoke poorly of her earlier.
The production director orders them to get lost and yap elsewhere. The brown-haired judge laughs and notes that a certain participant is such a character, predicting she will be the one generating all the initial buzz for the show.
Grinning with sharp teeth as she rubs her head, Yunsei irritably wonders how they could possibly dare to give her a grade 2.
Peeking through a small door window, Hyein worries about why Unsei is being so reckless and fears the show will edit these scenes together to make her look bad.
Behind Haeyin's white cap, a text box declares that things are already bad as Yunsei shouts in the background with her arms crossed. Hyein sweats as she realizes Unsei looks bad regardless of the editing, while a dark-skinned man in a black jacket behind her simply says wow.
A tanned, white-haired man peeks through the door gap and excitedly notes how fun the white-haired girl seems to be as Haeun watches in shock.
A purple-haired man pokes the white-haired man trapped in the door, telling him to speak for himself and move because he is trapping the girl next to him.
The purple-haired man apologizes, calling his friend a bit slow, while Haeun politely says it is no problem, and the dark-skinned man salutes with a laugh.
Haeun wishes the other team good luck as she walks past lockers, and the purple-haired man thanks her and praises her team's great job.
Haeun feels a sudden chill as a quick pass sounds while she and a red-haired girl exchange a brief, intense look.
Hyein walks away looking confused with a sweat drop, wondering why the girl she just passed is staring so intensely at her.
The red-haired girl with a marking over her eye glares fiercely as Haeun wonders who she is and why she keeps looking at her like that.
A flashback shows the red-haired girl staring at Haeun when they first ran into each other at the studio entrance earlier.
Hyein recalls the same red-haired girl glaring at her from across the waiting room earlier in the day as well.
Haeun asks her teammate Soo-yeon if he has ever met the girl before, but he says never, just as a staff member asks if they are Team Puzzle.
A staff member calls out for Team Puzzle to follow them for their interview, and Haeun quickly agrees.
Hyein sighs and admits her nerves about the interview airing on TV, just as voices from a nearby room shout in disbelief at something they just saw.
People in the crowd shout that Team Basement killed their routine but only got a grade 2, leaving Soo-hyun and Haeun wondering what is going on.
A narrator explains that Team Basement consists of dancers selected as new members for Top Floor who were trained by the current Top Floor members.
An announcer explains that for fairness, he purposefully graded the team more harshly, and Yoonse observes that she can see why they agreed to it.
Yoons watches the proceedings with a focused, serious profile.
Close-up panels highlight the intense competitive expressions of the red-haired girl and the gray-haired boy from Team Basement.
The dancers of Team Basement showcase their skill, completely owning the stage through their powerful and synchronized movements.
Yoonse watches the performance on a monitor as the dark-skinned leader of Basement prepares to speak.
The dark-skinned man from Basement asks the host if they can sit anywhere they want since all surviving teams are grade 2, and the host confirms.
Introducing himself as Taemo Yoon, the dark-skinned man laughs and decides to sit right next to Yoon's on the bleachers. Taemo enthusiastically tells Yoonse he wants to be friends, noting their similar names and hair colors before laughing about being called a tanned, white-haired nerd.
Taemo reaches out to give Yoonse a nickname like White-Haired Senorita, but she loudly interrupts to address the rest of the Basement team.
Yoonse grips her own hair in frustration as Taemo continues to laugh heartily beside her.
The host enthusiastically welcomes the next group to take their place on the dance floor.
A light blue-haired girl leads her group, Team Dance Lighting, as they bow and offer a polite greeting to the judges and audience.
Wearing a brown hat and sunglasses, a judge notes that there are some very attention-grabbing members in this new group.
The judge points out that 2 of the members look like twins and asks if house is the main dance genre for both of them.
A text bubble promises that the audience will be unable to look away once the team begins their routine.
As the music kicks in, the light blue-haired girl confidently declares that nobody will be able to take their eyes off her and Yeonmu.
A judge observes that the dancer seems to be intending to focus mainly on whacking from now on instead of popping.
Her hand stretches toward the camera as a quick reach sounds, while a judge thinks he would have stuck to what he was most comfortable with.
A girl in a blue vest tells her friend that the dancer's outfit does not really match a whacking style, but her friend tells her to look closer.
Team Dance Lighting drops into a perfectly synchronized floor formation, proving that whacking was not the only thing the girl prepared.
The audience is left in shock, loudly questioning when the dancer managed to learn breaking and power moves.
The twin brothers execute high-energy acrobatic jumps, making the onlookers wonder where these talented performers suddenly appeared from.
Taemo is amazed by the twins' mind-reading synchronization, but Yoonse ignores his talk about being an only child and says she wants to sew his mouth shut.
The judges are in stitches, with one admitting that the dancers Daegyo and Sogyo are absolutely cracking him up.
A memory shows the twins as children arguing about why they have to dance together, while a woman tells them to check their prejudices. Panels showed the twins Daegyo and Sogyo performing with identical, joyful expressions on their faces. Wearing massive traditional wigs, the twins think about shaving their heads after the show, while narration notes they are capitalizing on being twins for airtime.
Eunse realizes the twins are playing on their identity to make an impression, but she acknowledges there's more to them than just that.
The team on stage celebrates wildly as the announcer declares that dance lighting has received the very first grade 1 of the first mission. In a waiting area, girls in black outfits express their nerves and mention that people are already questioning what idol trainees are doing on the show.
Standing in a circle with her team, the dark-haired leader calmly states that this kind of scrutiny is nothing they did not see coming.
The green-haired girl insists they practice as hard as rivals.
The black-haired girl claims there is no reason they shouldn't be here, while her blonde companion notes she said nothing.
The leader encourages her team to stay focused.
They perform like it's their debut stage.
He marvels at their perfect, unified coordination.
She commands the spotlight naturally during choreography. The boy points out the dancer's identity.
He guiltily admits she failed because of her.
A memory reveals Hyun's past anxiety.
He addresses his orange-haired companion by name. He promises to root for her always.
She must show her full potential now.
The announcer calls for the final grade.
The judge confirms they are grade 1.
The team celebrates their first grade joyfully. The onlookers stare in total wide-eyed shock. She celebrates her success with her teammates.
The clock marks the 8 tied teams.
The host announces the next mission will be a battle focused on creativity and original choreography. He stands in the center of the court and explains that there is no time limit for preparation.
Hyein and the boy listen with consent.
The host warns that every minute used to prepare will result in a 1-point deduction from the final grade.
Yoonse identifies a team leader as her biggest competition, but dismisses the idol trainees as no concern.
She believes they only receive their grade because of the professional training funded by their agency.
Skill will determine the next mission Twitter.
Taemo hopes that both their teams will survive this round together and addresses Yoonse by name.
Yoonse aggressively asks Taemo why he is acting so friendly toward her and questions if they even know each other. Taemo calmly notes that, as leaders, it is their responsibility to guide their teammates and asks for her agreement.
She identifies her biggest competition without doubt. A voice shouts in disbelief at the mission.
In the practice studio, Yoonse berates her team for suggesting something predictable during a test for creativity.
Hyun argues that because their main genres are all different, original choreography might be impossible to pull off successfully.
Yoonse listens with a deeply frustrated expression. Yoons points at Hajin and angrily shouts that he can make them practice until they make it work.
Hyun warns of point deductions for taking too much time while her partner argues for a familiar strategy.
Hyun tells Yoonse she's being stubborn while everyone else is on board.
Yoons turns and storms away with a quick fwish sound in.
When the boy asks where she's going, Yoonse yells that she's heading to Mapper.
The quiet hallway stands empty and long.
Eun stands alone, looking visibly annoyed. She notices the camera watching her moves.
Yoonse admits it's frustrating that she can't say what she wants while being filmed on camera.
She realizes her true blame lies with her teammates rather than the presence of the cameras.
She walks away lamenting her team's lack of risk-taking just as the host's voice calls for the last person.
Eunse peeks into the basement practice studio and sees Taemo gathering with his teammates.
Taemo sits quietly, observed from the doorway. Yoonse asks if she can punch Taemo, and his teammates enthusiastically encourage her because his constant talking annoys them.
Yoonse walks away, betting that the other team will end up fighting just like hers.
Her gaze remains intensely and fiercely focused.
She peeks through the door, wondering why he has become so quiet.
Taemo summarizes the team's divide between two opposite approaches.
A mysterious voice suggests a compromise, which a teammate enthusiastically accepts.
Taemo asks Hajin if he can trust him with the routine's highlight, and he agrees.
The purple-haired girl notices Taemo prioritized everyone else's preferences over his own.
She observes that Taemo was only accommodating others, causing him to laugh heartily.
Taemo declares that the idea's origin doesn't matter if it benefits the team. Eunse overhears the basement team starting their practice and knows they must begin too. She wears a look of intense internal struggle. Yoonse acknowledges the immense difficulty of defeating a certain rival team. Team Basement stands ready in their matching uniforms. Eunse grinds her teeth while sharply rejecting any attempts at friendliness. Taemo remains polite and seeks her agreement as fellow team leaders.
Suyeon is startled to find someone watching them so closely.
Yoonse returns to her team as they offer a warm greeting. Hyein sincerely apologizes for her earlier stubbornness and asks for a progress update. The team mentions their ongoing discussion while Haein looks over her notes. Hyein explains the difficulty of finding a genre that fits their diverse styles. The two girls share an intense, silent moment of decision. Yoonse is absolutely floored by the suggestion of a specific dance genre.
She skeptically questions if voguing is truly a style everyone can master. Hyun is relieved to avoid an argument and highlights Yoonse's familiarity with Hajin's skills.
A memory shows Hajin flawlessly executing hip-hop choreography during a past battle. While Yoonse admits Hajin is talented, the thought of him voguing repulses her.
Yoonse pivots to ask about Soohyun's potential for the file. Visionary silhouettes perform a voguing routine to a specific maintain a song. Hyun recalls that Soohyun has already mastered various complex choreographies.
She believes he can successfully imitate the moves, though Yoonse finds the thought distasteful. Hyun insists that Soohyun can compensate for weaknesses with his technical expertise.
The team grows excited at the possibility of a cool performance.
Yoonse resolves to study the choreography while Haeun urges her to lead the part.
Hyun asks her to spearhead the routine due to her superior voguing knowledge.
Yoonse agrees to support the team's vision, acknowledging that creativity is the mission's priority. The group erupts in celebration at Eunice's sudden cooperation.
Eunse takes command, instructing Hyun to follow her direction from now on.
She orders the team to focus as she begins choreographing the routine.
Yoonse walks away with her signature air of detached authority.
With a quick throw sounding, Yoonse tosses a black bag toward her teammates.
The bag is revealed to contain several bottles of drinks for the group.
The trio reacts to the unexpected gift with joyful, surprised expressions.
While Yoonse listens to music, Hyun secretly finds her leader's actions surprisingly cute.
A massive, terrifying shadow looms over the scene in the distance.
The team realizes their joyful behavior was just an attempt to avoid upsetting Yoonse.
Yoonse prepares to lead her team as their authoritative leader once more.
She adjusts her hair, getting ready to pull herself together for the mission. Yoon strikes a sharp, determined pose to begin her choreography.
Taemo's eyes widen in absolute surprise at what he sees. With a quick sniffle sounding, a witness watches Yoonse's impressive floor voguing moves.
Taemo asks the black-haired boy Yoonjae what he is doing watching from the Broray.
Yoonjae proudly observes his sister's growth while Yoonse feels a wave of bad vibes. Yoonjae plans to get drinks for his own team as Taemo worries about the shoot's roles.
Yoonjae claims that Yoonse stole the drinks he had purchased for the judges. Taemo laughs at Yoonjae's sniffles while Yoonse is seen practicing in the distance.
Taemo resolves to avoid slacking off. A background of stairs shifts the scene. Round 2's performance begins with style.
A loud, quick boom sounding echoes from the DJ booth. 3 onlookers stare in wide-eyed shock.
The heavy beat continues with several quick boom sounds. Yoonse joins the routine with a sharp cross-armed pose.
With a quick swish and slide, Yoonse resolves to erase her reputation as a poor leader.
Erasing her image as a poor leader. The team executes a complex, perfectly timed list.
Hajin's arms move with a sharp, quick swish sounding. A sudden, quick slide sounding follows Hajin's intense hand movements. Hajin focuses on the rhythm with a quick swish sounding.
With a quick raise sounding, Hajin and Yoonse move in perfect unison.
Their perfectionist training is evident in their expressions. They command the court with expansive coordination.
The rival notes they are performing new wave vogue with perfectly synced angles.
The narrator notes that while Hajin is new to the genre, it suits his technical style perfectly.
Soohyun's performance raises questions about the team's hidden strategy.
A memory shows Yoonse yelling about their stage outfits. Yoonse demands to see every alternative clothing option they brought.
Yoon sighs upon learning they have no suitable extra clothes. Yoon orders Soohyun to take his shirt off and Hajin to wash out his hair down.
Yoonse laughs at the boy's rugged looks while Hyun hides her face. Yoonse asks Soohyun if he knows the true meaning behind the name of their dance style.
She emphasizes that they must dance with the confident attitude of a professional model. Observers point out what looks like a choreographic error by the boy in the middle.
With a quick swoosh sounding, the mistake is revealed as a trick to fool the audience.
Taemo acknowledges the smart strategy of using Soohyun's shameless energy.
The team performs low-profile moves with absolute rhythmic precision. Grabbing her teammates' shoulders, Yoonse integrates them with several boom sows. Hyun prepares to reveal her modified outfit. In a flashback, Yoonse asks to see what clothes Hyun brought for Cleon brought for the show.
Yoonse critiques the baggy fit and offers some of her own clothes to complete the outfit.
Hyun tries on the tight white turtleneck and baggy pants.
Yoonse believes the outfit is still missing something eye-catching.
Yoonse decides the pants and modify the top for more impact.
Yoonse smiles while confidently brandishing a pair of scissors. With several swish and swoosh sounds, Hyun reveals her modified look during the routine. With a quick swing and throw sounding, Yoonse enjoys the routine. A quick swish sounding marks their synchronized floor work. Hyun focuses intensely on the specific model-like hand gestures from Yoonse's advice.
Hyun performs with powerful and radiant confidence.
Hyun moves toward the judges as they watch intently. Hyun expresses her new sense of self-love through dance. The performance reaches a peak as Soohyun executes a flip. With a quick lift and top sounding, the team remains synchronized. Final pose highlights their synchronized movements. Hajin lands a sharp leap with a heavy land sounding as the blonde boy realizes they are almost finished. The atmosphere shifts as Hajin and Yoonse stand together in a vibrant pink hue. Soohyun and Haeun share a determined look. The narrator notes that this is the final moment for the four of them.
Eunse and Hajin stride forward confidently.
With several quick step sounds, Sooyeon and Haeyoon resolve to deliver a spectacular finale.
Each teammate's face is focused with several step sounds as they vow to give it their all. Their feet move in perfect synchronization.
Sooyeon executes a sharp dance move.
Yoonse and Hajin drop into a low floor routine.
Haeyoon strikes a sleek, professional pose.
With a loud swoosh sounding, the team finishes their routine, leaving the audience in shock.
A TV monitor displays the performance.
A rival team watches the screen, marveling at how Team Yoonse prepared so much so quickly.
The blue-haired girl wonders if Haeyoon choreographed it, though it doesn't match her usual style. The green-haired girl urges her team to start working on their own routine.
The blue-haired girl insists they be prepared.
Narration explains that the first mission's choreography segment is drawing to a close.
The host asks if Team Basement is ready, and Sejong explains they will perform from their seats.
The judges move to get a better view, apologizing for the sudden seating change.
With a quick swish, the host signals the DJ to start the music. A judge observes that performing in such a confined space is a risky choice.
He believes it's a sink-or-swim situation due to the lack of prior rehearsal time.
Habin Jang begins the routine with a quick slide sounding as her dance genre remains a mystery.
The narrator considers the dancer's backgrounds. Sejong performs her unique moves while her specific genre is questioned.
Onlookers in green suits praise Team Basement as strong contenders for the win.
The girl in the middle dismisses them as overrated for just dancing while seated.
With a quick grab and several top sounds, the team begins an acrobatic routine on the railings.
The team performs several high-energy leaps.
Stunned onlookers wonder if they are watching a circus instead of a dance routine. A character's jacket moves with a quick flutter sounding as their out-of-this-world technique is noted.
The team suddenly hides under black cars.
With several swoosh sounds, only their arms emerge from beneath the black covers. Their precise arm movements continue rhythmic. The audience watches the all-mark.
With the quick point sounding, the narrator realizes the team is performing tutting.
Geometric arm patterns create a display. The tutting sequence becomes increasingly complex.
The team maintains absolute arm precision.
With several leap, top, and point sounds, the team tosses off their covers to continue the routine. Habin and Yoonjae dance in coordination.
A judge is deeply impressed by their animation-like body control.
He acknowledges that while their talent is expected, their choreography is still maximizing their impact.
The team uses their unique style to create a well-thought-out and engaging stage.
Layered choreography creates a peak stage.
The judges recognize Yoonjae as a perfect leader for the team to follow.
With a loud whoosh sounding, the team performs incredible flips under Yoonjae's guidance.
Taemo watches in shock as Yoonjae flips gracefully through the hanging banners. Yoonjae sticks the intense landing focused.
With a loud land sounding, breakdancer Woo Jin-yu finishes his routine.
Yoonjae stares up in absolute silence.
Eliminated teams leave many seats on key.
Hajin congratulates the team on their shoot.
While Hajin drives the group back, Sooyeon insists he isn't tired enough to sleep.
Hajin offers to play music for them.
After Yoonse rejects every music suggestion, she demands silence while Soohyun expresses disappointment.
Eunse remains unhappy despite her recent success.
The rival team won by a landslide.
Eunse reflects on her intense choreographic effort.
Hajin criticizes the rival's one-dimensional approach while Yoonse watches him with a blank expression.
Eunse argues that dance skill is the priority, though Hajin agrees it is vital.
Hajin questions what makes television truly engaging.
Character is the key to viewer entertainment.
Hajin asks Yoonse to be more embeaking.
The host welcomes the surviving dance teams.
Soyoung notices something strange about the table.
An empty seat sparks curiosity about judges.
The host acknowledges the group's sharp hearing.
A new judge is officially introduced.
The team awaits the global artist reveal.
Haeyoon wonders about the new judge's origin.
The star dancer Haley arrives in style.
Haeyoon is shocked by Haley's sudden appearance. Haley introduces herself as the newest judge.
The audience is captivated by Haley's beauty.
Overwhelmed by the news, Haeyoon slumps over.
Yoonjae faints as Yoonse prepares to speak.
Haeyoon dismisses calls for naderons. Yoon scoffs at a K-pop idol judging. Haley attempts to speak before Yoonse interrupts her with a sarcastic apology.
Eunse raises her hand to challenge Haley.
Haeyoon begs Yoonse to stay silent. Haley notes Yoonse's tenacity while Yoonse asks if the judge knows what a call-out is.
Haley accepts the challenge with eager confidence. Haley explains the rules of a call-out battle while Yoonse claims she already knows them.
With a quick spring sounding, Yoonse stands up to disagree with Haley's appointment.
Yoonse's bold move divides the stunned audience.
Yoons confronts Haley in the center court. Haley asks if Yoonse is Yoonjae's sister, but Yoonse ignores her with a quick brush sounding.
Yoonse demands they begin the battle.
Haley ignores the tension and calls DJ.
The producer objects to the battle, but the DJ starts music with several wish sounds.
The two dancers prepare for their showdown.
Yoonse vows to eliminate Haley from the show.
With a loud thunk sounding, Yoonse drops into a split to begin her routine.
Yoonse performs with sharp, model-like precision. Her technical skill leaves the judge speechless.
Several boom sounds follow Yoonse's powerful kicks.
Haley is secretly impressed while Haeyoon fears they will be disqualified from the competition.
Enthusiastic spectators watch Haley's battle while Hae-eun remains deeply concerned.
Haley's freestyle shows significant improvement since her last performance.
A flashback reveals Haley's intense studio practice alongside Hajin after she asks if her teammates had already eaten.
Her bass moves display newfound precision and definition.
Haley executes a series of complex dynamic maneuvers. Spectators consider Haley the premier whacker in the competition.
Her skill in the whacking genre proves undeniably impressive.
Despite her grueling idol schedule, she remains dedicated to her craft.
Her K-pop career is filled with constant performances and concerts.
Haley seeks out street dancers whenever she finds a free moment to practice.
For her, dancing is the ultimate way to take a break. She relishes the competitive atmosphere of the battle.
Haley feels fortunate to be challenged instead of being bored as a judge.
The thrill of battling firsthand excites her as she faces Yoonse.
Her extensive performing experience shines through her breathtaking attitude.
Haley proves she is far more than a typical idol.
She redefines the reputation of idol dancers through her sheer excellence.
The hyper-excited boy screams Haley's name in pure awe. He remains completely stunned by her unbelievable talent.
Hae-eun watches the scene with an exhausted expression.
The boy asks Hae-eun if she is alright after noticing her face. He questions her relationship with Haley following their shared idol training days.
Hae-eun clarifies that they have long since reconciled by recalling a past conversation.
She believes Haley is far too mature to hold a grudge over an argument.
Haley's grace masks any past conflicts or faults.
Despite Yoonse's initial rudeness, Haley continues her mesmerizing routine.
With several quick swish sounds, Haley's hand movements intrigue a grinning Eunice.
The host is amazed by the incredible spectacle.
The two rivals suddenly shift into a synchronized collaborative routine.
With a loud whoosh sounding, they strike a powerful joint pose together.
With several swish sounds, the crowd tosses shoes onto the floor in high respect.
Yoonse laughs at the unexpected celebratory shower of footwear.
Yoonse finally accepts Haley as a legitimate judge, though Soo-yeon notes it wasn't her decision to make.
Haley finds Yoonse's sassiness amusing as she prepares to Mulan.
With several loud woo sounds, they resolve to enjoy the competition together.
With several gulp sounds, Haley rehydrates while the scoreboard resets.
With a quick top sounding, Haley returns to her duties and greets the audience.
Haley officially reintroduces herself as a judge for the survival show. She explains her deep personal and professional connections to the existing judging panel.
Haley vows to continue proving her qualifications through her dedication and dance skills.
She identifies primarily as a street dance lover before anything else.
Haley invites future challenges from any contestants while maintaining high standards.
She specifies that she will judge whether a challenger is worthy of a battle.
The first battle mission of the competition officially commences.
The host welcomes everyone back to the survival show.
He announces the first preparations for the tournament matchups. The narrator reveals that the second mission details were shared with the teams early. Hae-eun explains the rules for how teams will select their battle opponents.
Yoonse questions the logic behind the limited size of the battle groups.
The host directs the dancers' attention to the main screen.
A screen displays the mission rankings.
Yoonse complains about the public ranking reveal and the resulting loss of choice for their next opponent.
High grades for two top teams. A gray-haired judge presents a grade 1 card to a member of Team I1.
The host announces that Dance Lighting took the first place spot with a slightly higher score. Team Dance Lighting awaits instructions. As the first-ranked team, they are given the strategic privilege of selecting the weakest group for their next battle. Surviving teams remain confident in themselves. Insults fire up the competing teams. A member of Dance Lighting calls for love and peace to ease the glares coming from the other competitors. The blue-haired girl from Dance Lighting stares intensely as she prepares to reveal their choice. She officially declares that they hope to be matched with Team I1.
While the blue-haired member of Team I1 reacts with nerves, the girl from Dance Lighting asks for their battle representatives.
The brothers Daegyo and Sogyo are selected to represent Dance Lighting in the showdown.
The brothers discuss their preference for a 2-on-2 battle format, while others dismiss I1's chances.
Daegyo remains supremely confident, dismissing any concerns about potential one-on-one matchups.
The host invites the brothers to choose the two specific dancers from I1 they wish to face.
The brothers address the audience's curiosity regarding their choice of a seemingly easy target. With a sudden, quick clasp sounding, Daegyo cuts off Sogyo's comments about the beauty of their rivals.
The brothers dismiss any concern over who faces them while Sogyo playfully mocks the situation.
Daegyo boldly invites anyone who believes they can win to step forward and battle.
An impressive participant's history is nuggeted.
Bystanders recognize the talented dancer as a finalist from a previous prestigious street dance competition.
Sanju stands with her arms crossed as others question how an idol trainee reached such a high level in the scene.
Hae-eun and Hajin reflect on the surprise Seonju has caused throughout the competition.
Recalling Sunju's impressive hidden potential, Senju clarifies that she left her agencies some time ago and is no longer an idol trainee. A past conversation reveals Sanju's fatigue with the intensity of the idol training lifestyle.
Returning to the present, Seonju officially joins the upcoming battle.
She chooses Young-so as her partner, who greets their opponents with cheerful and mocking sarcasm.
Sogyo is flustered by the compliment, while Daegyo reacts with aggressive competitiveness.
Hajin watches Sunju closely while recalling what he knows about her past,
highlighting the other dancer's bottom status. Young-so is identified as the winner of the show-up battle as she checks her phone.
Hajin critiquing the rival dancer.
Hyeon is puzzled by Hajin's sudden competitive attitude and intense focus on their rivals.
The host directs the attention of the dancers to the choice made by the third-ranked Team Basement.
The white-haired representative from Team Basement officially selects Team Puzzle as their opponent.
While others express relief at being skipped over, the host asks for the reasoning behind the choice.
Ujin and the purple-haired Young-so introduce themselves as the participants for the next showdown. Ujin acknowledges Team Puzzle's collective strength but calls out an individual member as unqualified for the competition.
Ujin points directly at Soohyun Choi and officially selects him for the battle.
Young-so chooses Hachin-jo as her opponent, claiming she barely noticed him during his team performance.
With a low, guttural grr sounding, Yoon-se reacts with fury to the disrespect shown to her teammates.
Yoon stands up in the audience and demands to know what the rival team just said about her friends.
Grabbing her teammate's jacket, Yoon-se lashes out as she realizes they were chosen because they are seen as jokes. Completed matchups for the first battle.
The host's long pause creates a moment of suspense among the preparing teams.
A twist in the competition.
The host officially reveals that the second mission is actually a keyword collaboration mission.
The contestants react with shock and confusion to the sudden announcement of a team collaboration mission.
The dark-haired Hajin-jo realizes the contestants were tricked into choosing partners without knowing they would be working together.
The red-haired Yoon-se and a gray-haired participant note that those who chose weak opponents now have to rely on them.
Hyeon looks stressed as Soo-young Choi loudly protests his exclusion by claiming he is also a strong teammate.
A tournament bracket displays the new pairings, emphasizing that teams must now cooperate to avoid collective handicaps.
The pink-haired Daegyo smugly invites any challengers to step forward and face his team.
A girl with red-streaked hair mocks Daegyo for his honesty regarding his perceived luck in the matchup.
The silhouettes of the crowd wonder if losers get kicked out together while the host prepares to speak.
The blonde host announces that he will reveal the specific keyword for the upcoming quarterfinal mission.
A large screen reveals the routine-based nature of the next battle, sparking questions about preparation time among the dancers. The host clarifies that teams will have dedicated time to choreograph and that non-participants can assist. Chibi icons explain the battle assistance rule, allowing 3 teammates to help 1 active battler, which excites Seondru.
A brown-haired woman remains focused on the difficulty of forming a routine under such high pressure.
The narrator suggests that the insults thrown at designated weak dancers will make collaboration emotionally difficult. 2 teammates stand awkwardly apart, highlighting the friction caused by the previous ranking reveal.
The brown-haired woman reflects on the immense challenge of forcing rival teams to work in sudden harmony.
The purple-haired Young-so offers a polite greeting to Hajin-jo as they begin their forced partnership.
Young-so hopes their shared dance genre will simplify the choreography, but Hajin-jo remains stoic and distant.
Hajin-jo coldly reminds her that their partnership is merely a temporary alliance born of necessity.
Young-so reacts with complete confusion to Hajin-jo's icy and dismissive attitude.
Soohyun Choi suggests starting practice with the silver-haired Eugene, though the atmosphere between them is tense.
Soohyun Choi bluntly reiterates his belief that Eugene is completely unqualified for the high-level competition.
Soohyun Choi offers a sarcastic apology while Eugene remains silent and looks away from his mocking partner.
Soohyun Choi claims to know a secret that others in the competition are surely aware of as well.
As practice begins, the partners' movements hint at the significant potential of a combined performance.
Their synchronized footwork suggests they might be more compatible than their personalities imply.
The pair executes a dynamic mid-air maneuver, proving their joint technical skill is formidable. A confused Chibi Seonju wonders why Hajin-jo is not already working on the choreography.
In a lounge, Sunju questions why Hajin-jo is avoiding his partner while Young-so sits distantly on the couch.
Hajin-jo questions why Young-so is just standing around, causing an angry reaction from a Chibi Sunju.
A nervous Chibi Young-so attempts to speak to Hajin-jo, who looks back at her with narrowed eyes.
The tan-skinned teammate asks if Hajin-jo is a subculture fan after seeing his cold behavior toward Young-so.
Hajin-jo excitedly lists his favorite anime and voice actors, much to the anger of Sunju. Sunju grabs Hajin-jo's collar, realizing his weird personality is exactly why Young-so is scared of him.
With a long, slow creak sounding, a door opens as the tan-skinned man suggests the issue isn't about dance styles.
The tan-skinned man reveals that Young-so also cosplays, leaving Hajin-jo and Sunju completely stunned. The man explains that Young-so suffers from a severe obsession with performance-related jinxes. A Chibi Sunju tries to process the bizarre revelation about Young-so's mental blocks.
Sunju summarizes that Young-so cannot dance with anyone who shares her specific subculture hobbies.
Sunju dismisses the idea as nonsense, while Hyeon suggests Young-so's previous partner shared Hajin-jo's interests.
Hyeon admits she can relate to having a crippling mental barrier when performing on a major stage.
The tan-skinned man confirms that Young So's belief in jinxes is incredibly intense and disruptive.
He details her reliance on specific earrings and eating a precise number of almonds to function during battles. Ha-jin-jo tells Young So to follow his lead so that any potential loss can be blamed on him instead of her jinx.
Ha-jin-jo encourages her to relax by noting they are the same age, which seems to slightly calm her down.
While the tan-skinned man remains skeptical, Seonju believes there is hope for the new duo.
With several tired huff sounds, Young So is driven to exhaustion by Ha-jin-jo so she cannot focus on her jinxes. As the clock ticks, Ha-jin-jo remains firm in his training schedule despite the difficulty of the steps.
Other teams struggle with the timing and difficulty of their routines as the practice period wanes. Soo-yeon Choi notices the silver-haired Ujin on his phone and comments on their poor team chemistry. Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, and a man in a beanie engage in a heated argument while a chibi Soo-hyun blonde notes the intensity of their disagreement.
Soo-hyun blonde agrees to follow Ujin's silver hair guidance as they begin practicing their routine to a variety of musical genres.
Ujin Silverhair reviews his phone and suggests practicing to slow music to prepare for any potential disadvantage during the battle. Soo-yeon Blonde sits quietly, feeling genuinely impressed by Ujin's Silverhair focus and technical knowledge. Ujin Silverhair expresses his admiration for the diverse musical backgrounds shared by Soo-hyun and his teammates.
A memory of skilled dancers shows them performing with high energy, appearing to know every track the DJ plays. Their movements are perfectly synchronized with the rhythm, accurately anticipating every beat and drop in the music.
Amidst a mental image of a vast record store, Ujin Silverhair admits that he typically only listens to K-pop.
Ujin Silverhair notes that while their routine is pre-prepared, the battle music is selected entirely at random. Silhouette figures illustrate the necessity of adapting their dance style in real time to match the mood of the music. Ujin Silverhair tells Soo-yeon Blonde that he has low expectations for his musical range due to his K-pop preferences.
Ujin Silverhair remains firm, stating that he is betting on their individual techniques and their collective synergy to win.
A large stadium screen announces the next matchup between the teams of Basement Puzzle and SLK Mover.
With a sudden quick dash sounding, Soo-hyun Blonde and Ujin Silverhair rush onto the court to begin their performance.
With a low, heavy grab sounding, Soo-hyun takes hold of Ujin to start a complex and synchronized partner move.
With a long, sweeping shwoom sounding, Soo-hyun lifts Ujin into the air, promising to carry him through the entire round.
With a short, sharp hup sounding, Soo-hyun strains with visible effort as he lifts and rotates his partner.
The pair executes a high-energy rotation on the court, with Soo-hyun maintaining a firm grip on Ujin's waist.
Moving with coordination, the duo transitions into a dynamic mid-air maneuver that showcases their technical synergy.
With several rapid spin sounds, Ujin is thrown into a series of powerful and impressive aerial rotations. With a sudden, loud pose sounding, the partners land perfectly in a dramatic and synchronized final stance. The audience erupts in loud cheers for Basement and Puzzle as the announcer praises their incredible performance.
So-hee Jang, dark hair with red streaks, and the tan-skinned man observe how effectively Soo-hyun is highlighting Ujin's strengths.
With a light, airy swoosh sounding, Ujin performs a handstand spin while Soo-hyun maintains a supportive stance behind him. With a quick, firm grab sounding, Soo-hyun catches Ujin mid-spin to ensure a clean and controlled technical finish.
The narrator notes that Soo-hyun is more than willing to support his partner if it ensures their collective victory. With a long, low whoosh sounding, the pair continues their coordinated routine with seamless and athletic teamwork.
Despite his own technical skill, Soo-hyun remains focused on his supporting role to allow Ujin to truly shine.
With a dull, heavy thump sounding, a dancer lands a final, grounded step as the music begins to fade. The duo holds their final position on the basketball court, demonstrating the surprising success of their partnership.
With several quick slide sounds, the dancers move into their closing poses as they wait for the results.
The crowd continues to cheer for the duo as a narrator suggests that Soo-yeon's time to shine will eventually come. Back on the stands, the tan-skinned man congratulates Ujin Silverhair for delivering a winning performance.
Young So Purple Hair celebrates with Ha-jin-jo Dark Hair, officially confirming their advancement to the semifinals.
The tan-skinned man laughs as he questions Young So Purple Hair about her previously intense fear of jinxes. Young So Chibi begs him to stop, admitting that the memory of their intense practice sessions still makes her feel nauseous. A flashback shows the duo practicing so relentlessly that Young So completely forgot her mental barriers. With a quick, light step sounding, the two dancers move in harmony, feeling completely free from their earlier tensions.
With a long, soft swoosh sounding, Young So reflects on the liberation she felt while dancing out their routine. With several rhythmic top sounds, Young So explains that the routine's basic structure made it manageable to perform.
The inclusion of diverse variations kept the routine exciting, while smooth transitions made it easy to memorize. Young So Purple Hair is filled with new confidence as she declares her readiness for the next battle.
The blonde host announces that the judges have delivered a unanimous vote for the very first time in the round.
So-gyo Han, pink hair, and Soo-hyun Blonde react with shock as the host declares the results of the vote. Soo-hee Jang, dark hair with red streaks, confidently predicts that the upcoming round will be an easy victory for her.
The host stands at the center of the court, officially declaring the end of the keyword cooperation battle. A screen reveals the new semi-final keywords, focusing on props for the first battle and story for the second.
Dancers are invited to choose from a selection of props including a chair, a basketball, and a hat for their routine.
Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, and Soo-yeon, blonde, look at the screen as the host prepares to announce the rules.
The screen displays 4 available musical genres, including K-pop, much to Soo-hyun's chibi visible excitement.
Woojin Silverhair asks Soo-yeon blonde if he prefers K-pop, but Soo-yeon nervously insists they choose based on Woojin's preference while the opposing team considers their own strengths.
Woojin Silverhair analyzes the situation, suspecting their opponent might pick K-pop since she is a trainee for an idol group.
Chibi Soo-hyun, blonde, points out that the opponent's partner is a house dancer, which might lead them to select that genre instead.
Sogyo, pink hair, feels flattered after Sohee, black and red hair, praises his honesty and calls him a real man.
Woojin Silverhair informs the host that their team has decided to choose breaking for their routine.
Sohee, black and red hair, suggests they go with K-pop, and Sogyo, pink hair, readily agrees to whatever she wants.
Soo-hyun, blonde, is thrilled because Woojin's Silverhair decision allows him to handle the K-pop round later, calling his partner a genius.
Woojin Silverhair suggests they prepare for the battle independently and meet back when it is time to perform. Soo-yeon, blonde, wishes Woojin luck as the scene shifts to the tournament venue's hallway.
Young-so, purple hair, thanks a staff member in the hallway after learning that a special request for their upcoming performance is possible.
Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, asks about the conversation, and Young-so, purple hair, explains she chose a chair as her prop for the battle.
Young-so, purple hair, reveals she secured permission to use her own chair, causing Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, to worry it is another superstition. Young-so, purple hair, insists she needs her specific chair to perform well, prompting Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, to ask if she has experience dancing with one.
Young-so, purple hair, reminisces about a locking class where she used a chair for a performance that the audience absolutely loved. While Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, watches silently, Young-so, purple hair, calls her mother and asks her to send the chair from her room.
Young-so, purple hair, specifically describes the desk chair she needs to her mother over the phone.
She also asks her mother to find an autographed Japanese CD in her drawer and send it along with the chair.
Noticing his curiosity, Young-so, purple hair, asks Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, if he wants to know more about the CD.
Young-so, purple hair, excitedly explains the CD features an autograph from Ha-jin-jo's favorite voice actor from a specific anime.
With a low, vibrating do-dun sounding, Ha-jin-jo's dark hair is shocked to hear Young-so manage to get the rare autograph.
Young-so, purple hair, explains she wants to give the CD to him as a token of appreciation for his help during the quarterfinals.
Young-so, purple hair, smiles broadly while asking Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, if he will accept for gift.
As Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, extends his hand, a confused Young-so, purple hair, asks if he is offering a handshake.
With a sharp, startled eek sounding, the two teammates engage in an unexpectedly intense and awkward fist bump.
Hyun White enters and demands to know why they are standing around instead of rehearsing their routine.
Hyun Whitehair shouts for the rest of the team to gather around so they can start practicing seriously.
Young-so, purple hair, begins practicing her chair routine while Sunju, orange hair, and a teammate offer technical corrections.
Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, works on his hat tricks as the orange-haired woman watches his progress and offers advice.
Hyun, white hair, and the tan-skinned man record the practice session so the dancers can monitor their own performances.
Young-so, purple hair, sits on the hallway floor to take a break and rehydrate after the intense rehearsal.
Feeling refreshed, Young-so, purple hair, notes that both their quarterfinals and rehearsals have been going smoothly.
Sitting alone in the hallway, the purple-haired girl takes a quiet moment to prepare herself mentally.
With a light, sweeping swish-sounding, Young-so, purple hair, absent-mindedly flips her water bottle while the narration mentions her lingering superstitions. With a quiet, solid tap sounding, the bottle lands perfectly upright, leaving Young-so, purple hair, and Sunju, orange hair, stunned. While the tan-skinned man is amazed by the rare bottle flip, Hyun, white hair, tells them to get back to work. Young-so, purple hair, receives a call confirming that her chair has been delivered to the front of the building.
Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, immediately offers to retrieve the chair and sprints toward the exit to help his partner.
The tan-skinned man asks if Woojin Silverhair is still practicing alone while Sunju orange hair nods in confirmation.
The orange-haired woman looks thoughtful as she reflects on the team's individual training progress.
Sunju orange hair observes Soo-yeon blonde practicing top rock and wonders if he is hiding a secret move for the battle.
As Sanju orange hair praises Soo-yeon blonde for his massive improvement, a sudden violent crash sounding echoes through the hallway.
Everyone in the practice area freezes in alarm as they try to identify the source of the loud noise. The group finds Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, fallen on the stairs, and a worried Hyun, white hair, asks if he can still move.
Ha-jin-jo, dark hair, worries about the autograph while Hyun, white hair, angrily demands to see his injured knee.
A close-up reveals a severe and painful purple bruise spreading across Ha-jin-jo's knee.
The teammates gather around the stairs in shocked silence as they assess the gravity of Ha-jin-jo's dark hair injury.
Young-so, purple hair, collapses to the floor in tears, convinced that the accident happened because of her jinx.
Sunju, orange hair, takes charge of the situation and suggests that they find a first aid kit immediately.
Soo-yeon blonde rushes down the long hallway, promising to bring the medication he has in his bag.
With a series of rapid dash sounds, Soo-yeon Blonde sprints to get help, thinking about his own history of gymnastic injuries.
Soo-yeon Blonde reflects on the severity of the injury, noting that while it may not be catastrophic, it certainly prevents Ha-jin-jo from dancing immediately.
As he considers the situation, the blonde boy wonders if the team will be forced to use their assist chance to find a replacement for the performance.
He decides to consult the rest of the crew later while sprinting down the hallway, narrowly passing by Woojin Silverhair in the process. The silver-haired boy pauses with a blank stare while Soo-yeon Blonde looks back toward him with an expression of sudden, wide-eyed shock.
With a loud, jarring crash sounding, the silence of the locker-lined hallway is violently interrupted.
With a pained groan, Woojin Silverhair collapses to the floor as a frantic Soo-yeon Blonde falls beside him and begins apologizing profusely.
The silver-haired boy sits on the ground with a dazed expression, his hair partially obscuring his face after the sudden collision.
Soo-yeon Blonde murmurs an awkward apology as the camera focuses on 2 white earbuds lying scattered across the floor tiles.
With several rapid shake sounds, the blonde boy reaches out to check on his teammate while asking him why he is staring so intensely.
The two boys remain sitting on the hallway floor amidst the lockers, taking a moment to recover from their unexpected and clumsy encounter.
Looking incredibly guilty and sweating, Soo-yeon Blonde insists that the accident was unintentional, just as a voice calls out his name.
The tan-skinned man, white hair, peeks around the corner and questions Soo-yeon's presence before mentioning that the medical team has finished treating Ha-jin-jo.
Noticing both boys on the ground, the white-haired man asks if they also fell and wonders what could possibly be causing everyone to stumble today.
Woojin Silverhair gets up and assures the tan-skinned man that they are both fine, leaving the older man looking slightly skeptical.
The tan-skinned man, white hair, watches with a confused expression as Woojin Silverhair walks away while Soo-yeon Blonde looks on with a realization.
High above the lockers, decorated with colorful bunting, a voice cries out in a startled and confused tone.
The tan-skinned man with white hair shakes his head frantically while shouting at Soo-yeon Blonde for revealing sensitive information while their microphones were still active.
Clutching his head in a state of absolute panic, the white-haired man worries that the crew finding out will lead to a very unhappy Woojin.
Soo-yeon Blonde asks if Eugene remained silent about his secret during the interview, and the tan-skinned man confirms that nothing was mentioned. Feeling a sense of duty, the blonde boy realizes that Eugene likely wanted to keep his past hidden and decides he must go find him to apologize properly. Back at the main stage, the blonde host stands before a large screen to announce the 2 song choices selected for the upcoming story battle.
Soo-yeon Blonde is moved to tears of joy when the host reveals that a specific song by Maintaina has been selected for the round.
The blonde boy's expression shifts to one of surprise as he realizes that Woojin made the final song decision entirely on his own without a word.
A screen officially displays the song title for the first matchup, confirming that the competition is ready to proceed to the next phase. Despite his initial shock, Soo-yeon Blonde stands with renewed resolve and declares his complete confidence in Eugene's ability to succeed.
Over a montage of athletic dance moves, the tan-skinned man explains that Woojin Silverhair habitually wears a hat specifically to conceal his scars.
The narration notes that Woojin Silverhair courageously chose to remove his hat during the very first mission of the tournament.
The tan-skinned man, white hair, admits he understands the choice, noting that the previous routine didn't feature many moves that would expose the hidden area.
Soo-yeon Blonde looks thoughtful as he contemplates the immense courage and personal conviction it must have taken for Woojin to make that specific decision.
As the silver-haired boy's profile is shown, the narration highlights that the central theme of their upcoming battle will be storytelling.
Soo-yeon Blonde watches his partner walk away, expressing his unwavering trust in the silver-haired dancer as a truly courageous b-boy. With a rhythmic and percussive wish sounding, the DJ begins to manipulate the soundboard as a classic track is prepared for the next round.
The view shifts to the basketball court where the blonde host officially kicks off the semifinals for the keyword collaboration battle.
Among the spectators, a woman with long brown hair and another wearing a white baseball cap look on with expressions of mild confusion.
Young-so Purple Hair stands at the center of the court as an observer asks about the whereabouts of her previously chosen chair prop.
A memory shows Young-so Purple Hair tending to Ha-jin-jo's dark hair, bruised knee, and deciding that the chair has become a symbol of bad luck.
Now standing beside Hyun, white hair on the court, Young-so Purple Hair reveals she has completely swapped her prop for a hat instead. The purple-haired girl nervously boasts about her skill with hot tricks, while the white-haired woman dismisses her and moves the conversation along.
Hyun White Hair reminds her teammate that since she isn't Ha-jin-jo, she has absolutely no reason to worry about lingering jinxes.
Placing a hand on her teammate's shoulder, the white-haired woman encourages Young-so Purple Hair to go all out and destroy the opposing team.
Sunju Yu Blonde is officially introduced as the first participant of the round, spinning a green and orange basketball skillfully on her finger.
A water bottle lands perfectly upright on the hardwood floor, confirming that the team of Dance Lighting and I1 will take the first turn.
Sunju Yu Blonde takes her position on the court and begins her performance as the host signals for the start of the battle.
With a series of quick, light swish sounds, the blonde girl expertly maneuvers the basketball around her body and over her head with fluid grace.
With a low, resonant swoosh sounding, she continues her routine with focused intensity, keeping the ball moving in a constant and rhythmic flow.
With several sharp lift and grab sounds, she demonstrates incredible ball handling skills that leave the audience questioning if the dance is improvised.
Sunju Yu, blonde, drops into a low athletic crouch while maintaining a spin, making the complex routine appear completely effortless and natural. Watching from the sidelines, So Hee-jang, dark hair with white streaks, smiles confidently as she notes that the audience is reacting exactly as she predicted.
With a sudden heavy schwoom sounding, the blonde girl continues her acrobatic display while the narrator explains the origins of freestyle basketball as a genre.
With a powerful soaring jump sounding, she performs a gravity-defying flip that highlights how unfamiliar this athletic style is to most traditional street dancers.
The beige-haired boy asked the white-haired woman if she was aware of the orange-haired girl's basketball and dance skills.
A flashback shows the young blonde girl sitting on the court with her large headphones and a basketball.
Narrator explains the blonde girl was street cast by an agency while playing basketball at a public court.
The blonde girl remembers wanting to use a basketball as a prop the very moment she saw it.
The blonde girl begins spinning the basketball on her finger with a quick swoosh sounding.
The host calls for a countdown as the blonde girl continues her rhythmic and athletic routine on the court.
With several rapid grab, turn, and jump sounds, the blonde girl expertly maneuvers the ball through the countdown.
The blonde girl takes a long shot as the host reaches one, prompting surprise from the gathering audience.
The basketball hits the rim with a sharp slip sounding, narrowly missing the basket, much to the crowd's disappointment.
A spectator notices a move happening lower.
With a resonant swoosh sounding, the blonde girl performs a handstand kick while the ball descends toward her feet.
The blonde girl catches the ball with her feet while upside down, drawing amazed cheers from the gathering crowd.
Young-seo watches the unique performance.
The narration notes that the blonde girl's extensive experience with ball handling is obvious to everyone watching the battle.
Young-seo prepares to counter, asserting that her skills with a bowler hat are equally impressive to any athlete.
Young-seo is introduced as the locking dancer from Basement as she begins her intricate hot-based routine.
The crowd find it charming when Young-seo finishes a difficult trick with her hat slightly crooked on her head.
Despite the near mistake, Young-seo grins confidently while reflecting on the successful catch of her prop. The white-haired man watches as the purple-haired girl sits and gathers herself during a break in the match.
Young-seo continues her performance with a defiant expression, questioning if there is any issue with her personal style.
Performing a successful catch, Young-seo feels relieved that she is finally free from her lingering worries about jinxes.
With a firm shove sounding, Young-seo adjusts her hat and prepares for the final part of her routine.
A flashback shows a man in traditional locking attire, noting Young-seo's lifelong love for the classic outfits.
Young-seo demonstrates mastery over the hat.
With several rapid grab sounds, Young-seo performs wide movements, though the narrator notes hot tricks are often predictable.
The audience remains largely neutral observers. The judge admits that the unfamiliar freestyle basketball performance made a much stronger and fresher impression on the crowd.
With a powerful leap and a heavy bang sounding, Young-seo attempts a risky new move called Kill the Roach.
With a sudden whoosh and a sharp slam sounding, Young-seo drops to the court in a low pose.
Young-seo frantically scratches at the floor with a rhythmic scratch sounding, causing the audience to laugh at the joke.
She has a sudden brilliant idea. With a loud whoosh and a heavy slam sounding, Young-seo pinions the ground with her hat to finish the trick.
Dae-gyo-han reflects on the match.
With a quick dash sounding, Young-seo utilizes her wit and humor to win over the spectators and the judges.
With a soaring whoosh sounding, Young-seo jumps high into the air to finalize her comedic locking routine.
Young-seo performs a painful-looking hip drop as the crowd reacts with a mixture of awe and genuine concern.
The blonde girl is startled by a sudden spring sounding as Young-seo approaches her on the open court.
With a soft flump sounding, Young-seo places her hat on the basketball and declares the ball game's over.
Young-seo catches her breath and asks Dae-gyo-han if she can have a small sip of his wire. Dae-gyo-han tells her to leave the stage, but Young-seo simply giggles while drinking the water she requested.
Hyun is determined to win.
Young-seo thanks Dae-gyo-han and wishes him luck for the upcoming second round of the collaboration battle.
He refuses her offer of water.
The silver-haired boy tosses the empty bottle back toward Young-seo as she turns to walk away from him.
The bottle lands perfectly upright once more.
Young-seo is stunned by her own luck while the audience cheers that today is her day to succeed.
Hyun laughs mockingly at Dae-gyo-han, calling him Tinky Winky and praising his unintentional but perfect bottle flip.
With several rapid twirl and toss sounds, Dae-gyo-han discards the bottle cap while looking quite annoyed with his opponent. Dae-gyo-han stands ready as he is officially introduced as the next participant for the collaboration mission.
He requests an additional performance pop.
Dae-gyo-han, white hair, officially chooses A4 printer paper and a water bottle as his performance props.